And we are live here at KoJack's.
Woo!
Main event.
What?
Final
How did
table.
we get here? This is the best.
It's been a blur for the last week. I don't. Finally, the day is finally here. The final 10 players of the Texas Main Event Championship of the Permian Basin Poker Series. But it's not the last event. Here in about 30 minutes out there, we've got the zero entry.
The free roll.
The free roll zero entry tournament. I want to make sure everyone's aware of that. You got 30 minutes to get here before that one starts. If you participated in any of our events,
any of them,
in the last 2 weeks, you have chips waiting on you. You get 10,000 in chips, and then you can do an instant bonus for $10, which goes to the dealers.
Yes, and 10,000 more chips for that.
Yep,
$10.
28,000 starting stack for a $1,000 prize pool. We're going to pay 2 or 3 people. That's it. Just a thank you to you guys for participating in the Permian Basin Poker Series.
Yep.
And like I said, we're going to be taking you down to a winner here. Let's.
This is awesome.
See the guys there getting ready.
Main event.
Yeah, this was a $480 entry tournament. We had 4 flights, $42,000 in the pot.
Ooh, that is worthy of a main event prize pool there.
$13,000 for the first place prize out of these guys here, and it's going to be a kind of a long day, but not too bad. Not too bad.
We're starting off at level 14, which means 4K, 8K are the blinds, and the average chip stack is right around $500,000. So these players are going to have a lot of room to make bets, to play poker. This is not going to be any sort of turbo event or any sort of all-in or fold type deal. We've got real deep stack poker here in store for us on the final table of the main event, and we've got players befitting of those big stacks.
And before they get started here, I wanted to give a shout-out to Mr. Rudy Borg.
Hey, Rudy!
Our points leader champion, that fantastic Pump Jack animated trophy.
Congratulations, Rudy.
Yep, he is locked in as the point series winner. You'll be seeing that photo on Facebook later. I told him to come and take a photo with it before I leave town. My bald head off the screen there. Okay. So then also the winner of our donkey trophy, and it was much sought after.
Yes, it was.
By Miss Debbie Hinton.
Woo!
$1,000 for her efforts and the most entries into the Permian Basin Poker Series. So you'll be seeing both of those on Facebook here later on today once they come and claim their money and hardware.
I'm sure she's going to be ecstatic to find out that she won that one. She was, every single time I saw her, she was talking about that donkey trophy.
Yeah, she loves her poker, and she loves firing bullets at it. I tell you what, she's proud of it. And,
adept.
We thank her for it, though, at the end of the day. Her
Absolutely.
Fantastic customer here at KoJack's, as is everyone else that is tuned in and watching. We appreciate you, and especially if you came and played in this series. But cards are in the air, so let's talk a little bit about chip stacks here.
Yeah, we got a pretty decent, like I said, deep stack table here. Lucas, look, sitting right about 1 million chips. Jack the Natural, about 360. And blinds are 4K, 8K, so even 360,000 chips, which are some of the shorter stacks, still have a lot of room for playing.
Yeah, we had 74 people into this tournament with 62 rebuys. That's what got us to that $42,000 prize pool. But these guys all played down their flights to 2 or 3 people, so the competition was thick on these.
And look at this, the Executioner starting things off with the house hand
here. KoJack's there, and MJ's going to be betting into him, testing him out on that.
And he's got a gut shot, a good semi-bluff. Although Executioner is holding one of MJ's outs.
Yeah, both players about even stacked here. Looks like Executioner's not going to mess around here. He's going to raise it up immediately.
I love that. We are getting into it. Hand 1, we've already got a bet and re-raise on the flop here. Yeah, and like I said, a lot of room for mobility. Both these players sitting around 300, 350,000 chips, and that's about 40 bigs.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of what we saw during the high roller in that, the blinds are low, but these guys are still going to play stack poker post-flop. And so even though they can afford a lot of folds and orbits, but like I said, you just saw there, a pot, almost a 30,000 chip pot, which is 10% of their stack, and that was just a small one. So the chips will move, not exactly relative to the blinds, but what the blinds do is allow players to be more patient, and that's what we go for here in these larger events, is to not have the blinds decide everything for them.
Yeah, absolutely. The players are going to be making the decisions here, and it's going to be really exciting. I'll tell you what, Reece, I've been looking forward to this for about 2 weeks now, this final table here.
Oh, yeah.
Dante picking up the aces, one of the bigger stacks at the table.
And jacks for the Executioner.
Man, we will see blood.
Yeah, let's see how Dante chooses to play this one out. He 3-bets to 45,000. Now, I know the Executioner is holding jacks, but that's got to send off some alarm bells there.
No right way to play jacks, especially against aces.
Yeah, I believe Dante hails from El Paso.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a great
Whoa.
I thought that one was going to take a little while. I was going into Dante's backstory.
Oh, my God.
Like I said, he comes from El Paso to play in these major events, so Executioner knows that he's an adept poker player, and he made a very quick, calculated laydown there.
Unbelievable. And you would think it would take less time to lay down King 10 offsuit, but MJ really looking like he's going to make the call here.
Yeah, and a big laydown there by Executioner is a little more than 10% of his chips, but a lot of people will see a flop of jacks there. And MJ here, I believe, is probably he actually is going to call. I thought he was sort of Hollywooding there.
Yeah.
So goodness me, just nothing happened to think the way we think
that's
it would be
okay.
going right now, and that's fine. I enjoy being surprised. 9-9-8 on this flop. That would have been a flop to get those pocket jacks in trouble, unless you're just going to gift Dante exactly what he has. And if you're going to do that, you lay it down pre-flop, and that's what he did.
That's what he did. Boy, wouldn't you be kicking yourself, though, if you saw a jack on that flop?
Poker can definitely cause results-oriented pain.
Yes,
you
indeed.
Get to see flops that you folded. Dante is going to c-bet here, 75,000, almost a pot-size bet. And unless MJ's wanting to try to set a tone and play back, no, he's going to let that one go. So Dante picking up 177,000 at chip pot.
Would have been the wrong time to play back.
Yeah,
that's absolutely stepping in it.
5.4 million chips in play.
Woo!
5.4. Average stack is a little over 500,000 in chips. And you can see a lot of these players around that 300,000 mark.
That is going to be a long time here before we really start to see those blinds creeping up into danger territory. But, for me, my money, I think that's a good thing. And we're already on hand number 3. We got Robert pitching them out. Adam with some suited connectors under the gun. I don't expect those types of hands to be played in those types of positions this early on. The thing about having a big stack is you can win a lot of chips if you get them all in the middle, but you can also lose a lot of chips if you make the wrong decisions. So suited connectors kind of open you up to making difficult decisions. And a lot of these players have been playing already, 8-10-hour days for the past couple of weeks. And this final table, I expect to take a good couple of hours. You want to pace yourself with those decisions. Flop comes out king high, king 8 deuce. Pair of deuces for Lucas, actually. And he is ahead with those deuces. Deuces never loses. And there's a 7 on the turn. Executioner now with the better pair. But even that on a king high board. Third pair. Not feeling great. 4 kicker. And no player holding 2 hearts or 2 diamonds. So irrelevant flush draws there on the board as far as we know, because we can see the cards. But that may have played a part in Lucas being able to take down that pot. And here's a look at those chip stacks. Again, very deep stacked poker. 4K, 8K are the blinds. Lucas all the way up top, right near $1 million. Dante not too far behind at 814. Justin at 780. Fernando's 636. Actually, one of my favorite numbers. 605 for Tracy. 422 for Executioner. 372 for Adam. 352 for the Natural. 295 for MJ and 226 for Billy is the short stack. But even 226 thousand chips is right close to about 30 bigs. So still a lot of room, still a lot of time to make the right call and be patient with those decisions. And now Fernando picking up pocket tens here, and he's going to lead out. Going to raise it up pre-flop to 19,000. Right about near 2.5x. Dante with the eights in trouble.
Definitely going to see a call here from Dante.
And Lucas, I think, should make the call.
I don't know if 7 deuce is the place to play the final table of a main event.
He's on the button. I'm told the button is the best position. You could play anything from that spot.
And there's, I guess, no better legendary time to win with 7 deuce either, so the argument can be made. Adam's going to come along as well. Jack, 9, 10, 8. So train wreck possible here with those holdings. That's going to be a killer for all three.
All three.
So the aggressor will go the spoils on this one. Who wants to follow up on this one?
Yes, all three players afraid of that ace on the flop. And 2 clubs to boot.
Yeah, Dante's going to make a bet. He has the bigger stack of the 3.
And he does bet. I would not be surprised to see this go fold-fold.
Yeah, like I said, it's with these 3 holdings, whoever was going to bet first is probably going to take this one and down.
Fernando may be able to sniff it out. He's got pocket tens.
Could make a play back at Dante. Dante's already been pretty active, but he's not going to test the big stack, and don't blame him. So Dante being aggressive there.
Scoops another one.
Definitely it pays off.
He got aces earlier. He played the 8s like aces, and now he's reaping the spoils. Hand number 5 here, so not a whole lot of data to work with. But speaking of Dante being active, we've got 3 players tied for 50% VPIP. Again, only hand number 4 on the book, so like I said, not a whole lot of data to work with. But the natural, Adam, Fernando have played exactly a quarter of those 4 hands. And Executioner, MJ, and Dante have played half. Still waiting to see a little action from Billy, but cards like 4-3 not going to do it. Executioner with the 8-5. Tracy folding the ace-5 here, has yet to make it to the final table as of yet. But he's got the chip stack to sit around.
Yeah, it's part of the strategy.
Part of the strategy.
Let the table duke it out a little bit.
Rule number 1, always make an entrance.
Knowing that Tracy as I do, I think nothing really gets that man in a hurry. He's nice and easy going everywhere he goes.
A great guy, a very serious guy, and a serious poker player, too, as are all of these players here at the final table. You might notice a couple of familiar faces and a couple of new faces. Players like Jack, Michael, Adam, MJ have made it to many of our final tables. And we've got a couple of new faces like Dante there in seat number 10. As well, Tracy, I believe, a newcomer to the stream. And Mr. Justin as well. Executioner picking up the king-queen here. Out of 6 hands, he's gotten some very playable ones, about 2 to 3 times. Now, Adam here notching him with the ace-queen of diamonds, and on the button, he's got position, he's got the cards, though it is the parking lot hand. Executioner just calls 8,000. Let's see what Adam decides to raise it up to. There it is. 20-something? 24, maybe? 28. MJ going to get out of there, as is Fernando. And Executioner may call this, but he will be playing out of position. He's got 2 offsuit Broadway cards. Not exactly the best type of hand. We've seen some good laydowns already with the pocket jacks.
He knows you can be in this position real easily every time with king-queen up against ace-queen or ace-king. So you have to really tread lightly, hope your opponent just has a pocket pair at less, because if you flop an ace or a queen, it's tough to feel like you're best automatically.
Absolutely. And a cautious call, but he does flop up and down.
That is about as good as a flop as you can ask for there. And he's actually going to bet this one out, just in case Adam does have just any sort of smaller pocket pair on the button making a move.
I do love the aggression. I do love the donk bet, as it's called.
And it comes along. He comes along. Now, if you see an ace on this turn here, it's going to be bad news. There's a 10, board pairs. That could slow both players down just a little bit, but no, Executioner is going to keep up the aggression. I do like it.
He does have the king of hearts, so he now has the second nut flush draw.
A little bit more equity. Front door hearts getting there, and I think Adam here
going to have a hard time continuing.
Yeah.
Paired board, lots of hearts. He's got diamonds. 2 overcards, not likely to cut it.
Straight's not any good if it gets there with the paired board and the hearts. A singular ace could be no good. A queen could be no good. There's a very, very wet coordinated board there for just holding ace queen high. And he does go ahead and make that lay down. So good on the Executioner for keeping the pedal to the metal on that one.
Scooping up another pot right there. 486,000 in his chip stack. Adam now one of the shorter chip stacks at 297, though the shortest still remains Billy at 226. Still a lot of room for playability there. And we've got about maybe 15 minutes left on this level before we see them jump up to 5K, 10K.
Yeah, the blind levels are 30 minutes. Level 14 was the lowest level achieved by all of the flights, 4,000, 8,000. So that's why these players resumed today, this day 2, at that, as with most tournament poker, starts back at the lowest level achieved amongst all the flights.
Oh, yeah. And we've got some players in the chat. And we've got some viewers on the streams. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for at this final table. Is it Lucas with the ace-king suited? Is it Jack the Natural with the ace-7 offsuit? Let us know who you got. We got Samuel Trevino in the chat saying, let's go Fernando, 3 exclamation points. And actually posting from 2 different accounts. I like that for Samuel. Thank you for that. And I think Fernando is going to like that as well, getting some support in the chat. Now, MJ with the ace-queen 3-bets it on the button. He's going to have a hard time here. Billy with the pocket 9s. In the big blind.
Yeah, we've had some great hands here early on, Chase. Definitely,
unbelievable.
Definitely not starting off slow here.
No, I got to say, I like it. Let's hit the ground running like this every time we do a final table.
Yeah, laid down the pocket 9s there by Billy. I do like that.
Excellent laydown.
Doesn't want to put his tournament life at stake against 2 other players.
Wow, and the flop comes ace high. This is disgusting.
The worst flop there for MJ. Needing some running diamonds or a queen to dig him out of this hole.
Yeah, and he probably thinks he's pretty good. He is going to check it, though. A little smooth check. Lucas trapping. MJ perhaps thinking he's trapping as well.
Yeah, they're both loading up. And there's Lucas going to fire on the turn here. That 10 not really bringing anything. Add some additional draws, but doesn't complete anything. So it's not going to be a scare card for MJ, and he's never going to fold this 35,000 bet. And in fact, it looks like he raised. Did he raise it up?
It looks like both players really want to pile money into this pot here, so I wouldn't be surprised if MJ raised, and it does indeed look as though a raise is being 90. Considered.
And
Lucas, looking it back.
Lucas here considering pocket 7s, maybe pocket 5s, ace 10.
Maybe an aggressive flush draw. He's not holding either diamonds or spades.
Either way, it's tough to just lay this one down. For only, was that 55,000 more when he's got almost 900K in the stack. But with this kind of a pay ladder, it does jump up. These players could be on the conservative route, but he is going to go ahead and make the call and peel, and I don't blame him. It's hard to just give your opponent anything better.
Well, top.
Front door diamonds do get home.
And that may save MJ a little bit of money. Lucas checking, this time perhaps out of caution, no longer trapping.
Yeah, but MJ's he's only got 154,000. There's only 270 in the middle. He's kind of handcuffed himself to either an all-in or fold at this point.
That's right, yeah.
He does check back, very good check back. Not a lot going to call you there that you can beat. And so Lucas there going to take that big pot, and that's going to put him over the million chip mark.
Wow, our new chip leader, Mr. Lucas. 1.1 million. MJ now the short stack, but even still right near 20 bigs for now.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, plenty of time to fold and pick your spots.
Exactly. Chip back up.
MJ, no stranger to this position, final tables. He's had a great series as well, and just good overall tournament player. So do not even come close to counting him out. He's cashed in 2 events here in this series already, and had plenty of final table appearances as well.
Executioner pretending to be Basil here. He's got the Jack 10.
And nope, he's not pretending. He folded.
Well,
I just saw Basil out there on the floor.
For the first time in a little while.
Yeah, he's here for the free roll.
Yes, indeed.
And we spoke about it at the top of the stream. About 10 minutes before that begins.
Yeah, jump on in. We've already got a couple of registries. 0 cost, $10 to get 10K chips. And, of course, like you mentioned, that does go to the dealers.
Yep, if you played in any of the events, you have a seat waiting on you. The natural here are going to raise this one up, and Adam looking at ace-king. This is going to be a tough one here.
More blood.
Yep. I'm telling you, we just got some hands.
This is already shaping up to be one of the most exciting final tables I think I've seen in a long time.
Oh, and Adam 3-bet the natural.
Yes. This may be the first elimination. We've got a classic race scenario here, ace-king versus the pocket queens.
Yeah, I don't know if Jack's going to put all of his chips in play. Yeah, he did just make the call there. That they're pretty deep.
They are very deep
to flip there. And
wow!
There's there it is. And let's see how Jack plays this hand here. The natural looking at his chips. If he checks this, you could see. Yep, he does. Wow, sets the trap, and we'll see if Adam continues here.
Adam thinking about it. You can almost see it in his face. He feels like he's being trapped a little bit, but not enough to.
Huge bet here by Adam, and the natural stone-faced didn't even crack. Just when your opponent's leading into you that hard, when you've got literally the top boat.
The absolute nuts on the flop.
And the natural, I don't know if the natural is going to get any more money here out of this pot, obviously, but
Adam only 97K behind.
Yeah, he's still got he just made the call. So will Adam bet his last 100K here if Jack checks it? Could he put Jack on a draw maybe and try to put in that last little bit? Yeah, he does put it in, and Jack can't take any shorter to get the chips in for call. And Adam's going to see the bad news that he is drawing dead here, and our 10th place finisher. I don't mind the aggression, short-ish stack, trying to pick up that pot from a player who knows how to lay a hand down. Congratulations to Mr. Adam, 10th place finisher, a $1,000 bill waiting for him at the counter. Great run.
Great run. Great run not only through the main event, our qualifiers, but through the entire series. Adam Black doing a great job making it to many day twos, to many final tables, and many cashes.
Yeah.
Great player, great guy. And a Tigers fan as well. Throw that in there. Hey-o.
Tigers fan?
LSU.
Oh, LSU fan. Okay. Yeah, that's 10th place in a main event final table appearance. Getting a $1,000 bill for his efforts. Good run, Mr. Adam.
Not too shabby at all. And I got to shout out my man Tony in the chat. We got Toledo Tony in the chat. How's it going, sir? Hope you're doing well. We got Rusty in the chat as well. Looks like he's cheering on Jack, and Anisha cheering on Glow. We got some fans here. And it looks like Mr. Manning Tracy himself has showed up just in time for Jack the Natural to pick up another premium, this time ace-queen offsuit, ace-quisha. And Fernando with the house hand, this time of the clubs variety. Dante with the pocket nines. Big hands non-stop. I hope that doesn't mean we dry up a little bit later. The law of large numbers. Our dealer Robert here dealing out a flop. Comes ace-king high. The natural with top pair. Good kicker. Fernando with second pair. No set for Dante. But Jack the Natural is going to bet it out. Going for 2 in a row. 650,000 in his chip stack before putting out a 50K bet. Fernando gonna lay it down.
Wow.
Good folds from these players so far today.
Well, these players know that the natural doesn't mess around.
Even 2 in a row.
Jack, very capable of bluffs, but doesn't arrive with them very often.
That is true. That's how you keep those bluffs effective.
Cody, we've got a $42,000 prize pool.
Woo.
10th place was $1,000, and then it goes up from there. 5th place, $3,300. 2nd place, $8,000. $13,000 first place. So $1,000 all the way up to $13,000. We'll see if we can get some kind of graphic put up for that soon. But they're playing for $13K.
$13K and a nice trophy. We got a good plaque going for the main event winner today. And we will be streaming, I believe, the whole thing. So we're here for you to watch some poker. And the Mexicution are going to chip up out of the big blind.
Little walk there.
First walk of the day. And Cody, here's a look at those payouts for you. $13K up top, $8K for 2nd place. And we ladder down from there. You can see 10th place is $1,000 going to Mr. Adam Black. And here we go, hand number 11. In action, Jack the Natural just keeps getting pretty decent hands here. This time the ace-9 suited of hearts.
They're reaching for a raise there. So the blinds are only 4-8, but these guys are playing big stack poker. So the blinds kind of a suggestion at this point. And we see Tracy joining us at the final table. I don't know if I just now saw him.
Yes,
indeed. Did you see him already?
Yes, indeed. I think he just sat down.
Yep.
Got a cup of coffee, waking up. It's a good place to wake up on the final table of $42,000 prize pool.
No rush, knowing you've got money waiting on you and can only get better from there.
And sitting back down, and you're already in 9th place at minimum, too.
Cody, we appreciate the kind comments. We do these series a couple times a year, but we always have plenty of action-packed events here at KoJack's. A lot of tournaments and cash games anytime. And would more than welcome you heading this way and checking us out.
Yes, please. Come shake my hand, sir. And look at this, another ace-king, this time for Billy. We got Jasmine in the chat cheering Mr. Fernando on. And Billy gets no customers. He checks one more time, just looking at that pretty ace of clubs.
Yeah, he's got 228,000 in chips. Can definitely put a dent in any one of these stacks, and they know that he's not going to be putting those chips in lightly. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, and about 5 more minutes left on this blind level. So another couple of hands before we start seeing these players get a little bit more handcuffed. Not by too much. I love Robert's pitch, though. He really has a good way of spinning those cards around.
Getting them right on those card readers. For those that don't know, this is a stream table. I like to tell people a little bit about how it works. RFID. It's radio frequency identification cards. Each one of those little cards has a little antenna in it telling a computer what they are.
Oh, so there's nobody under the table looking at them?
Well, not anymore.
Oh, okay.
We tried that, but it didn't work out. And then you see the dealer there with the headset basically calling out the action to an action tracker, and they put in the bets. And no one can see the cards until 15 minutes later. We are in a 15-minute delay, but we still try to remove any kind of technology from the table, cell phones, headphones, things like that. But it's the same kind of setup that all the other streams around the country use, and it's a fantastic way to bring the poker straight to you into your homes, cars, workplaces, and you can root on your favorite player and see all the action.
It is a really great setup and really professional equipment. Look at that felt, too. Very nice. And look at these hands. Very nice. Dante with top pair. Justin with second pair.
Yeah, Justin's going to slow down here. And Dante's going to go ahead and continue on and say, if you're going to stop, I'm going to keep going.
Dante wants more chips in the middle because he's 89% to win any chips in the middle.
Yeah, and Justin is going to lay that one down. Nothing wrong with taking a stab there, but Dante is not a man easily moved.
No, he has not been so far. Right near 1 million chips to show for it as well. And we've got Jack the Natural here in the small blind with a small wall of chips. Really building up that tower. Kind of looks like a castle facade with the.
Oh, yeah. Our general manager, Kelly, is building the chip stacks today. She said, should I put the plaques out, the $100,000 plaques? I said, you know what? Not yet.
Not yet.
Let these guys stack these up for the cameras.
And look at Billy with the aces. Let's see if he gets a customer this time.
Yeah, let's see what kind of sizing. He didn't raise it up too much, trying to get some action out of those aces.
The 3 deuce is going to call. I like this. And Executioner with the queens.
No.
Let's see if he can make another good laydown. Now, he doesn't have a 3-bet ahead of him this time, so maybe he's going to 3-bet.
Yeah, and
I'm sure Billy would just smooth call.
this is the second awful position the Executioner has found himself in. Had to lay down the jacks earlier.
Now 3-betting up to 80K with the ladies.
Yeah, we'll see if I don't think Billy's going to really mess around here. I think you're going to see Billy go ahead and ship this one in, and then the
That's going to be tough for the Executioner to lay down in that spot. A raise and an all-in. Let's see. Counting them out. Putting them together.
yeah, there's just no way he doesn't just go ahead and put it all in here. Make it look like he's thinking about it. Not making it too quickly, making it too obvious, but there it goes.
Yep.
All in, and Justin, who wanted to try to get a sneaky flop in, hasn't let that one go, and now the Executioner is going to need a count and to have a tough decision.
About half of his chips at risk if he were to make the call.
Laid down the jacks, but I don't know if he can lay down the queens here. Billy can be doing this with his short stack with a lot of ace-kings, ace-jacks, ace-tens, maybe at the absolute bottom. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and make that call. It's going to be half of his stack, but just a cooler situation here for the Executioner.
Oh, and he gets the bad news.
Yep, going to show the ladies at the wrong time.
Well, the last time we saw queens flopped a set, so maybe this time. Nope.
9-5-5 onto this flop here. Executioner having running hard outs now, a little bit of extra life available. Any queen gives him the lead. Billy looking for anything but a queen. 7, no help to the Executioner. Queen and only a queen going to help Executioner, or Billy's going to get a much-needed double up here at this final table and become a very dangerous poker player indeed.
Oh.
And that's what happens here. So Billy getting the full double up courtesy of the Executioner, who basically swapped stacks there with Billy. Now down to a little over $250,000 in chips, and Billy pushing that $500K mark.
And just in time for the blind levels to go up, we'll be at 5K, 10K here for the next hand, I believe. Executioner down to 26 big blinds.
Still plenty of room.
Still room. Not feeling super comfortable, but definitely enough time to choose a good spot. Get it all in. Hopefully, maybe he'll get the aces as Billy did and can achieve a double up. Hand number 15 coming at you. These are moving pretty quick. We've seen, I'm just laughing at the hand selection that we've seen so far. I think we've seen ace-king about 10 out of the 15 hands.
And queens, aces twice, jacks. With no lack of action right here off the rip.
Yes, indeed.
Tracy going to put his chips to work for the first time with the king 10 suited.
And Jack the Natural with another ace-king.
It's a good day to be the natural. Picking up some monster hands and getting customers.
It's just natural to him.
And he's going to be raising it up here, reaching for more of those pink $5,000 chips.
Naturally.
And I don't think you're going to see Tracy challenge him. Tracy, not short stacked, came into this final table with about 600,000. But when the natural's got a mountain in front of you like that and making a raise, king 10 I don't think is the answer. And he does make the fold.
Very quickly. He gets out of there as fast as anything I've ever seen. Richard Villa in the chat saying, damn it, boy. Yeah, the natural just cannot stop winning. And I don't think that's a bad thing. A great guy, one of our characters here at KoJack's. Very much a regular player here. and very much a good ambassador for poker in general. Justin under the gun with the 6-4 offsuit. Surprised to see him folding that. No, I'm not. I'm kidding. And Jack the Natural picking up pocket nines now. Let's see if he goes for 2 in a row again. This will be the second time that he's gone for 2 in a row. And he does throw out, it looks like a raise, 17, 18,000. 24,000. MJ folds, Fernando folds, and Billy in the big blind folds as well. That's it. Officially, Jack the Natural has picked up 2 hands in a row twice so far at this final table. And those chip stacks changing up on us. We have seen our first elimination, Mr. Adam Black, taken down 10th place. Now MJ is the short stack at 142,000 chips. Executioner crippled after doubling Billy up to 260K. Billy up to 473. Fernando at 573, the fan favorite here for our chat. And the Executioner pick out the old 6-9. Tracy with the King 5, Lucas the 10-8. MJ picking up a pocket pair here of 6s. He is short stacked. This could be his all-in moment. No, he throws out just a regular roll raise. Looks like 23. 22. And Fernando folds. Billy with the ace-9 getting out of the way. Oh, never mind. Billy just eyeing up MJ's chip stack. And making a decision here. He does have an ace. MJ is quite short stacked. And Billy just makes the call. I like this. Now, that'll give Billy a lot of room to scare MJ off of a flop. Now, Billy knows that MJ, if he had a premium hand, would just shove it all in. Anything speculative, he would just go ahead and make a standard raise with. But here on the flop, pair of 7s and a 4. It's going to get Billy thinking. Something like 7-8 suited would absolutely be a way for MJ to just make a raise pre-flop. MJ's semi-bluff there, bluffing with the best hand, does take it down. Richard Villa saying, Jack the Natural, damn it, boy. Nice play. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we're only on hand number 18 here, shuffling up, and we've already seen a lot of big hands, a lot of great plays. I'm just waiting for a big bluff here. I think that'll seal the deal. And then we'll get to use that air horn sound effect that everybody loves once again. King 5 for the Executioner going in the muck. Lucas with the 10-4 going in the muck. MJ with the K-Tray in the muck. This might be our second walk of the final table. Oh, wait, no. Justin makes the call with the Jack-8. Dante going to check his option Queen High here. And Robert dealing out another flop. It is Queen High, Queen 4 deuce. Dante with the pair of queens. Opts to go for a value bet here. A small one. And that'll be the end of that. Dante chipping up. Divine, yes indeed, a free roll is happening. If you have played in any of the events, which I know for a fact you have, from our Permian Basin Poker Series, you get a free entry into a $1,000 prize pool, a free roll. You get 10,000 chips, and there is a one-time add-on of $10 to double your chips and get another 10K, making the total all the way up to 20,000 in chips for a $1,000 prize pool. Divide saying, on my way. Batman, I assume that means you're taking the Batmobile over here. I'll be looking for it in the parking lot. Fire up the thrusters. And look at this Billy with the AK again. This time of the hearts variety, raises it up to 25,000.
Now, the free roll today that's going on right now is for anyone that's participated in the Permian Basin Poker Series. But if you played in any of the events, including the free roll last Monday, you're eligible. So anyone that participated in any of the events is in this zero entry tournament going on right now.
Funny you mentioned the free roll. I believe that is the exact event that Divine played. I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Let me know.
Speaking of that, quite a few people watching on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. Much appreciated for tuning in and watching this final table. The Grand Champion, whatever you want to call it. Main event, Grand Champion, the largest
The Grandmaster.
The large trophy. The
10th degree poker player.
$13,000 for that title as well, so definitely worth. Justin, Ace, Queen are going to raise this one up in the cutoff. Going to get through Dante on the button. Executioner, pocket sixes. Let's it go.
All right, that's it. I'm making a tally. Every time we see Ace Queen or Ace King from now on, gets a little mark here on my notepad. Justin, you got the first tally mark there. I've seen it too much. I'm tired of this. We got to keep track.
So you're summoning the commentator's curse is what I'm figuring.
That's exactly what's going on here.
It is football season.
Yes, indeed. It sure is. And we've got all of our TVs tuned to different games. KoJack's the place to watch football, it seems like, today.
And I believe when I was out there a minute ago, I heard somebody won a football square. So we do have that going. If you got your name on one of our football squares, you want to be here to get that full amount payout.
I think quarter three is up to $700.
Definitely worth it to come play a little poker and watch Cowboys football and maybe take one of those big squares home.
Or Saints football. We do have the Saints game running.
Are you a Saints fan?
I am indeed. The Aints are my team, and MJ has got the AK.
You going to put a tally mark for that one? I don't know how many times we've seen Ace King either.
Yeah, you know what? I'll keep separate ones. Ace Queen and Ace King are separated now.
It's almost like the dealer Robert here is want to go watch football or something. Yeah. He's just dealing out monsters.
He's doing his job.
Lucas here, pocket pair as well. 38,000 was the raise. Natural called with the pocket trays, trying to see a cheap flop. See if Lucas wants to take that million chips and just do a sneaky set mine here with the pocket fours, but chooses against it.
Yeah, Lucas certainly does have the stack, but he's up against MJ, the short stack, so he's not really able to capitalize on a good set there.
Yeah, no reason to feed the short stack on a low percentage flop.
But MJ was fed a cool 25,000 chips in profit there. Get some dip to go with those chips.
The black chips on the table, 25,000. The pink, 5,000. And the yellow chips, 1,000 in value. And right now your chip leader is Lucas. And sitting right next to him, the natural also has a plethora of chips in front of him. I'm trying to see, he's about 750,000.
And that's exactly where you want to be. Big stack to your right, not a short stack in front of you. But the natural does have the short stack MJ to his left. A little bit unpredictable there. You got to play cautiously and make sure you don't get in over your head. And what is this? Another ace queen?
And just big hands all over the place. Justin's going to raise this one up. King Jack of hearts. Lucas right behind him makes the call. Ace queen offsuit. And then the natural waking up with pocket jacks and reaching for raising chips here. Neither one of these players are going to enjoy this raise.
Jack with the jacks. It all seems so natural here.
And I just don't think you can see Justin or Lucas come along. I mean, the natural is very capable of making squeeze plays like this, but it's just so difficult because he's shown nothing but good hands. Has not shown to be getting out of line at all.
Justin's falling asleep with the decision he's facing. I don't expect him to make the call here, but it looks like he is reaching for chips, wants to make a liar out of me.
Might be just wanting to see if he can catch some hearts. You got to feel like you're behind with the king jack here 100% of the time. And he does make the call, just wanting to see if he can maybe catch some hearts.
Well, he's got one overcard.
No, he's definitely alive, but you got to think that you're up against ace king, ace queen, you know, since that's what everyone's tend to be getting so far at this final table.
We know that.
Ace 9 could slow down the natural here just a little bit, but not enough to put out one more bet here, and that's going to be all she wrote for Justin, not catching any hearts or really any straight Broadway cards.
And here he goes. Let's see what size he elects. It looks like 120, 150.
Yeah, like I said, the blinds are only 5'10", but these players are playing deep stack poker. So the blinds are merely a suggestion at this point.
Yes, indeed. Yes, any bet post-flop will be dictated by a massive pot size. 125,000 is the bet. Justin would need to call about a quarter of his chips,
Yeah,
and he
he's
doesn't.
going to posture there for a moment and let that one go. So the best hand does win, and he did get Lucas there to lay down the ace-queen.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Lucas would have hit top pair. Great kicker. But you notice Lucas not kicking himself at all. We've got a long final table to go. These players going to remain patient.
Yeah, I'm showing a couple hours left of registration for that event number 10. All participants, 0 entry.
Yeah, if you're hearing us, you got about 2.5 hours to come get your seat and your chips.
Yep, if you've played at all in this Permian Basin Poker Series, you got chips waiting on you.
And Fernando with the house hand this time. I'm going to make a new tally for the old KJ.
Are you just looking for stuff to do? Because I got a lot you can do.
All right, give me that computer.
As I keep up with all the spreadsheets and stuff for all the events and many things at once here. Everyone knows me as a spreadsheet guy.
No, I'm just jealous that you actually have real work to do, and I want to appear busy.
Gut shots for Dante. Middle bottom pair here for MJ.
Backdoor flush draw to go with it. 41% equity for Dante, and there's another diamond.
Dante may want to put out a bet here.
He's got too many outs, though. He's not going to win this hand.
Yeah, no, he's going to like to check it. So we're going to go down to river, wants to see if he can catch that diamond. Does not. That queen.
What did I say?
Still could be a check here. Nope.
Oh, he's going to bet.
He's going to fire, and I like it.
I think MJ's going to have a hard time calling. Dante likely to win this pot.
MJ's on the short stack, and almost any amount that Dante bet here, we'll find out here shortly what he bet is going to be a lot for MJ to call with second to last pair on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does let that one go. So
the second worst bluff catcher goes into the muck.
Yeah, Dante, who's doesn't look like a guy that's bluffing.
Lawanda Rumba in the chat saying, it's okay to smile every once in a while, Jack. Well, funny you mentioned that. I did see him tap dancing on the way in here.
I'll have to check the security cameras on that one. I'll definitely definitely record that if that's true. Jack with a mountain of chips, feeling good. Not the chip leader. Lucas there to his right, the chip leader. You see those black chips there, worth $25,000 apiece.
Ooh.
But Jack definitely enjoying a comfortable spot here on this final table. And Dante as well, just a little over 900,000 in chips. MJ, MJ and the Executioner both need to be looking for a place to make a move here soon. Keep up with the pack. Average stack right now is about 650,000 in chips. A little bit skewed by Lucas and Dante, but still definitely not wanting to linger around too long with these blinds. It will be going up.
It's weird how that happens. It seems like the big stacks are usually next to each other. I wonder if the weight of the chips has something to do with that.
And MJ here is going to pick up pocket nines, and he's going to go on with it.
What is this? Another ace-king for my tally?
Yeah, and Fernando is going to probably have to make this call. Maybe gamble a little bit, hoping he can win a coin flip. You got to win the coin flips to take down a tournament.
That's right, and he is actually in pretty good shape to do that, the classic race scenario here. MJ going to be shoving wide with his short stack, but not that wide. Still has about 18 bigs, so...
Yeah, next payday's $1,200 here.
Nice $1,200 bill going to ninth place.
Fernando's going to make the call and see if he's going to give MJ that payday. Trying to take one more person out here at this final table. Coin flip time. 200,000 in the middle as dealer Tech.
One of my favorite dealers.
Verifying some stacks here. MJ looking to dodge an ace or a king.
Can he do it? Whoa!
Jack King right on the flop. MJ now looking to try to catch a 9. 5 on the turn's not going to do it. A 9 and a 9 only will keep MJ in the game.
1-9 remaining. Let's see if it comes out on the river. It's a 3.
Not going to happen, and we lose a fantastic player in ninth place, Mr. MJ, who has been no stranger to cash outs and final tables here in this series, and really all the time here at KoJack's. A fantastic poker player, definitely one that you know. He's got the best socks in the building usually. Did you know that?
I did not know that. I like to think my Mario socks compete.
You can kind of see him right there.
What is that, ducks?
I'm not sure. He's got quite the fun sock collection. Everybody knows MJ for his socks, believe it or not.
And his very calm, very pleasant demeanor.
Oh, yeah, MJ's a fantastic guy, excellent poker player. And he'll be taking home $1,200 for his run here at this Texas main event, finishing in ninth place. And then there were 8. Let's show these payouts again for anyone just tuning in. Next person eliminated, 8th place, going to be $1,500. And they're playing for $13,000 first place prize.
Not a bad payday in the least. A fun fact for you, I've been keeping track of these statistics for you, Reece. Both players that have been eliminated, AK was in the pocket, in the hole cards.
Well, it's definitely a hand that tournament play, you've got to get it in there and flip with it.
That's right. Got to win those flips, as you mentioned.
Let's see if we can get those payouts again before we get the cards dealt out here.
Samuel Trevino in the chat saying, "Atta baby, Fernando." Yes, indeed. Fernando chipping up, doing pretty well for himself.
$1,500 for the next person eliminated, going all the way up to $13,000 here at this final table. You can stick with us. We're going to bring it all the way to that point.
We're taking her home today. 8th place, $1,500, but we are finally starting to see that ladder. Next place, 7th place, $2,000. And it just goes up from there. Lucas with the King 10 offsuit. Big stack. Going to raise it up, it looks like. Throwing out 30, 35, 30,000 chips.
Natural looks down at an ace with nothing to go with it. Fernando, who's just got his newfound chips stacked into the muck. Billy 9-8 offsuit. And Justin probably won't come along either. And so you can see Lucas finally dragging some chips. He's had to put some out there and then fold the last couple, but he's still got the chip lead at this final table. Tracy, the seat 2, hasn't really had much to battle with.
Tracy, I believe, the lowest VPIP at just 3%. Single digits there. Yeah, Lucas following the old raise fold strategy that I know so well. Good way to bleed off chips.
Yeah, he's definitely got him to spare right now. Just test the blinds on occasion. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000.
Executioner with the pocket jacks again. This time under the gun.
Yeah, 245 in a stack. Let's see what sizing he chooses here to see if he commits himself.
Is that a standard min raise? Looks like 20K.
20K. Not nothing too crazy, but enough to send a signal. Does anybody wake up with anything to contest it with? Dante just wants to see a flop.
K-tray. Okay.
Yeah, just halfway there, and just wanted to see a half price flop. So executioner here looking to dodge a king.
3 queen jack. Ooh, there is a 3.
Yeah, that might give Dante enough to maybe put in some chips. We'll see what price executioner chooses here.
It looks like another 40. Yep.
And Dante's going to peel. Like I said, that was just enough to get Dante interested in the pot. Not terrible red flags, but definitely a slowdown. When a player is in the in the blind, you can't rule out a 9, especially when you didn't raise it too much pre-flop.
That's right. Another 7. The executioner quickly approaching that 1 SPR value right there.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be committed now at this point, betting half of his stack. And Dante's not going anywhere here.
He loves that 3.
Wow. Just not giving executioner any credit here. Need to dodge a king or a 3 or executioner is going to be out of here. Nope, it stays as safe 8. And I don't think executioner is going to bet anymore. Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah,
he chose
check.
Yeah, that's not that's a huge stack of chips there for the executioner. Much needed.
Good pot. Good pot. Well, a good pot of chips.
Yeah, the Dante there has the chips to spare, but doesn't need to be giving them to the executioner. He does not relinquish them very easily.
No, all of these players, absolutely excellent players. You don't want to chip up anyone, really. If I had to say that there's a weak spot on the table, I would pick either seat number 5 or seat number 6. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
And I'm only saying that because they're empty, not because of the players that filled them at one point.
No, each one of these players left here, plenty of tournament experience, very used to the final table scene. No one had to pick their spots.
Indeed.
To run up that ladder.
Both players that did fill those seats, Adam Black and MJ, both kind of in cooler situations, handcuffed.
Yeah. So we're going to see a rematch here between Dante and Executioner. Battle of the Blinds. Queen 6-3 on this flop. Dante flopping the middle pair. Nothing going. Picks up gut shot. No, not Executioner, just with the Jack 9. It's going to go bet fold there as Dante decides to go and stab at that. Executioner not having anything. Not even finished stacking up his chips I gave him a minute ago.
Dante gets a small rebate.
Trying to get a little of them back. Quite a few people watching on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube as we bring you this Texas Main Event Championship, event number 9, the Permian Basin Poker Series. Let me know where you're watching from and who you're rooting on. And like I said, if you're not here in the room, we still have about 2 hours left of registration for this all participants 0 entry free roll. So you got plenty of time to get here to KoJack's Poker Club. If you played in any of the events of the Permian Basin Poker Series, you have some chips waiting on you for this $1,000 prize pool turbo fun tournament. Come watch some Cowboys football, play some 0 entry poker, and root on your favorite player here to take down this title. Ace-5, Ace-4, and King-Jack. Seen a flop of Ace-6, Queen. Tracy with the Ace-4. We're going to check it over to Justin, who's got the gut shot. Going to bet this one out. Dante got an ace. Unfortunately, a 5 kicker, but does have running heart capabilities. May see him peel another card, which he does. Tracy here, Ace-4, not having any spades, but doesn't want. Looks like he wants to fold to 1 bet just yet. Actually, he put in a raise. Very, very big move here. Checked it, let the players bet, and then a call, and then the raise. Justin here not liking that at all, making a bet and getting called, not only called in 2 spots, but raised behind him. And going to have to make another tough lay down there. Does make it, only had a gut shot, but it was a good stab. Now Dante hasn't seen Tracy play too much, wants to see his chip stack, knows that his 5 is probably not good. We can see at home that they're essentially going to chop this pot a majority of the time, but does like to lay that down. So great move there by Tracy. Like I said, hasn't played hardly any hands, so hard for Dante to really put on much of anything there, that any kind of bluff or just making a move. Lays down the weak kicker. Don, appreciate you tuning in from Indiana. Enjoying this Texas Main Event Championship final event here of the Permian Basin Poker Series. It's a $480 buy-in at 4 flights, $42,000 in the pot, $13,000 for the winner of this event, and we're going to show who that is here on stream. We're going to take you all the way to the winner of this event.
We got Don Williams in the chat watching the stream from Indiana.
Yep, that's what I was just telling who the event was. Said thanks for tuning in, watching the event.
Look
got
at
some
us.
Fernando people, Fernando fans in the chat. Tracy made it to Wichita Falls. Tracy, a guest dealer here at KoJack's for this series the last several days. Fantastic dealer, friend of Kelly, the general manager, and definitely super appreciated and much enjoyed being here at KoJack's the last few days.
Well, she's got her money on a good player here. Jack the Natural sure has been catching good cards, playing very well, and has quite the stack in front of him.
Lucas and Tracy battled the blinds here. It's definitely a flop for blinds. Tracy has fired now twice at this flop. Lucas with just the second to last pair.
That is the best hand right now, but a 5 will definitely change things if it comes out on the river.
Yeah, it's easy to be betting that for, but harder to call it. But Tracy's not betting quite enough to affect Lucas that much, and it looks like he's going to come along. So Tracy's going to have to find a jack or an 8 or another barrel in that gun to try to triple bluff this one here. Now he's going to check it, and Lucas is going to fire out, and Tracy is just going to get caught with his hand in the cookie jar on that one. Just too many chips there for Lucas to get off any kind of pair there. Battle of the blinds, and Tracy makes a good laydown.
Lucas looks like he's river bluffing the best hand there.
Yeah.
And he's got more chips in his stack to show for it, up above 1.1 million for Mr. Lucas.
So we get the chips. There you go. Lucas 1.1. The natural, a little over 800 at K. Fernando and Dante around 750. Executioner still the short stack, but definitely more than he had earlier, 355 after picking up that pot there, courtesy of Dante.
Yeah, even the short stack, 35 bigs, like we've been talking about. Certainly a lot of room to play some poker here.
Yeah, these blinds are not dictating the action just yet. They will eventually, but for right now, there's still plenty of poker to be played. And Executioner here in the cutoff can raise it up with 10-9 of diamonds, and Tracy on the button waiting with pocket kings. And
he's going to throw out a smooth. Nope. Okay, there's the raise.
He is going to raise this one up here. Luckily for the Executioner, he was just trying to see a cheap flop. Definitely not going to be able to call too much of a raise here. Natural 10-5 offsuit, not going to happen, and the Executioner is just going to let that one go. So Tracy not getting any action with his kings. Curious if he's going to show it. Try to establish. I wouldn't have hated it. Kind of a late comer to the table. Hasn't shown down anything really yet. Let's sort of let people know, hey, I mean business.
Right.
It might not be a bad showing there, but chooses to fold face down.
Yes, indeed. That is always an option to show your hand that you've folded. But I think these players know Tracy's reputation precedes him. He is an excellent player.
Yeah, DJ Jack is on fire, and like I said, he's been catching the cards and putting in some good chips, getting them back. Definitely a fan, a favorite, the natural. And not just here at KoJack's. He travels to all of our West Texas clubs. He plays over at Celebrity over in Odessa. He plays down in San Angelo at the River League. Lots of people know Jack the Natural.
He is a traveling man. Been in the poker game for a long time. Actually has some great stories.
Oh, full of stories. And if you're a Fernando fan here, get ready for this one. He's going to be looking down at pocket kings in the big blind as Billy has raised it up under the gun with ace queen. Let's see if he just calls or makes a move back.
Smooth call, it looks like.
I think he had that. Looks like he threw in 3 of those. Looks like he
raised it up to
75, yeah. So he's going to play back at Billy. Yeah, he 3-bet it to 85,000. Billy with ace queen. Did you make a tally mark?
I sure did. We're up to 3 ace queens, 2 ace kings, and 1 KJ.
And it's easy to bet with ace queen, but it's harder to call with it here.
Yeah, Billy certainly capable of making great laydowns. We've seen a couple of those so far.
He does let it go. He came to the final table as a short stack and is not ready to give away those chips that easily just yet, and just decides to pick a better spot there. Coin flipping at best, dominated at worst by ace king. So a good laydown there by Billy, and Fernando picks up a few more chips.
And couple chips headed his way, going into the war chest for Mr. Fernando.
Looks like he's going to be third in chips of these final 8 players.
A lot of thinking poker so far, a lot of great laydowns. Anybody who believes this is a game of luck, all you have to do is watch this stream. You can really tell. These players almost seem like they can read the cards that we're reading. It always amazes me how they're able to do that.
You know, that's whenever you're at a final table in a tournament play, live on stream, playing for $13,000, you're going to be putting a little more brain power into the game rather than just sitting and playing a typical cash game, having a good time. So you get to see a lot of poker players be a little more introspective of the game.
Yes, indeed. And Fernando gets another tally mark. Another fan in the chat, Miss Jacqueline, saying, let's go Fern.
So we got Jack and Fernando fans. Anybody else rooting for anybody else out here?
Yeah, who we rooting for? Any Executioner fans? Any Lucas fans? Maybe some Tracy fans in the chat?
Dante might have some fans over in El Paso.
Yes, indeed.
We can see the chats from all 3 of our streaming locations, Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. And we appreciate everyone for tuning in as we bring you this final table of the main event championship.
Absolutely. Thanks for tuning in. This is the reason we do it, for the viewers, for the fans. We have a good time watching poker, obviously, but we love to put on a show for you. And there's another ace-queen right there off the rip.
Middle position here from Executioner. Ace-queen. Let's see if he's definitely going to raise this one up given his position, see what kind of sizing he chooses. Starting the hand with about 350,000 in chips. Looks like he's going to pretty decent little raise here. 40,000.
Just up to 40K.
Natural, not waking up with anything. Fernando not having anything to battle with. Billy with King 4, probably going to go into the muck. Last one to get through there is going to be Justin. Let's see what he wakes up with.
That big blind special is the Jack 10 suited.
Jack 10 suited, a good hand to call with. Basil, who's out on the floor playing on the free roll right now, would be proud. So we're going to see a flop between Executioner and Justin. Ace Queen, Jack 10 suited as Tech puts out a flop.
Here comes Jack high.
5. Good flop here for Justin. See, he's going to check it over and see if Executioner wants to c-bet here. He chooses not to. Good non-bet there by Executioner. 9 on the turn gives Justin a gut shot. No real improvement here from Executioner. And so you're going to see Justin fire. Looks like he's going to bet that 40 right back at him. And Executioner probably going to have to let this one go. Unless he just wants to float with 2 overcards.
And it looks like he's floating down the river.
Yeah, he could be putting Justin on a draw. Diamonds did show up. The straight does make a little bit better.
And the river card of 3 of clubs. A blankety blank blank.
So let's see if Justin goes for any value here or if now he is going to bet here. Looks like he's betting pretty deep as well.
A large size here, really putting Executioner to the test, putting some pressure on him.
170 in the pot, and he's going to bet out quite a bit. It's almost a pot size bet or close to it. 120, 125. I thought I saw 4 black chips there.
I got to put my glasses back on.
85, yeah, so not quite as large a size as I thought. Executioner here thinking about a hero call. A lot of draws did miss. Ace Queen, it could be good here, but it's going to be for about a quarter of a stack.
Tough situation to be in. Executioner really having to make a lot of decisions here early on at this final table, and he makes the right one once again.
Yeah, Justin being in the big blind could have pretty much any of that. And like I said, he did, even though he did raise it up pretty decently pre-flop, sometimes people get a little bit sticky on their big blind and will come in for a discounted price and could have any of those ranges of cards for sure.
Yeah, even a hand like 5-7 or something makes 2 pair on that board. Anisha in the chat cheering for Lucas. Catherine in the chat cheering for Dante. So we've got fans all around. Almost a not even almost. This really is a who's who at KoJack's and generally West Texas poker here at this final table. The main event, $42,000 in the prize pool to show for it. We've had a great series so far, Reece.
We, in fact, didn't even mention, should be mentioning, at the beginning of the series, we had right at 100,000 in guarantees. And after this event here, we actually ended up with $201,000 in prize pools. Doubled what we were guaranteeing would happen. Doubled as an overall series. Right at just $1,000 over the $200,000 mark of monies paid out over the last 13 days.
And that makes sense. We hit almost double every single prize pool throughout the entirety of the series. So, great job to whoever coordinated this whole thing.
Everyone showed up and had a fantastic time here at KoJack's. Heard a lot of great things about the series. Can't wait to do the next one. Plenty of time to do things in between, though. Always keep a lookout on Facebook of upcoming events and tournaments. We've got a lot going on all the time at KoJack's at any price level. Free rolls,
yeah.
high rollers, to all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely great poker to be played no matter your bankroll. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of sad to see this series come to an end, so I will be savoring every last moment of this final table.
I myself am looking forward to sleep.
What is that? I don't know the meaning of the word.
I had a friend of mine ask me and said, "Have you been sleeping any?" I said, "I got 8 hours." He said, "Really?" I said, "Yep, it took me 3 days."
It took me 3 days to get there.
Lucas going to be in trouble here, and Billy. Goodness gracious, Fernando fans, look up now. We've got pocket aces in Fernando.
Whoops.
Yes, I'd say. Lucas going to raise it up, ace, jack, suited. Billy sitting with pocket tens. May be able to get away with this or get away from this because you got a raise and a 3-bet right in front of you. Pocket tens definitely going to shrink up, and he does let that one go. So a good thing that he got to act after that.
Folding with a smile. He knows that he made the right laydown and got away from disaster. Lucas, though, maybe not so safe.
55,000 more, and he's got over $1 million in his stack. May want to see if he can catch some hearts.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to.
Feels like he could be up against a pocket pair or even if bigger ace. Hearts could still bail him out. Tech here. Let's see what kind of trouble he gets.
Let's see that case ace.
4, 4, 6.
Couple of fake aces on the flop, those fours.
Yeah, and so that flop there is going to save Lucas some money unless he decides to try to make a move on Fernando.
Fernando's got the goods here.
215 already in the middle. Let's see what kind of size and he pulls long here.
Couple of black ones going into the middle.
Yeah, I just don't think, like I said, unless Lucas is looking to make a play, it's either going to be a raise or a fold here. 60,000 is the bet choice from Fernando.
As you mentioned pre-flop, Lucas really not looking to pair his ace or his jack. He's pretty much going for Broadway or hearts, but he's going to float.
Did exactly what I was afraid of. He's going to make a play here, raising it to 120 just to see if Fernando can fold any kind of ace-kings, ace-queens, or anything that he would get 3-bet with pre-flop. But he's got pocket pairs in his range as well, so as soon as Fernando either makes a play back again or makes a smooth call, it's going to be the end of this hand. But not pretty safe flop, but you know it's always scary to get check raised, even with pocket aces. You've just got a pair. You're not going to improve that much unless you can hit one of your other 2 outs, but we can see Lucas has one of those. Only 1 ace left in the deck that Fernando would really feel good about hitting. Any sort of diamond or a wheel card, low card, just so much out there that is pretty scary for aces, but I don't see any world where Fernando is going to fold here.
Yeah, Lucas playing this exactly like a large overpair would. Queens, jacks, not out of the question, but both of those hands completely decimated by Fernando's aces. So he does decide to smooth call here, and I'm sure, like you mentioned as well, Lucas is going to shut down here on any turn and any river.
Front door diamonds do get there.
Wow, Lucas
exactly
continues.
What he's going to represent. You know, that's what I was afraid of. Is that diamond does come. Lucas can definitely show diamonds here, and now it's just a matter of whether or not Fernando believes Lucas, and he's counting out the chips. It's going to be a $200,000 bet, and he does make the call. He goes all in. Fantastic move by Fernando. Going to be in trouble there a lot, but just does not believe Lucas has it. And Lucas is going to lose $300,000 in this pot here because there's obviously no way he can come along now. But Fernando not being afraid of those diamonds getting home.
And Lucas about to say exactly what I would say in this situation. Throw the cards in the muck and say, what, you don't believe I have diamonds?
Yeah, it's a good move by Lucas for sure. Just Fernando way stronger than Lucas was expecting here.
And Lucas looks like he's putting together a couple of chips, but he's going to have a hard time calling with just ace-jack high.
Yeah, I think he's maybe putting on a little bit of a show here to show Fernando that not give out the vibes that he was completely bluffing. But don't think he'll be able to make this call. Like I said, Fernando is going to lay down a lot of hands here with this move by Lucas, but Fernando's at the top of his range that Lucas just couldn't shake.
Now, for anybody watching at home, water bottles do not play. Lucas really taking his time with the Hollywood. I got to say, I do enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't mind a little bit of posturing. Let your opponents, because you don't want your opponent just to think, oh, he was bluffing. You know, you want to still appear strong even when you lay it down, and that's what Lucas has done. So big pot there. Fernando fans going to give him the chip lead here with 8 left at this final table.
Up to 1.2 million chips in front of Mr. Fernando, one of the fan favorites, everybody.
Yep. So get excited if you're a Fernando fan. 1.2 million chips in his stack now. Second, the Natural, all the way down 800,000. So pretty significant chip lead here with 8 remaining.
That'll knock Lucas down to 3rd place, but still feeling pretty comfortable. 735,000 chips. He certainly had the stack to gamble with and make a play with. And look at this, Samuel saying, "Let's go, Fernando. Good pot, man."
Yeah, and I don't hate that move by Lucas at all. Like I said, that aggression is going to get a lot of big cards to be laid down, but Fernando was just at the top of the range there with the pocket aces. The Natural almost looked tempted for those suited connectors.
I saw that as well. I really thought he was going to jump in.
Hesitated just for a moment here. Billy and the hijack going to make a move here with Jack 3 suited, try to pick up some blinds here from these players. And it's gotten all the way through to Tracy, who has the ace 5 offsuit. Discounted rate to come along here, being in the big blind, and does see a flop. So Billy here trying to make a move to pick up a little bit of chips without risking a whole lot. Ace 5 versus Jack Trey.
A good time to make a move. Billy certainly has the VPIP to back that up, playing just 16% of his hands so far.
Yeah, let the graphics play catch up here as dealer tech.
Looks like a jack on the turn, though.
Queen 6-9, 2 hearts, completely whiffs both players, and Tracy's going to bet this one out. Nice aggression there by Tracy.
Yes, indeed.
Did not expect that, as Billy was the pre-flop aggressor, and Tracy takes over the betting lead on that flop. Good move by Tracy there to pick up those little extra chips going to his stack instead of Billy's.
There you go. Good way to scoop the blinds and then some. Billy getting out of there and quick with that donk lead.
So the Executioner still the short stack at 240,000. Billy just under 4 now.
And we're moving on to hand number 38 already.
It's been going quick.
Going quick. We've been streaming for about an hour and a half. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. These hands really are flying by, even with the tough decisions these players have been facing so far. Oh, here we go. Billy with the queens.
Chance to get some of those chips back. Let's see what kind of pre-flop sizing he chooses with the queens there. Blinds are 10,000, 15,000. They're starting to get on up there.
Can't believe Justin laid down the 10-8 offsuit.
I don't know that he did. We'll play catch up here on the graphics.
Dante with the 8 tray going into the muck. 6%, not good enough.
Looks like Tracy defended with a king 10. And Lucas came along as well with the ace 6. And Billy's going to have a set middle set of queens here. Tracy, top pair, could get himself in some trouble. And even Lucas picking up bottom pair.
Well, Tracy made the first correct move there, checking on the flop.
Nope.
He did raise, it looks like.
He bet 55,000. Lucas getting out of the way, and now it's over to Billy. And looks like he just made a smooth call, and we're going to see a turn. Tracy in very bad shape, but that's one of the best cards he can see. A straight card possibility. Now he does have 4 outs with a jack, betting 50,000 into Billy. Not a great card for Billy. Seeing a straight card come out on that turn.
And it looks like Billy is going to come along for the ride here.
Yeah, no, he's set all in.
He's all in.
Yeah, he said let's put it to the test before the board gets worse.
Yeah, let's go for it. Tracy would have to call about half of his stack.
And we see he only has 4 outs. Don't think Tracy's going to be able to make this call here at all. If it's just a bluff by Billy, it's just a good bluff.
And Tracy gathering some chips, doing some tricks.
Well, he knows that Billy's capable of making moves like this. Billy didn't raise it a lot pre-flop. I'm not even certain that he raised it. Yeah, he raised it to 35,000. So he is
Just about 2x.
yeah, slight min click there on the blinds. So can't quite give him a complete monster. Could have ace-10, ace-jack, but it does make the good laydown there. Like I said, in that position there, when you're holding king-10, if Billy's bluffing, it's just a good bluff. You really can't pay it off.
An excellent play by Billy, going all in, putting Tracy to the test. But I do have to say, I like Tracy's aggression.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely put those chips to work, and he still has over $500,000 in chips. So plenty of room to make some moves. Like I said, the only player really looking for 2 cards to get it in with is going to be the Executioner with 240,000.
240,000 blinds at 10K, 15K. But the Executioner is one off of the button, so he does have a little bit of time before those blinds creep back around to his part of the table. Just want to give a quick shout out to our IT crew, our technology gurus, Mr. Chris, Miss Whitney, and Miss Mackenzie. All doing a fantastic job keeping up with these graphics, and of course our dealer is doing a great job as well.
Yeah, they get to do all the hard work, and we just sit here and talk.
I like to think this is the hard work.
I'll tell myself that.
Helps me sleep at night.
Dealer Lauren, speaking of dealers who have, not just in this tournament, but for the last 13 days, the most work that they've had in a while with all the events, all the players. The dealers have really stepped up to bat for these last 13 days, and shout out to them for all of their hard work.
Absolutely.
And it's not over yet. We've still got the free roll going on. You've got about an hour and 45 minutes left to get into that 0 entry tournament. If you played at all in this series, you've got some chips waiting on you. 0 entry.
Yeah, all you need to win that is a chip and a chair, and we got those things for free if you come by.
Yep.
Tracy with the KJ, the old house hand.
Going to make the call there, Dante. Raising it up, pretty decent raise, 45,000 on a 15,000 big blind. Tracy flopping exactly what he needs. King Jack. Let's see if he makes a sneaky check back. We're going to go ahead and bet this out.
Dante slowing down here.
55,000. You know, Dante it's hard to just give Tracy a jack here. There's a lot of diamond draws that Tracy's going to bet, and that's what Tracy does. That's what Dante does. He does
calls.
make the call. Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah, it's hard to just gift your opponent the jack. Tracy's capable of doing this with the diamonds. But he's going to make it harder here, which is going to look almost even more bluffy, Chase, I'm telling you.
Yeah, and keep in mind, just the previous hand, Tracy playing back at Billy had to lay down after Billy went all in. Maybe Dante thinks he's making a move again. Maybe he thinks Tracy's playing a little looser.
Like I said, I do not blame Dante one bit for looking Tracy up in here. We have a massive $500,000 pot. Dante's going to need a 9 and only a 9 to get to this one back in his pile, and it's not going to happen. It should go check, check. Yeah, and it does go check, check. So Dante, like I said, I don't hate the calls there. Tracy made the sizings to almost look a little bit semi-bluffy.
Yeah.
Diamond draws.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say maybe pretending, representing that diamond draw.
Yeah, and like you said, has shown hadn't shown too much, hadn't really drug much, and so Dante put him on a diamond draw there, and but unfortunately was not the case. But fortunately for Tracy, that puts him up over the 800,000 mark in chips. Massive, massive chip shift there from Dante to Tracy, and Dante down to a little under $500,000 now, but still plenty of chips to climb back for sure.
Oh, yeah. A little bit crippled, but he's still got that barrel of black chips sitting right in front of him.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, all these players deep versus the blinds. But,
wow, here we go. Fernando with the queens. Fan favorite Fernando.
2 fan favorites going to go to battle here.
That's
the natural here in the small blind versus the big blind. Jack 8 suited. Looks like he's going to raise this one up. 40,000. And Fernando, a very sneaky, smooth call here.
Yeah, that is going to be tough, almost impossible to put Fernando on a monster like he's got here.
The natural here, ace, deuce, 6. That's going to definitely make things harder on Fernando. Jack here has an ace a lot of the time, raising it up pre-flop. So we'll see how Fernando reacts here to a c-bet from the natural with these pocket queens. I wouldn't hate a laydown for sure.
Wouldn't hate a laydown. He does have the stack size to float, though. Maybe keep the natural honest.
Yeah, and making that call there, if Jack doesn't have the ace, then he's going to slow down on the turn here, which we can see that he doesn't. And so Fernando going to be making the right moves on this one, as Jack's going to check it here, and Fernando going to check back. So the natural, don't know if he's going to put any more money here, but Fernando did leave the door open to let him try. Let's see if the natural wants to take one more stab at this. Fernando's never going to fold to any sort of sizing since the natural did check back that turn.
And he does check, waving the white flag here on the river. Looks like Fernando going for a little value now that he's almost certain the natural does not have an ace.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a call out of a 9 or a possible 10 on the turn.
Yeah, Jack with no pair, going to have a hard time calling any size, but 105 is what Fernando goes with.
Made a pretty big bet, actually, but we see that the natural never had it. But Fernando making the queens work, staring the ace in the face and winning the pot, staring it down and taking it down.
Taking it down.
It's tough to do against the natural. Natural is going to have an ace there a lot of the time.
Yes, indeed.
But
really,
like I said, calling that 55,000 definitely said if he bets again, Fernando would have folded.
Yeah, that 55K easy float there. I think if Jack had sized up maybe a little bit more, that would have been more difficult. But
natural would have found one more bluff on that turn card. Would have taken it down, but Fernando making the right move, floating along, seeing if the natural was serious, and good on him, because I always think Jack's serious. He's just another one of those players. I just always feel like he's got the nuts.
He has that way about him. And another KJ going on my list, but another KJ going into the muck. These players not liking the house hand today.
It's tough to play early position.
And we are still 8-handed here, almost a full ring at the table.
Battle of the blinds now again. Fernando 10-6. Want to see if you can see a cheap flop. Billy ace deuce suited. See if he wants to realize some equity or bump this one up. He does reach for chips. Gonna maybe 35, 40,000. And Fernando going to let that one go.
That'll do it. Look at him. Gesturing with the hand every time, every time. Billy with, shows the ace.
Shows the ace. Let him know, hey, I had to raise it. I had to raise it.
And just like you said on the previous hand, yeah, a lot of time you're going to raise it up in the blinds with any old ace. Billy doing just that. A little better than any old ace. Playing the new ace king, those steel wheel cards. And we got Samuel in the chat. Atta baby Fern. Yes, indeed. Fernando stacking chips. Stacking chips like it's his job. Almost like he's paid to be here, which we know he is. Next up, 8th place, $1,500. And the Mexicutioner picking up pocket queens.
Yep, here we go. Dante going to put in a raise, and Mexicutioner will probably make his stand here with the pocket queens.
There will be blood here. The question is how much. Mexicutioner says as much as possible.
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to see Dante call off an all-in here. $250,000 in chips with the ace-jack suited. Dominated here way too much.
To make it even worse, I think I saw 3 jacks folded from other players' hands. Yeah. Dante.
Smiling, saying, man.
Can't believe he got himself into this spot. What else are you going to do? Under the gun, ace-jack suited? Of course you're going to raise it up.
Yeah, and like I said, Mexicutioner has just enough chips to make it painful to go all in pre-flop. Hasn't let himself get too low to where you're going to get called a lot of the time by inferior hands just because they have the chips to spare. No one really want to give a $250,000 chips away, and that's what he does. He does fold it.
And Mexicutioner scooping it down with a little help from the ladies and the lady dealer as well.
Putting him over the 300,000 mark.
Catching up, chipping up.
The players are going to be taking a short break here momentarily, and we'll take a break as well. But don't go anywhere. We'll put a timer up on the stream. Let you know we're going to be coming back on. We're going to be taking you all the way down to the finish to see who's going to be taking down that $13,000 first place prize here in this Texas Main Event Championship.
And this is not by choice. I absolutely put Reece up to it just because I want to know who's going to win.
We're going to see together, and hopefully plenty of you here.
Hopefully enough cards going around.
Yeah.
Not to call Lauren out.
See if anybody wants to play the last hand before the break. Jack getting up early for his break, missing pocket nines, but that's okay.
And likely would not have gotten any customers anyhow.
No, some more coffee, more important to him. Billy here on the button tried to take advantage of everybody wanting to go to that break. Raised it up to 30,000 with the queen six. Dante wants to defend the ace five suited. So we're going to see a hand anyway. And maybe they're not going to break.
We got a little bit of fireworks left in the tank here. King high flop, king five deuce.
Billy here going to c-bet this out. Dante's second pair. Dante has, he's been showing a tendency to be kind of sticky, but after losing that big pot to Executioner, we'll see if he changes his ways. He does not. In fact, it looks like he put in a raise.
Looks like a big old raise. Yeah, about 75,000, somewhere there, around
just
there.
Reading Billy on this one here,
52.
calling it a c-bet every time. And Billy, shoot him a glance there.
Billy.
Let it go.
No choice but to fold. No pair, no draw on that one. And Dante chips up right near 500,000 chips. A lot of poker to be played here.
Yeah, took a pretty big hit to his stack, but didn't affect his play at all there.
And we got a Justin fan in the chat here right before the break. Shell saying, bring it home, Justin.
Yeah, Justin hasn't had many cards to play with, but he's still a little over 600,000 in chips. Very, very healthy here at this final table still. Just hasn't had much to play just yet, letting the other players kind of duke it out.
Not a whole lot to work with as of yet, but the law of large numbers says he's due. At least that's what I think. Tracy with a weak ace under the gun, getting a couple of chips together, really thinking about it. Break is around the corner. We saw Jack get up for possibly some more coffee just moments ago, but Tracy decides to fold to this one.
Folding around to Fernando in the hijack, ace four offsuit. See if he wants to try to pick up some blinds. It chooses not to. Billy with the Doyle, no help to him. Justin on the button, 10-7 suited into the muck. Dante's going to complete with the ace 8-6 offsuit into the Executioner, 6-7 suited.
Love those suited connectors in the big blind. Yep. That is my poison of choice.
Yep, these two players here.
Ooh, flop comes out with a 6 on board. Both players making a pair. Dante slightly better with the 8 kicker.
You might see, Executioner just go ahead and let that one go. He's not eager to give those chips back to Dante, knowing that he's a tough player. He already got a donation from him once, not wanting to tussle again.
Executioner basically 0 chips invested in that pot on the big blind as well. Easy fold in that spot.
Yeah.
And the button ends up in seat number 10 rather, right where it started. And I believe we're going to be coloring up. Is that right?
Yeah, they'll color up the yellow chips during the break.
I'm a little sad to see him go.
And lose some of the mountains there in front of the natural and Fernando. It's always good for the stream. Tough on the dealers, but
yes,
but good for the stream when you guys are home to see the mountain of chips.
Good for the stream, good for the players.
Right before the break, Fernando aces again.
Come on, I think that's all the viewers in the chat bringing some good luck.
Giving him the good vibes, picking up big hands here. Let's see if he has any customers. Strouder reaching for chips. Let the graphics catch up here and see what he woke up with on the button to try to run down these aces of Fernando.
And Fernando raising it up undoubtedly. Looked like 52 or
a couple black chips there. Let's let the as the graphics catch up here.
The Executioner has found the camera.
Yeah. Our tech guys might have run to break before the players. What do you think?
Doing a great job. They deserve an extra 1 minute on their break as well.
And, with Fernando's body language here, is he facing a raise?
It looks like he may be facing a decision at the very least. Dante with the Jack 10 here. Flop comes out,
Oh,
giving
no,
Dante up and
open-ended.
down.
Big flop here for Dante. Up and down straight draw. Fernando still best. Going to c-bet here, 55,000. And Dante makes the call, and we're going to go off to a turn. Dante's looking for a king or an 8 to take these aces.
A good 8 outs for Dante. It's a 6.
6 on the turn actually gives Dante some additional outs with another club, as Fernando has the ace of spades, not the ace of clubs. But he's going to continue firing, not large sizing, playing this one a little bit conservatively. 55,000 here. Dante just can't go anywhere. Too many outs. The jack's going to be good there. Okay, so maybe we have a card reader error there. There's
That
no
is
shot
possible.
Dante's leaving, letting the jack 10 go there. So Dante may not have had quite what the card reader showed, but that happens here in live stream poker. But not very often, because these guys do a great job. Hi, Whitney. And the players are now on their 15-minute break, and we're going to take a quick break here at KoJack's Live. I want to thank everyone for tuning in on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, everything. We're going to take it all the way down to a winner of this Texas Main Event Championship.
Yes, indeed. And we've still got about an hour and a half left on registration for that free roll. So come check us out if you played any of the events in the Permian Basin Poker Series.
Yep, you have some chips waiting on you if you played in any of our events. Hour and a half still get into that $1,000 zero entry tournament. But we're going to put up a little timer here, and we're going to bring it back to you in about 10 minutes and let the players color up these yellow chips and take a quick break. And we're going to be right back in the action, so don't go anywhere.
All right.
And we are back in action here. Right
Back
after that
in the
break.
action.
Right in the first hand.
Look at this ace queen for Tracy. Adding 1 to the list. I'm actually not doing the standard hash marks. I just realized I messed up. Justin with the queen 4, not going to play back. Tracy scooping a couple of blinds here.
Thank you to everyone sticking around through the break.
Yes, indeed. Who's still with us? Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. We still got those Fernando fans in the chat.
Plenty of those natural fans in the chat as well.
I haven't seen anybody cheering for Billy Ward, so I'm going to sign myself up for that. Billy gave me a slice of pizza last night, and that has earned my eternal gratitude and loyalty.
It comes times and certain nights when a piece of pizza is all that we need just to keep going.
Papa John's, the meats, come on now.
This is the final table, the final 8 of the event number 9 of the Texas Main Event Championship. We've had 2 people eliminated, MJ and
Adam Black.
Adam Black, yeah, 1,000 and 1,200 respectively. The next elimination, 8th place, $1,500, and we're going to play this all the way down to $13,000 for first place.
Woo! That is quite the prize pool. This is the real deal. This is the actual Permian Basin Poker Series.
Yep. It has been a fantastic tournament. 4 flights. We had 74 players, 62 rebuys, $42,000 in the pot, wrapping up a 13-day, 10-event series that had $201,200 in prize pools.
Unbelievable. Absolutely great turnout. Absolutely fun poker and a lot of prizes given away. I would venture to say this was the most successful Permian Basin Poker Series in a couple of years.
A good while for sure. Catherine in the chat. I knew there were some Dante fans out there.
There we go. Catherine coming out for Dante. Showing out, showing up.
It's too nice of a guy to not have some fans somewhere. I knew it.
Dante, not exactly new to poker by any stretch.
Been around here at KoJack's quite a bit and always does well in these tournament series and larger tournaments. And speaking of doing well, the natural King Queen.
Can't stop, won't stop. Picking up big hands.
Yeah, he's got a little over 600,000 in his stack. Folds all the way around to Executioner in the big blind. Can come in for a little bit cheaper.
It looked like a little negotiation there before he put in his call.
Oh, because the natural, the blinds are 1020. Sorry, the blinds are 1020, so he just put in the call there. So both players missing. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Executioner with a pair of jacks. Bet out 20s. Quick call there from the natural. So that's going to put us some red flags there for Executioner, thinking that Jack could have an ace here.
Actually, I love the quick call because sometimes that means strength, sometimes it means weakness. Now that the Executioner is facing a bet from Jack the Natural, he's going to have to decide whether that quick call was strength or weakness.
And Executioner lays down the best hand.
Giving him credit.
The natural there. Love it.
And naturally bluffing.
Yeah, there's not there's 7 other players at the table to pick and choose from. The natural's not one that you really need to butt heads with.
Especially with that stack size. Executioner short stack still at 270,000 and the natural up to 730,000. So you certainly don't want to tangle if you don't have to with the short stack. Try to get it in a good spot and chip up.
Yeah, there are 2 denominations left on the table. The pink chips, 5,000, and the black chips, 25,000.
I think before too long here, we'll be chipping up again, putting out some of those plaques for 100,000. I like when those plaques come out to play. It's always nice to see who can shuffle them and who can't.
5.4 million chips in play for reference.
Executioner with pocket 3s in the small blind, facing a raise from Justin with the 7-4 suited.
And he picks to jam, and it's going to work.
It is
good timing.
Way going to work.
Yeah, it was wanting to just flip for the rest of his stack. And Tracy quickly get out of the way, and Justin probably going to posture here for a moment and make the laydown, which he does. So Executioner there uncontested, picking up 75,000 in chips. The blinds are definitely up there, like I said, 10 and 20,000, 30,000 in orbit. And so you're going to start seeing people needing to make some moves for sure. I don't know if we can get the stacks up quick enough before dealer Monica, who's very quick and good,
Very quick.
starts getting the cards out there. But the chips are kind of spread out pretty well. Fernando 1.3, yeah, and then 3 people in the 700s. Justin and Billy at 500, Dante 400, Executioner just under 4. So it's still by any means anyone's game.
Absolutely anyone's game. Even though short stacks just doubling up there, we'll put him near the top of the leaderboard. Billy with the ace-8 of spades could make that happen here against Justin's pocket sevens.
Yeah, raising it up 2.25x to 45,000. Justin definitely the best hand he's seen in a while. Has been a little bit camera shy, not picking up any good cards to play. Finally seeing something here. And did he stack some black chips on there? I think he did.
Like
yeah,
he
did. So he's going to raise that one up. Dante throwing his suited connectors into the muck. Executioner, Tracy, Lucas not picking up anything. So Billy's going to let that one go. So Justin, uncontested, going to pick up a little bit of extra money there.
That is the way to do it. I love this aggressive play style that these players have. They're not letting anything go by. And they're also making great folds there, Billy. Not a bad hand by any stretch. That ace-8 suited. Anytime you see that ace of spades, Reece, you know I'm going in.
You know, I'm remembering back to this earlier this week when we were commentating the high roller, which seems like a month ago.
Yeah.
Even though it was just a few days. The eventual winner, Mr. Rice, Sean, he had the same sizing pre-flop every single time. It was exactly 2.25x. It allowed him to raise it up and get away with it without much tax on himself. And I think that was just something that stuck with me. It prevented other players from putting him on much of a range, and it allowed him to raise it up, maybe take down the blinds, or if he gets snap-backed on it, he can let it go and not have given up too much blood in it.
Fold for cheap.
And I think it's something that a lot of people need to look into. I just noticed the natural wearing the River League hoodie.
Ah, yes, representing the River League.
San Angelo, Texas. He plays in all the clubs. And proud to see that he has embroidered his moniker on the sleeves of the River League jacket, the natural. Dante raised it up to 55,000 with the ace-8 suited. Tracy going to see a flop on the button, ace-4. Both players missing at this flop here. Dante going to c-bet to continue on here. Let's see if Tracy wants to battle. He's got twice the stack there of Dante, but Dante's not a player you want to give chips to, so he does make the laydown.
And Dante going to chip up there, almost uncontested. Tracy having a hard time making that call there with a very weak ace. And we're moving on to the next one. We're all ready to hand number 56. Our dealers dealing with the lightning quickness that good dealers do.
They've been hard at work the last couple of weeks. Everybody's definitely looking for things to get back to normal around here at KoJack's.
Yeah, back to normal. I got toothpicks holding open my eyelids, but I am excited and ecstatic for this final table. Like I said, I'm savoring every second of this because I don't want the series to end.
Well, it's today's the final day, but if you're listening or watching nearby and you participated at all in this event in the last 13 days, you've still got an hour to come get in to the final event of all participants into the zero entry tournament. 1 hour, 10 minutes left of registration to get on that $1,000 prize pool zero entry tournament. If you played in any of our events in the last 2 weeks here for the Permian Basin Poker Series, there are chips waiting for you to come in, have some fun, watch what's left of the pretty bad Cowboys game, and root on the winner here of this final table.
Yeah, and that free roll that we're running, not an all-in fest. I did expect that everybody was just going to all-in or fold, but actually some poker being played out there right now.
Oh, yeah, sit back, watch some football on all the large screen TVs, be a part of all the action. I think there's 2 cash games, 3 tournament tables. KoJack's is definitely the place to be here on this Sunday.
Hey, we're having a great Sunday. Great place to watch the game. If you picked up any of those squares for the Cowboys games, I believe third quarter, $700. So you got time to make it over here. And cheer for your square to win.
Justin here going to limp in with the pocket threes. Folds all the way around to Lucas in the cutoff.
Lucas making a decision. I want to see him call. I think, yeah, there he goes.
He's going to raise it up. Yeah, he's going to sense some weakness there out of Justin. The natural on the button, 9-7 offsuit, lets it go. Fernando waking up. Fernando fans, pocket kings. We're going to see some more black chips added to this pot here.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
You're going to do it.
There we go.
Fernando, pocket kings. For all the fans in the chat, alert. I don't think he's going to get any action, but he's definitely going to raise this one up and pick up an extra, 80,000 or so. Now, Justin limped in. Lucas raised to 60. We'll see what kind of sizing Fernando chooses here. Looks like 160 or 165. Big raise.
Big raise.
140.
140.
Yeah.
Not quite 3x the 60,000 that was.
Justin's shown lots of patience, so he's going to lay that one down for sure. And Lucas, who was just making a move on the Justin limp, is never going to call here. But just like last time when we knew that he was never going to call, he's going to go ahead and keep the posture up that way, letting the players know that he wasn't bluffing, even though we know he was, but he doesn't want them to know that.
I think we ought to get some more awards for this final table. Let's get the Hollywood Award for Mr. Lucas here.
He does a good job of it. You don't want to send any signals. It's an information game.
Absolutely. You see him covering up. You see him chewing gum at the exact same pace that he has this entire time. I got to say, Lucas, one of the most threatening table images here at the final table.
Definitely got the shades and the hoodies and the pulled-up hoodie going on. But he's had the chip stack to back it up and still pretty healthy. Almost 650,000, 660,000 in chips, so he's still got plenty of ammunition to make moves just like that one. And it's good to see him doing that. It shows the mark of a very experienced poker player in tournament play, putting pressure on your opponents, especially when you have a ladder like this one. $1,500 for the next one out, and then the pay jumps are just incredible after that, all the way up to $2,000 for 7th. $600 up, $2,600 to 6th, $33 for 5th, $42 for 4th, $52 for 3rd, $8,000 for second place, and then $13,000 that first place prize to go along with that West Texas main event champion plaque.
Sky high ladder levels once we get up to about 3rd, 2nd, and 1st.
Yeah, $1,000, $1,200, $3,000 jumps. So these players definitely know it. It's staring them in the face on the computer screens, and they're playing accordingly. Lucas here, like we were saying, not afraid to put chips in the hijack, raising it up to 60, trying to pick up some blinds. Fernando waking up with ace-10 of hearts, defends his button with those. And Billy here thinking about this ace-6 suited, Chase.
I like this. I want to see Billy call, but he does not. I do have to say, Lucas's aggression is fantastic here. He bets out the previous hand, realizes he stepped in it, folds, and then bets out with actually a pretty decent hand. That 5-6 suited is one of the better suited connectors.
Yeah, definitely something your opponents aren't going to be expecting. Justin with the mystery hand here defended his blind. Checks it over to Lucas. The pre-flop aggressor checks it as well. Fernando not picking up anything either. We don't know if Justin hit this flop or not, but he's going to check it as well. So we're going to see a turn for free between these players. The 4 brings home the heart draw for Fernando, so we know that he's not going to be folding for too little of a bet.
And Justin's got pocket 7s. That's I'm calling it right now.
7s.
Pocket 7s, pocket 9s.
With his check, could have like a jack 9, maybe even a jack 10 open-ended, trying to get to see his equity pretty cheap. Lucas is going to do the stop-and-go move here, checking the flop and not betting the turn. 65,000. Fernando's going to have to come along for sure with drawing to the nuts with the heart draw. And Justin will never know.
Yeah, he got out of there. Pocket 7's not ruled out.
Yeah, so Fernando is still the best hand even without the heart. Looking for an ace or a 10 to make himself feel better. Jack gives him the nuts, though, as he makes Broadway. Now, curious to see if Lucas is going to fire again. Big decision here for Lucas. He could really give up on the hand. Nope, he's not going to. He's going to go ahead and make a bet here. This is the second time he's bet 200,000 and had to lay it down. Wow.
That is going to cripple his stack. That 200K is right around half of his stack. 225, even closer to half.
Yeah, like I said, this is the second time that he's bet 200,000 and facing Fernando. And Fernando's going to come back over the top here, and Lucas is going to just say, not again.
Fernando with the nuts. Iceman in the chat saying, chill with the horn. You guys aren't DJs. LOL. Well, get ready. If Fernando scoops this pot, I am going to let the air out of that horn. Provided I don't hit the wrong button first. Look at Fernando
Yeah,
thinking about, and he
there's the raise.
does.
Yeah, so
It's an all-in.
Lucas twice now, stuck with his hand in the cookie jar. And, yeah, quicker fold this time.
Not even going to Hollywood.
So
Fernando picking up 420,000 in profit there. 420.
And the rich get richer here at this final table. So, yeah, tough there for Lucas. Like I said, that's twice now that he has put in 200,000 into that middle, right into Fernando, and Fernando had the goods. Admire the bets. I admire the effort there to play aggressive poker, but both times his opponent just had it at the top of their range.
Absolutely. He's going to get there once soon. But that puts Lucas down at the bottom of the chip count leaderboard, and Fernando right near 2 million chips at the top.
Yeah, it's 8th place, $1,500 for the next one out. Not a single one of these players want that money, though. They want the ladders as it goes up. So we're going to see some poker moves here. And I'm curious to see Fernando, now that he has such a discrepancy in chips to the rest of the table, how he chooses to play this stack. And I think I'm going to get my answer immediately. Here we are in the cutoff with
there it is.
4 suited. He's going to go ahead and raise it up, start leaning and putting pressure on these shorter stacks.
Playing that big stack bully position.
Yeah, and it can work out a lot of the time, but sometimes it can definitely bite you whenever you start giving some of these shorter stacks some ammunition they did not have. Dante there picking up second pair. Fernando bottom pair, going to keep up the aggression. I don't think Dante is going to be folding for that little of a bet. Looks like he bet 50,000 or 55,000. Dante does make the call.
Yeah, Dante won to stay sticky so far at this final table. I don't see
Actually,
him.
he raised it.
There it is.
Huge, yeah. So, yeah, Fernando trying to lean a little bit there, but Dante not having any of it puts an immediate raise there and takes down that pot. So, good play by Dante there, not wanting to extend that hand any further.
Dante accurately reading the situation to a T. Fernando just chipped up, is the chip leader, trying to play that big stack bully, and Dante sniffing it out, says, I got a pair, do you?
Chase is cracking Tracy up.
Hey, I like that crying, rolling, laughing emoji right there. We're having a good time. Thank you for joining us, Tracy, Samuel, Jacqueline, Iceman. Iceman?
Iceman?
Iceman. Everyone in the chat, thank you very much for joining us. We're having a great time here. And there's another ace king for my chart.
And Lucas here finally with a real hand reaching for chips. Let's see what he makes this size in here. Blinds are 10 and 20,000. He's going to raise it up 3x to 60. Natural getting out of the way. Fernando and Billy both waking up with nothing.
And Lucas
Dante
really
into the muck. The executioner.
Wait a second.
Kings. Here we go.
Short stack versus short stack. I think this is going to go all in and call.
Yeah, there's just Lucas. Lucas is going to have to make the call. Yep, and there's the all-in announcement from the executioner. And as much as Lucas doesn't like it, I think he's going to have to make this call.
Yeah, there's not much you can really do there. The ace-king is even suited, so harder time to let go of it.
Yep, it's tournament poker. You reach this stage, you've got to pick a spot to gamble, and he definitely needs to build up that chip stack back to where he was. This will put 600,000, almost 700,000 to the winner of this hand, and so.
And this is not Hollywooding here. This is an actual decision. Executioner not raising it up light so far this final table.
No, and even if he lays it down, I don't even hate the lay down, to be honest with you. He's still got a lot of chips. He's got $250,000 in chips. The blinds are up there, but ace king, most everybody's, that's an automatic call, yada yada yada. But
not when you're playing for $42,000 in the prize pool.
That's what I was about to say. The ICM and the 13,000 prize at the top makes it tough, but he does make the call. So executioner appearing at the moment. Actually, Lucas looks like he's the one that's going to be at risk here. We'll just get the final chip count here in a moment, but either way, executioner ahead. Pocket kings versus ace king of diamonds. 6-7-5 onto this flop. No help to Lucas. Needing to hit a running diamonds or an ace.
He could make some running straight cards there for a chop. That is possible.
Definitely possible. Monica on the turn.
Wait a second.
4 more outs now for a chop. A 3 and 8. will split it up and go home, or an ace.
If you're the
Take
Mexican,
it down for Lucas.
it's a 3.
And there you go. So Lucas getting bailed out there.
Oh, man. If you're the
by
Mexicutioner,
dealer,
how many laps are you going to take around the table in frustration?
Yeah, that's a tilting result for the Mexicutioner. Tough, tough, tough. Lucas getting bailed out there with a straight on the board up against the Kings. But no player making any wrong decisions there. That was just kind of how it was going to play out no matter what.
Absolutely. Lucas using one of his remaining lives here to stay in the tournament. But at least they do chop up the blinds.
Yeah, both players making a little bit there. But we'll look back at that one there for Mexicutioner and see if see how much of a turning point that one was for either player, actually.
Yeah, that's right. And if you're Lucas, you finally catch a good hand. Go all in. End up taking one pink chip home.
Billy here in the hijack wanted to try to take advantage of some of the blinds there.
I like Billy's steal frequency. It seems to be higher than the other players.
Well, he's in a position, Dante will play. So it's tough to get through Dante, but Dante's on the button, so he doesn't have any real chips involved. But Mexicutioner and Tracy have been pretty discerning on their hands, so he feels like he can pick up some chips while they're in the blinds. Dante here flopping a huge hand.
A pair and a flush draw.
Bottom pair of the flush draw. Billy, unfortunately, not having anything there, but that's multiple times now that Billy has raised pre-flop and Dante's either played back at him or ended up taking the lead on the flop and taking that pot away. And that's going to put Billy 390. He's getting down there towards the bottom with the other players.
That's right. Mexicutioner still the short stack at 340, but Billy not too far ahead at 390. Actually, my mistake. Lucas now 315 is the short stack.
Yeah. So Lucas, Mexicutioner, and now Billy needing to find a place, chip up a little bit here. Fernando is still your over 2-to-1 chip leader, 1.75 million in chips.
Ooh.
Second is Tracy and the Natural, both around 700K.
Good
Dante
place to
close
be.
to it as well. Yeah.
Fernando with the dirty diaper here. He's going to fold it. Mexicutioner with the ace tray on the button.
Yeah, looks like he just limped in.
Not going for a steal.
Yeah, Tracy's going to try to see a cheap flop and see if Lucas King Jack suited if he wants to squeeze here. We haven't had a whole lot of limping going on at this final table, but he chooses to see a flop. So we're going to go 3 ways.
Got the big blind special. Players could put him on literally any 2 cards.
Yeah. 9, 10, deuce, 2 hearts. Mexicutioner still best with his ace high. This one's going to check all the way around to a turn. To the aggressor may go the spoils.
Let's see that queen of hearts come off. That would be the most disgusting card, making Mexicutioner the nut flush and Lucas a straight.
Goes check, check over to Mexicutioner. He's finally going to throw some chips out there just to min bet, just to see if anybody has anything. Lucas has got a gut shot, and he wants to see it. 20,000. That's all he's going to put in there. 100K in the pot.
And it's the jack.
Giving Lucas the check mark.
That's right. Mexicutioner's
top
ace high,
pair.
no good.
And Mexicutioner's going to take one more stab at it, and I don't think it's going to work. I mean, Lucas, the straight does get there. The hearts were already there. Mexicutioner betting 65,000. Lucas has only got 275. I just don't think he's going to be able to fold top pair here, even though that's a very wet, coordinated board. It's hard to, when it's played out like that. Yeah, he does make the call, so good stab there by the Mexicutioner, but not quite enough to get Lucas off top pair.
Great play by the Mexicutioner, betting that heart on the turn and keeping up the aggression on the river when he's holding the ace of hearts, but
didn't quite have enough caliber of a bullet there on that river to get him to lay down top pair.
And now Mexicutioner is the absolute short stack here. He's got a little bit of room to work with, but not much. Blinds up to 10K, 20K, so that puts him right above 10 big blinds. Mexicutioner sitting on a stack of 235,000.
Yeah, Megan in the chat saying Chase is the best, killing this stream.
Hey.
Crazy into a huge event. We much appreciate it, but I think you're biased. Saying Chase is the best. For some reason, I'm pretty sure you're biased, but I'll take it. I'll agree with you.
I wonder if that last name has something to do with it.
Possibly, possibly. You know, my wife's name is Megan too.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hey, you got good taste. That's what that is.
Under the gun, Fernando letting go the 8-3. He's going to sit on this chip stack for a while. I was curious to see if he would try to push it around, but very apt to just hang out here and let some of these lower chip stacks battle it out, which I think is the best play.
Oh, and look at this. Another ace-king for the natural.
Yeah, Tracy going to raise it up to 55,000 with the mystery hand, and the natural with the ace-king, he's going to be grabbing re-raising chips. And
the mystery hand here. Let's see if Tracy decides to make a call or play back. 660K in his stack, facing a bet of another 100,000 to call.
I'll tell you this, the natural's been kind of quiet the last little bit, and given who he is and his chip stack and Tracy's chip stack, the only hand Tracy has right now is aces or kings to make this play.
Look at that, up to 355.
I hope we find out. We may never know, but Tracy is never doing this with anything less than aces or kings against Jack. There's just no way. Maybe he's
wow.
Jack lays down the ace king. That's huge. Like I said, I would assume it was aces or kings, but let's give credit. Maybe Tracy was just picking the right spot and he had 7 deuce.
That I would have hoped he would have shown it with the 7 deuce.
That would have been so rude. You can bluff the natural, but to rub it in his face, that's going to make me upset. I love that guy.
Absolutely. I think everybody does.
No, great play there by Tracy. And, at the end of the day, we just saw the natural laying down ace-king. Not a lot of players will do that. And so he recognized that that's a high variance spot at risk, no reason to do so, and lays down the ace-king. At the end of the day, it's just ace-high.
Unreal. I can't believe the laydowns that we're seeing so far. Executioner laying down the K9.
That's pretty good, too.
I'm thinking Pitbull today.
Yeah, Pitbull's the K9.
Pitbull's the K9 today.
I forgot about yours and Charlie's K9.
That'll catch on one of these days, I swear. And we got Megan in the chat admitting she's crazy. Oh, crazy biased. Never mind.
Okay. Well,
yes.
yeah.
And Jasmine Acosta, thank you for the compliment saying killing it. I assume you're talking about the players at this final table who are indeed all killing it. Especially that laydown with the ace-king offsuit from Jack the Natural. Unbelievable. A great play by Tracy as well.
Yeah, regardless of what he had, like I said, I couldn't do that without aces or kings, but Tracy might have seen the opportunity. Folds on around this time to Executioner and Tracy, who are letting their cards go into the muck. Lucas not waking up with anything either. The natural. How about another ace king?
What is that?
First one didn't work. Let's try another one here. And this time he's got the button. He's reaching for raising chips. We see Fernando in the small blind not having anything with the queen tray. Let's see what Billy wakes up with in the big blind.
And it looks like the natural raising up, 25.
Oh, and there goes Billy all in. This is going to be twice. Now, he's got the same hand. But can the natural lay down ace-king twice in a row?
Billy's free rolling this time. We can see that he's got the ace-king of hearts against the natural's ace-king.
And he lays it down again.
Unbelievable.
This guy here is, at the end of the day, for those, not really paying attention, you have to think of this prize pool. It's $1,500 for the next person out. $13,000 for the first place finisher. So you've played this tournament 4 flights, 2 days. The final table, 8 players remaining. You do not have to hang your hat on ace-king.
That's right.
The blinds are 15 and 30,000. They are getting up there. Decisions will have to be made pretty soon. But at some point, that time will come. But ace-king is still just ace-high. And there's so many players that are short-ish stacked that just by being able to lay down ace-king could make you thousands of dollars in the latter prize pool. So much props to him. Not only laying it down once, but twice and back to back.
100% correct with that analysis. Ace-king, I like the joke. No pair, no draw.
Yeah, well, it's like I said, any tournament player knows that that's what you're looking for to get it all in, yada, yada, yada. I understand that. But when you have prize pool implications like this one, and lots of people being similarly stacked and not super deep, you can be patient. And he, if anything, is the picturesque of a patient man.
That's a good way to put it. A very stoic player indeed.
Tracy raising this one up. King Jack of spades is 75,000.
Big raise.
Yeah, the blinds 15 and 30. They're going to start getting up there now.
But that is exactly that 2.5x number that we're looking for.
Justin pocket sevens. Very patient player who hasn't had a lot to work with. He raised it up last time with pocket sevens. 3-betted action. Looks like he's going to do the same thing again here with Tracy. It's going to be good timing.
Yeah, especially in that big blind position. You don't want to play that out of position post-flop.
Yeah, the good thing about Justin not catching many cards is he's definitely got a tighter image at this table right now. Whether he's been telling the story intentionally but inadvertently with not catching any cards. So his raises pre-flop look strong, and it's going to work this time as well. So that's twice he has been uncontested.
And Justin scooping the pot right there up to 635K. 270,000 in that pot, though, just even pre-flop. It seems like the blinds are really catching up to the stacks here.
Yep, tournament play is starting to rear its ugly head, and so these guys are going to have to start making moves eventually.
Yes, indeed. Megan pointing out Jack is crazy. What a game. Unbelievable laydowns by Jack, like you mentioned, Reece, 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
Now she's talking about her second favorite dealer, Corey.
I didn't know she knew I dealt here. Thank you. Glad to have fans out there for my dealing skills.
That is absolutely true.
I wish I could do. I don't ever get to deal anymore. I'm always traveling around to the different rooms. It's something I enjoyed doing, and I don't get to do it anymore. So,
well, I got a couple of dealing shifts coming up.
Take a couple of those off your hands.
I could use a martini by the beach.
We've both been busy these last 13 days in this Permian Basin Poker Series, and it's been a fantastic one. Like we spoke earlier, it just can't be said enough. 100,000 in guarantees, and ended up with 201,000 in prize pools.
That is certainly something to celebrate. Yeah. And it's really the players that made it happen. So thanks to everybody for coming out and playing in these events and making it a success.
8-6 Jack, 2 hearts here as Billy made that same button play, and Dante's sticking around again. And Billy here going to make that same C-bet. And let's see if Dante does the same move.
And Billy with a gutter ball may decide. Ooh.
Oh, Dante lets him have it this time. Decided not to battle there with him. He took the last couple trips and took the chips from Billy on that button raise, but this time decides to lay that one down. So
that's one thing about poker. You can't make the same play too many times in a row. You get predictable.
Samuel, probably not. We've got some cool stuff coming up at CCC. We've got actually the introduction of Sissy's Game, a new cash game similar to Charlie's Game.
Okay.
Enjoys. Yeah, Sissy's Game. I got the posters in for that. They're going to be playing some Crazy Pineapple.
Ooh.
Celebrity here coming up pretty soon.
Love that game.
So lots of fun stuff coming up at Celebrity Card Club in Odessa. Lucas here, King, Queen of Hearts, going to raise it up to 75,000.
And after with the King Deuce suited, he's not short stacked, not going to tango with Lucas.
See if anybody wakes up with anything to battle here. If Lucas is going to pick up some blinds, and that's what he does. Much needed chips for Lucas, as chip stack has been going the wrong direction last hour or so.
Yes, indeed. Lucas chipping back up. Was at one time the chip leader. Now in a little bit of trouble, needs some help. But he's got a couple of barrels of those pink chips there. Each barrel worth 100K. Megan saying Sissy's Game sounds perfect for a sissy like her. Megan did. I gotta give her credit. She did play some poker in Vegas. She has played here a couple times.
When your husband's in the industry, you gotta dabble a little bit.
Gotta dabble. She is a crusher. Heads up against me though.
Lucas picking up a real hand here under the gun, early position with pocket kings.
Let's see that 2.5x raise. Here he goes.
30 to play. Let's see if he made it about
75.
90, 75, yeah. The natural into the buck. Fernando, King 10.
Ooh, maybe would have played that.
I don't know. That's a lot of it's a lot of money for King 10.
And the Executioner all in with the Queen Jack and gets called.
Get immediately called.
All in and
Executioner. Yeah, he's Executioner has him out chipped. Lucas, no, according to the chip stacks, we'll let the dealer count it out, but Executioner may be the one at risk here. Queen 4-6,
Wow.
2 spades, huge flop here from Executioner. Need another spade or a queen or jack. Lots of outs, almost too many, Chase.
That's right, too many. Oh, there's a
there
jack.
it is.
He hits it.
And now Lucas, the one coming from behind in the 4-6 or king.
And it's an ace.
Ace on the river, and Lucas gets it in best, but the Executioner able to run down the pocket kings, much to Lucas's dismay. Got it in best, and poker happens as the Executioner gets a big, much-needed double up there, courtesy of Lucas, who there's nothing else you can be able to do there.
Nothing you can do. You get the Cowboys. You think you get it all in good. You are good. Pre-flop, the Executioner makes 2 pair on the turn. Hey, at least for Lucas's sake, was not a spade on the river. Now we're going to be moving on. Let's check out these VPIPs, though. Some real tight play here. Fernando at the bottom of the VPIP chart, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Just means he's playing very tight, playing his hands the way they should be played. Tracy not too far ahead at 18%, but a real tight grouping of VPIP, highest 23, lowest 17%. Executioner now with the ace-7. Tracy wakes up with the queen-jack in the small blind. If he raises too much, we know that he's not likely to get much play from Lucas. Tracy just putting Lucas to the ultimate test and going all in pre-flop. Lucas cannot call. Tracy scoops that big blind from Lucas. Lucas bleeding out ever so slowly. Lucas down to just 240K in chips. Blinds at 15K, 30K. Just under 10 big blinds for Mr. Lucas. Again, a great table image and a great player, just not getting the cards to cooperate. Now, on the other end of that chip count spectrum there is Fernando, 1 3/4 million. Don't know where that 10 came from. Maybe I entered the chip counts incorrectly. I do have fat finger syndrome every once in a while. Anybody who has had a text conversation with me knows that. And Fernando with the pit bull under the gun, the old K9. Billy with the ace quisha. I'm adding that one to the chart that I've got here, keeping track of. So far, we're at 6 ace queens, 5 ace kings, and 5 king jacks. The natural on the big blind with the ace-5. Making another fold. I don't know why he's doing that. Ace of spades. I'm going all in every time. And that'll put Jack the natural in the small blind here. Billy under the gun for this next hand.
It's the ace of spades every time, huh?
That's it, every time.
Well, at least I'll always know you'll be here in the booth with me in tournaments.
Yeah, not going to make it to any final tables anytime soon. Hey, it may work out. You never know.
You do never know. So Lucas, the short stack, 225,000, but you know, he's still got enough to put a dent in a lot of these stacks, so that's still what he can hold. Dante, ace, king, suited can be the one to raise it up. He hasn't played many hands the last since we came back from break.
That's right. About 20 bigs in his stack before that 75,000 chip raise.
Then maybe Fernando might win a battle here with the ace-10 offsuit, but maybe and not 75,000.
No ace of spades. I say that's a fold, but Fernando thinks differently.
So Dante well ahead here. 2 players to a flop. Dante is a little over $500,000 in chips. Fernando 1.6.
Wow, king, king, jack on the flop. Dante with trips.
Almost too much to bet it here. Let's see if he checks it for trappiness. Nope, he's going to go ahead and make a small bet just to see if there's anything on the line in Fernando's holdings.
Fernando either not giving Dante credit for a king here or wanting to chase his straight.
He can hit a queen to take the lead, but it still wouldn't feel super comfortable with a paired board like that. 7 of hearts on the turn, no help to either player. And now do you size up here if you're Dante? Go ahead and swing for the fences. Maybe your opponent has a jack. Maybe he has a worse king.
And it looks like he is going to do just that. I counted 100,000 chips, but I have been wrong all day.
75, yeah. Yeah, so he's trying to see what he can bet to get to come along there. But luckily for Fernando, it doesn't have a king. And unfortunately for Dante, not getting any more, but got a little bit back there to get him back to where he was. Dante, 735,000 in chips. It actually puts him in third at the table, but no one truly safe. Fernando still with that 2-1 chip lead on the rest of the table.
Even the short stack, Lucas, 225K. Like you mentioned, a lot of fold equity. Certainly good enough to put a big dent in even the biggest chip stack. But it always does feel good to pull chips off the chip leader. And we've got Justin under the gun with the ace-8 offsuit. He's going to fold. Executioner also with a weak ace. Likely going into the muck here. He's going to think about it, though. There it goes.
Folds around to the natural, waking up with a 6-5 suited, and Fernando with kings. That's
unbelievable.
No one having anything at all, but he has just had the...
Look at this. He just completes.
Playing the trap for Billy. Just definite next level play here out of Fernando, just trying to get some value out of that kings. And Billy picking up the diamond draw, though.
And Fernando checks.
Yeah, might have gotten more than he can bargain for here, as he's not going to be able to shake Billy off of this hand. Middle pair with the diamond draw.
Fernando needs to raise it now to realize that.
He's going to go, he's just going to, did he raise? He's going to get a 75. Yeah, he raised to 75, and Billy's never going to go anywhere here with the pair and a flush draw. So this pot is going to be much bigger than anticipated pre-flop, with a should have been over. Ace on the turn, might be a little scare card there for Fernando. Does make the check.
The ace magnet's working overtime here.
Billy checks back, trying to get his equity out of a diamond. Does not get there, and that's going to save Billy some money. Fernando going to try to get some value here out of maybe a pair of jacks. Betting like another 75. 65, bet way down. And that may bleed just enough out of Billy just as a bluff catcher with a pair of sevens.
Fernando sitting up in his chair, looking down, stretching out his neck.
Yeah, Billy, I can see Billy making this call a lot of the time.
Billy getting a quick count of his own stack before he puts the pieces together. Fernando just calling pre-flop. Check raising on the flop. Check on the turn. Fernando leads on the river.
Yeah, Billy's thinking that he might have the same missed diamond draw that he does, to be honest with you. That check raise on the flop is very indicating of a combo draw of some sort. 8-9 did get home, so he could eventually put him on that and make this lay down, but that check raise on that flop could mean a drawing hand.
Billy also does block king-queen, which would have gotten there on the river as well.
Yeah, like I said, his pair of sevens, trying to convince himself that it could be good here
on a
missed combo draw.
And you've got to estimate, you're playing against very accomplished players here. Final table of the main event, certainly capable of playing bluffs.
There's the call. Yeah, he's Billy's going to see that makes sense.
Yeah, Billy
had just enough of it to lose an additional 65,000 there. So, Fernando picking a great sizing there. Make Billy make that crying call.
Excellent targeted sizing right there for almost exactly what Billy has.
And like I said, that check raise, but then immediate slowdown by Fernando does mean some sort of combo draw a lot of the time, the straight draw, the flush draw. And even though the straight draw did manifest in the 10, it's still hard to make that lay down when you do have a good bluff catcher. Still quite a few people in all three of our streaming platforms, Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in, watching this main event, Texas Championship event.
Absolutely. It's been a great event so far, a great series so far. And we thank you for watching it with us. Samuel saying, good hand, Fernando. Yes, indeed.
Tracy going to raise this up to king-queen offsuit. See if anybody else wakes up with anything here.
A little min click this time, up to 60K. Just a 2x raise size.
Doesn't actually, Justin here going to defend the big blind.
I like it.
Just a min click.
That 4-3 offsuit could hit the flop hard or not at all, making the decisions easy.
Very masked if it does. 9-6-7. Gut shot for Justin. Tracy's still with the best hand, 2 overcards. Going to c-bet this flop.
Good 80,000 there.
Yeah, good chunk there. Is Justin thinking about making a move here?
Is he going to make it looks like a call.
Yeah, he does make the call.
Looking for his gut shot. He's got the dummy end of the straight.
Well, that flop does meet his range more so than Tracy's.
And 4 to a straight now with that 8 on the turn.
Tracy not going to slow down. Reaching for chips. 95, 90?
90,000. Very similar size to what he bet on the flop.
So if Justin's going to call that flop, this is when he needs to raise.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's doing. So, yeah, he called that flop with these intentions here.
He has larceny on the brain.
That is correct. And it does put in at that raise there. And so perfectly played by Justin. Tracy's not going to be able to come along. Does make the fold. So Justin there, well thought out, well planned. He said, I'm going to play some rags, but try to make a move. And because he has played pretty passively, so any sort of chips being put in the middle by him is going to be shown as lots of strength. And he is poised to make a good run at this, Chase.
Yeah, excellent plan there. Excellent execution of that plan. And now Justin is chipping up close to that 1 million chip mark. By my math, that puts him in second place.
And he's got the perfect table image right now to keep getting more for moves just like that.
Playing precisely 20% of hands according to the VPIP chart, which is right where the book says you want to be. Now we've got the Mexicutioner under the gun.
One of the shorter stacks at the table still.
Well,
Well, no, he's up to 440 now. Sorry, I forgot about that last hand. He does have plenty of chips. Tracy here, ace-8 of diamonds, want to try to get some of those chips back.
I think he is. He's looking at Justin, it looks like, his new target. And he's going to raise it up.
60,000 to play, just a min click, which at these blind levels, that's perfectly fine. You're going to get the same information for 60K as you would 100K.
Yeah, still a very strong raise, even if it is only the minimum raise. Yeah. And Dante staying sticky.
Going to defend here. Queen at 9 versus ace-8 of diamonds. Corey to a flop.
I like that queen of diamonds, too. 6, 7, 8 on the flop.
Big
Tracy.
flop here. Open-ended for Dante. Tracy, top pair. And I guarantee he's going to lean into this one. Yeah, he does, betting 100,000.
Ooh.
And Dante all in.
Wow. Excellent, excellent time to make a play, and he's got the cards to back it up.
Huge pot here. I don't think you can make this call if you're Tracy. Even if you think he is open-ended, it's a huge risk on the chip stack.
Now the big blind calling with perhaps small pocket pairs, like a pocket pair of 6s or 7s.
Yeah. Definitely a tough decision here for Tracy. You've got top pair, top kicker. If your opponent is on any kind of draw, you're in fantastic shape. So a call here would not be completely out of the ordinary for sure. But with the ladders where they are,
Tracy also with the backdoor diamonds to help along with that. If your opponent, if you place him on a draw, you've got potentially the nut flush draw to work with you. Although, of course, Tracy not exactly counting any runner cards in his equation right now.
Yeah, and Dante being in the big blind, he could have a whole range of hands. There's like king 8, queen 8, jack 8.
4-5 not out of the question. 9-10 not out of the question. He could have flopped a straight.
Yeah, I don't think he would. I think Tracy can safely eliminate Dante already having the straight because he wouldn't be pushing this hard on that rainbow of a board.
Good point.
But I think he could.
Wow.
Yeah, he's going to make the call thinking that Dante is exactly where he's at, and he's absolutely correct. So
great read by Tracy.
Big pot here, 1.1 million. Tracy getting in best that top pair, putting Dante on that exact holding the straight draw.
Still a flip from
Jack
here.
on the turn at no help. Dante looking for a 9, a queen, or 10, or a 5.
And it's a 9.
9 and gonna give Dante a bigger pair. Got there the hard way, and that is going to eliminate Tracy, who got it in best. 8th place, $1,500. Great run there for Tracy.
What an absolute crusher.
Good read, and just unfortunately got the river to take it away from him. And Dante right back where he was earlier amongst the top of the stacks, catching that Miracle River card, as you need to do sometimes in these poker tournaments. And Tracy walking to the window, collecting $1,500 for his efforts. And well played, well read, Mr. Tracy. They're going to do a quick deck change out real quickly. Chase, I want to show them what they're playing for here.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
Now,
let's see what we got here.
I don't have $13,000 here in the booth with me.
That's true.
But I do have this fantastic plaque.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at this thing.
Nice plaque here. Permian Basin Poker Series 2024, Texas main event champion. Like I said, 13,000. It's all about this plaque.
All about the plaque.
Especially since it comes from us.
That's right. The bragging rights, the plaque. It's got the classic KoJack's colors on there.
It's a fantastic piece. Definitely one of a kind.
Oh, yeah.
2024 Permian Basin Poker Series main event champion. They're still playing out there on the floor right now for that final free roll event. Hopefully you're close to the building if you want to still get in on that. About 30 minutes left to get into that zero entry free roll. If you played it all in this Permian series, you've got chips waiting on you.
Chips waiting on you. We got chairs waiting on you. That's all you need to win. And if you're coming from Odessa, you got exactly the amount of time.
It's going to be really close. So hopefully you're already here. We've still got football on the TVs. We've still got cash games going on. So definitely this Sunday, KoJack's Poker Club, the place to be for all your poker necessities and to root on maybe one of these, your favorite players. These last 7 here on this final table. We just saw Mr. Tracy making a great read, great call, eliminated in 8th place for $1,500. The next one out's going to be getting $2,000 for their efforts. But every one of these players having that top prize of $13,000 still up for grabs out of these 7 players. And it's still anybody's game, Chase.
Yeah, absolutely anybody's game. 1 crusher eliminated there in 8th place. 2 crushers eliminated previously in 9th and 10th. And 7 crushers remain. This is a really tough field and has been a tough field for the entire series.
Yeah, the blinds of 15 and 30,000 are definitely going to be needing to make some moves.
Ooh, another AK for Billy.
Going to raise this one up to 75,000. Nothing for Justin or Dante. Executioner not having anything either. Folds it down. Billy shows the ace king.
Shows it face up.
Yep.
Billy may be getting a little frustrated after that last hand that he lost.
Needs to entice some more folds out of his opponents. So maybe really quickly here we can get this new updated chip stack here before Corey can get these cards out. You can see just how close things are getting. Don't know if I'm able to get it there. There it is.
There it is.
Fernando's still your chip leader, 1.7. Dante now up to 1.3.
Hey.
Then a huge gap down to Justin, who has just been the silent assassin in the corner.
Sneaking it up.
Slowly chipping up. Natural, Executioner, both in the 400Ks. And Lucas down to just under 200, needing to make a move himself.
Lucas holding on, but laddering up. Next eliminated, 7th place, gets $2K to walk home with, a $2,000 bill.
Executioner in the small blind. Ace-5 suited. Chips it in. Don't hate it. Try to pick up a free blind there and works as Lucas doesn't wake up with anything in the big. So Executioner get an additional 30,000 into his chip stack.
Yeah.
His blinds are coming along quickly.
Blinds are coming up. A couple of minutes before we see the blinds increase even further. My chart shows 20K, 40K for the next blind level. That'll really put a lot of pressure on stacks like Executioners, Billy's, and of course Lucas's at right shy of 200K. And in the small blind right now, having to commit another 15,000 just to see some cards.
Yeah, there's 5.4 million chips in play at this table. Still a lot of chips in play for the blinds of what they're going to be, but there's not enough chips for 7 players. We're going to start seeing some eliminations happen.
Yeah, Justin with the snowmen here trying to eliminate one of those players.
Yeah, raising up some blinds here, maybe pick up some free orbit here. Natural, not waking up with anything either, so Justin's going to make this one through to pick up an additional 45,000 for his stack.
There he goes, right shy of 900K. Justin is the silent assassin of this table, just playing quietly, playing his game, sipping that Red Bull.
Yeah, just letting the cards come to him, playing selectively but aggressively, and it's working out for him so far. You see that his VPIP is only 11%. Yeah, pretty low. No, I'm sorry, 20%. Second only to Jack there, but feel like Fernando should be higher than 17%, but he's folded a lot of hands as well.
Folded a lot of hands, just got great cards when he does play them.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Lucas just hasn't caught a whole lot to get in the mix with, but when he has caught cards, he's played them well. And that's why he's around third in chips.
Great spot to chip up for Fernando.
We've got, I think we said $2,000 for the next player eliminated, but no one's winning that. They want that $13,000 first place prize.
It's that first place, it's the bragging rights, and it's that plaque that we showed off just moments ago. Real nice construction on that piece.
Yeah.
And Jack the Natural just biding his time, waiting for his next ace-king to lay down.
He made some great laydowns, I'll tell you what. That's why he's still sitting here.
And here's Dante with the ace-king of spades. I'm going all in if I have that hand.
Middle position here, going to raise it up to 80,000, it looks like.
Lucas with the pit bull, no doubt going into the muck.
Natural ace on the button, but probably not going to be enough for him to come along. Fernando, nothing in the small blind. Billy, nothing in the big, so Dante going to pick up a round of blinds there.
And he shows it too.
Yeah, letting people know he's not being a bully. He's actually had the goods.
Yep. And it's funny, I mentioned earlier, the two chip leaders were on frame left there on the left side of the table. Now the two chip leaders are on the right side of the table.
3 of the big chip stacks are on the other side of the table.
That's
Maybe there's
right.
something to your table lean theory.
Gravity.
Here.
That's a physics-based perspective.
And, Billy has made some moves similar to Lucas throughout this final table. That's just same as Lucas, hasn't worked out, mainly courtesy of Dante just having the goods when he's tried to make those moves.
A lot of good plays being seen so far, but not a whole lot of bluffs. This table field, player field or table, is playing very tight. Like you mentioned, looking out for that $13,000 prize.
Yeah, it's hard to find yourself in this position to be within a grasp of $13,000 and then go home knowing that you bluffed off your chance. So it's any bluffs that are made are difficult.
Yeah,
Dante raised it up to 80,000. Justin completed in the big at a discounted rate, 9-8 offsuit.
Ooh.
Flopping bottom pair, Dante middle pair. Dante, who's been pretty good about post-flop aggression, does continue the same here, 75,000. Justin here, open-ended bottom pair, may peel here, and he is cutting out the chips for it.
Yeah, he's looking for a 7 to feel comfortable here.
Or another 9 at worst.
Oh, there it is.
There it is, the 7. Justin gets there very disguisedly in the big blind. He's going to take out the betting lead here. That's going to set off some alarm bells for Dante.
Yeah, Dante already eyeing out the fact that Justin is counting out chips.
You got 4 to a straight on a board, or basically an 8 makes a straight on the board. And does Dante give him credit for that 8? It's 165, huge sizing.
And Dante
Shaking his head, knowing that, did he really just get there or just have a good bluff card? Either way, lays it down, a good lay down there. Justin might have lost out on a little bit of equity, but at this stage in the tournament, anytime you're stacking chips is a good time. So,
it's all about image too. Justin sizing appropriately, taking the line of a bluff. Maybe Dante's thinking this guy's playing something. I just don't have the cards to call.
oh yeah, like I said, he has a great image so far to make a deep run on this table, and the chips to do it with as well. He's only been more prone to stacking the chips once he's involved.
And we got new dealer Robert coming in here wearing the KoJack's colors. That's pretty good branding. Pretty good branding right there.
I think we mentioned that last Wednesday. That I'm going to have to remember that on every shirt design. With that nice KoJack's logo right there on the back, right where at the height it's at, right above the chair.
Top middle.
There's some of those shirts still left if you want to pick up a piece of 2024 history.
Yeah, that's right. Limited edition, limited run. I think $25 to get you a T-shirt.
Won't be another 2024 Permian Basin Poker Series.
That's right.
But we're definitely going to do this again.
Yeah, we've had a great time putting it on, and it seems like the players have had a great time playing in it. This final table, certainly evidence of that, as is the prize pool. $42K, Reece. That's a lot.
And like we mentioned before, when we first put out the announcement of this series, it was $100,000 in guarantees, and the final total prize pool, $201,000.
Just cruising to double that guarantee right there.
We've given out over $200,000 in cash placements in the last 13 days. How much of that did you get, Chase?
5. I think I got $5.
Somebody tipped you 5.
Yep.
At least you got a tip.
I got a couple more tips that were not cash.
I would have loved to play in any of these events. They were all fantastic. Lots of participation, and we thank all of our players for coming out and supporting the fantastic event. Billy here in the cutoff, trying to steal those blinds again. Ace, deuce, offsuit, raising it up to 80. Justin going to defend with the ace 10.
I like the aggression from Billy. I just don't like the timing. Unfortunately, every time he's done that, he's run into it.
No, he's done exactly what you need to do in tournament poker. Try to pick on those blinds on the shorter, tighter stacks that don't want to go out. But this time, Justin's going to be the one defending.
There's an ace and a 10. Billy thinking he might have a pretty good hand with top pair. That deuce kicker, of course, working against him, and Billy knows that.
And Justin's still showing aggression. Billy checked it over to him, trying to realize his equity with his top pair. But Justin bet $100,000.
Big bet. Good half pot size bet. Billy covering up while he thinks about it.
And does Billy cutting out some chips, seeing what he's got, seeing if he can afford this call? It's going to be for almost half of his stack. And does he just give Justin credit here for an ace?
It's going to be tough. Billy holding one of the aces. If he does give Justin credit, that means 3 of the aces are already accounted for.
Yeah, similar situation here where Billy is trying to convince himself that he's just on a draw like he did Fernando when he had the pocket kings. Maybe thinking that Justin could be betting into a draw, but he's seen Justin play, and he does lay it down.
And there you go, Billy giving credit where credit is due, making the correct lay down and getting out of the way. And that'll put us actually on hand number 84. Blinds going up 20K, 40K. Executioner exactly 400,000 in his stack before he has to put 20,000 in there for the blind. That gives him, by my count, right about 10 bigs. Lucas in the big blind, about half of that. Right at 140,000 in his stack. Justin with the queen 6. Dante looking down at a pocket pair. The ducks on the dealer button. Executioner with a weak ace, ace 6 offsuit. Lucas 7-9, all in or fold mode. He does have 2 overs to Dante's exact holding, and it looks like Lucas just completes. Maybe setting himself up for a good flop. If he flops a pair or better, I do expect the rest of his chips to go on in, and he does just that with a pair of 9s. There go the chips, and Dante is behind. He's going to fold. Lucas almost getting a full double up there, 285 now in his stack. And Lucas still on the short end of the stack range there, but Billy actually just barely shorter than Lucas for now. Lucas will have to put in 20,000 for the small blind, putting him at 265 after that. Billy up to 280,000. Both players really all in or fold mode here. Billy thinking about it. K7, he lets it go. Executioner with the 7 deuce, facing a raise from Dante, it looks like, with the queen jack offsuit. And the natural K deuce suited. He's going to fold. The natural not trying to ladder up. The natural is almost certainly got his eye on that first place prize. Going to try and set himself up to take down the whole thing. We have 8 players here in play. We have 7 players in play. 7th place at 2,000. 6th place, 2,600. So those ladders are starting to pick up. This was a $500 buy-in for the qualifier for your first buy. Second buy in each flight was half price. These players in for at least $500. So the $600 jump from 7th to 6th place will take care of that buy and then some. The natural in the small blind raising it up there. He's going to take it down with the ace-8 offsuit. Lucas petting his mustache and beard, stroking his facial hair, thinking about when his next time to act will be and how aggressive he's going to have to be. 7 players remain, so that button's going to be moving around pretty quickly. And our dealer, Robert, pitching cards pretty quickly. Already moving on to the next hand. We're at hand 87. Been streaming for about 3 hours now. Thank you, everybody, for watching us. Certainly an easy and entertaining stream to check out. Ace-3 for the natural, Jack-9 for Fernando, but Dante raises it up to 100K with the fish hooks and gets no fish. Dante still above 1.1 million in chips. And it looks like it's going to be between him and Fernando to maintain that chip lead.
I had to step out of the booth there just for a moment, Chase. We had Mr. Rudy Borg show up.
Hey!
Congratulations to Rudy. Ended up being our point series leader. Accumulated the most points throughout the entire event and really did had a massive lead. Had a fantastic performance. Several, let's see here. I can take a look here. He had a couple wins, a couple second places, moneyed in 5 of the 9 eligible events, and that's going to be good enough almost every time for any sort of a chip lead. And look at Billy.
Yeah, Billy with the 7 deuce.
Gets it through.
Taking it down. Love to see it.
Yeah, just trying to stay alive. But, yeah, took a picture with Mr. Rudy and his $1,000 cash prize for being the points leader.
Congratulations.
Be putting that up on Facebook soon. And check out that fantastic trophy on Facebook. It's a nice-looking gold pump jack, nice wooden base, and animated.
Animated, battery-powered, spinning around like pump jacks do.
It's a really cool trophy.
Yeah, Rudy did a great job with this series. And we did the formula for our points was very interesting this year, really going to the best overall player on an ROI basis.
Yeah, we decided to not only how many players, not only how expensive the event, but also how many times you entered.
Yes, indeed.
And big hand here, Lucas raising up to 80 with only 185 behind. Natural asked him for a chip count, went ahead and put it all in, trying to isolate with ace-jack. Going to see that he's in a bad shape. Billy folding one of his jacks as well. So
that is just the power of these players here. Lucas finding the best spot for him to get his chips in and has found it and managed to put all his chips in.
Yeah, it's going to definitely make the call here. And like the news he's initially getting, ahead ace-king versus ace-jack.
It is up to the run out now. Lucas actually taking his time with his decision here and then puts it all in.
Yeah, it's dealer Robert here. The natural looking to catch a lot of hearts or a jack. Some life. 10,
wow.
9, 6. Still looking for a jack or an 8.
Let's see a 7. Ah,
no
7 for a
there.
sweat.
So now it's a jack and only a jack, or Lucas is going to get a much needed double up. And there it is. 6 on the river, no help. And so Lucas gets a big double up, courtesy of the natural, and that's going to put the natural down on the short stack and needing to make a move ASAP.
That was a huge move right there. Huge pot, huge double up. Unfortunately, now the natural, yeah, absolutely crippled. One-time chip leader was Jack the Natural. Also, one-time chip leader was Lucas, now sitting right shy of 600K.
Yeah, Pluto in the chat saying, I wish I was on that table. Me too. Yeah. These guys are playing for $13,000 up top for first place. Next player out only getting $2,000. I say only. It's still $2,000 and a fantastic effort. But they're all having the eyes on the top prize, $13,000 for first place in this Texas Main Event Championship.
Yeah, even the 10th place prize there, $1,000. Not too shabby. Although sitting at a table with sharks, I think I would rather literally swim with sharks.
These are some tough players. The natural looking down at the very next hand, pocket eights, good enough to put in the last of his 100,000. We'll see if anybody else wakes up here.
Great time to get that.
that.
I like getting a good hand after losing a big pot. Really looks like a tilt raise. Billy with the ace king though.
Yep, he's going to come back in over the top all in as well. He's going to fold around. So Billy and the natural both getting the chips in the middle. The natural at risk, but ahead. Queen, 4, deuce. No help, 4 on the turn. Billy need an ace or a king.
It's a jack.
Natural going to get that double up courtesy there, Billy. And now Billy is the one needing 2 cards to get it in.
And another stack swap here. Billy starting with 280, ending up with 180. Natural starting out with about 160, ending up with 260.
Yeah, he had exactly 100 left. He got the double up of Billy and then the blind, so now he's at 260,000. Billy at 180. Is there anybody else? The Executioner 340. So he's getting down there. But Billy there trying to win a coin flip, was unable to do so, and now the one needing to find a hand.
The natural looking down at the K9, the old pit bull.
Pit bull's what we're going with today. Throws it into the muck.
He's out. Fernando's out. Billy might be in. There it is, Queen Jack.
Billy back to back, Queen Jack. Justin with a little bit of a decision here.
He's got a big enough stack. He's got good enough cards.
And for a quarter of a stack, he does lay it down. I do not blame him one bit. You might be alive with Queen 10 a lot of the time, but this time he would have been dominated. And it was for a quarter of a stack. The man hasn't played this patiently to put it in with Queen 10.
That's a very good point.
And it's going to get through. So Billy going to pick up 60,000 in blinds there to be able to survive in orbit to find the next hand to put it all in with.
And a little smile from Billy as a little bit of life is breathed into his chip stack. Just shy of 300,000, just shy of 10 big blinds. Pluto in the chat saying Lucas hanging in there. Yes, he is. Lucas about 500,000 chips.
Yeah, lost the bulk of them, but has hung in strong. Did not give up and built up to where he has some room to breathe here at this final table. Billy now pocket jack's going to be 3 in a row for him. There it is. All in.
All in. He's got him ready to go, ready to rip.
But he's slowly chipping up now to where it's going to take a monster to call him at this point. And no one's going to have one. And Billy's going to pick up another 60,000 in chips. At some point, he's got to think about he's not quite in all-in or fold territory because you put in this many chips this late, the only thing that's going to be calling you is aces and kings.
Yeah, he's got enough chips to be dangerous, but also enough chips to see dangerous situations.
Yeah, and if you're just taking that gamble, they don't have those aces, kings. Picking up 60,000 is a huge, as the blinds are 20 and 40,000.
Yeah, it's crazy. 60K in the pot before anything even happens. Those blinds really creeping up. 30-minute levels does give a lot of time for some poker to be played, but we've already made it through 6 levels.
Yeah, these players have seen these blinds go up. They're not extraordinarily given the total number of chips in play, but with 7 players, it's a lot. And here is Dante setting a trap.
Oh, I love that.
About a min raise with pocket aces.
2.5x there.
No one's going to come along, though. No one's going to chat. No one's going to walk into the aces. Luckily for the table, unluckily for Dante. It's like the chat VIP is trying to write a song for poker. you and her going to work on that?
I guess so.
Amy Lee.
Oh, yeah.
Amy Lee.
I think Amy Lee. I don't know the name of the guy who sings on that, but I do know that the only song that band had a guy backup vocalist in was that one.
Yep.
By the record label's discretion there.
It was, gosh, that's back in our era of music,
yes.
Obviously.
Yep, way back in the day. Still a banger, still a good song.
Folds around to the natural, looking down at an ace, wants to put it in and hope the blinds don't wake up with anything, and he's half right so far. Fernando having 7 deuce can let that one go. See if Billy has anything in the big. Does he want to tangle with natural 2 short stacks? No.
Nope, he does
3
not.
Deuce, lets it go. So natural picking up his blinds back that he got taken the last couple hands from all ins.
I thought he folded face up. Actually a pretty good play when you're the short stack if you've got a weak ace. Try and get a call.
Showing that you're widened your range.
Yeah.
Tighten it up later.
That's right. Yeah, a lot of different dynamics going on here. I also enjoy the meta game, not only of your table image and your perception of other players, but the meta game of the series itself. Rudy Borg really taking on that series.
Yeah, we had, we said Mr. Borg taking home the points leader, $1,000 in that fantastic trophy. And later on today, Miss Debbie will be showing up. Got that fantastic donkey trophy. That's right, the donkey trophy. That also came with a $1,000 bill.
That's pretty good. I think that donkey trophy, a fantastic fan favorite there for.
Yeah, it awarded for who had the most buy-ins, and she is proud of it. I don't mind talking about it because she loves it. Billy here in the small blind weekend with pocket sixes folds over to Lucas.
Lucas with the ace 10.
It's for 75% of his stack, though.
Huge stack. He may pick this moment. He is fairly short, and he does need to make a move. Ace 10, one of the better hands, but he does not have the ace of spades.
No, not the ace of spades, and it's going to be behind a lot. Billy's going to be doing this with all pocket pairs, ace jacks, ace queens, ace kings. Not going to be doing this as often with ace 9 or less. So Lucas makes a good fold there.
Yeah. Oh, no, he called.
Oh, he did call. Wow.
Lucas hoping for
gambling.
Exactly what Billy was holding.
He's lucky that Billy just has a pocket pair less than 10. So big flip here. Lucas looking for an ace or a 10.
There's
6
jack.
tray jack.
Oh, man. Billy all but locked up here with that set on the flop.
Needing running straight cards here for Lucas. If it's not a king or a queen, we're going to see a huge double up for Billy and a crippling blow for Lucas, and that's going to do it.
Billy boats up right there on the turn.
And so Lucas down to a couple 100,000 in chips. And Billy has gone from almost out to decently stacked.
And Billy has, as Megan pointed out, woken up the chip stack inside.
That's right. And Lucas now the one needing to find his spot.
220K, just a little over 5 big blinds, and he will be in the big blind in just 2 short hands.
Yeah, Billy having gone all in 3 times prior, being in the small blind. You know that Lucas could have thought his range could be fairly wide there, and he's not wrong about that.
No, absolutely. Billy's still playing a pretty decent range. That pocket 6 is kind of in the middle of the spectrum there.
Yeah, an ace 10. Like I said, make it a coin flip. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in his favor, but he's still alive. Just needs to make the same run Billy just did of good cards, good all-ins, and having them go through. Dante going to get a walk there in the big blind.
Third walk of the final table right there. I'm keeping track of that one mentally. So far, we've got about 10% of the hands have been dealt with AK.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, isn't that crazy? 10%.
Wow. There's been a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. And about 20% of the hands dealt had either ace, king, ace, queen, or king, jack.
Jeez. Well, we've been at this for 3 hours, and there's still 7 players left, so they've been played well.
Yes, indeed. They really have, and we've seen some huge laydowns, courtesy of Mr. Jack the Natural.
Yeah, he laid down ace, queen, king not once but twice.
In a row.
Yeah.
Crazy amount of discipline from all of these players.
Dante limp in here trying to see a flop with the Executioner. Yeah, he did. Executioner going to check his options, so we're going to actually see a flop here.
Let's see 5-5 jack. Okay,
4,
not too bad.
6, 8. No help. Dante's still ahead. Executioner with the gut shot. He goes check, check. 3 on the turn. Going to give Dante a pair.
He's got the best hand so far.
Increasing Executioner's outs.
14 outs. Is that too many?
Sometimes is. Yeah, and he's gonna bet it, and Executioner's gonna let it go. I don't know how much he bet, but I don't hate the fold.
Yeah, if you see a free flop in the big blind, pretty easy to get away from a marginal unmade hand like that.
You're already invested as much as you're forced to. No reason to add more damage to the stack.
Yeah, exactly. Executioner paying attention. We got the football game on that TV on the left side there.
Yeah. Not much of a football game, but
well, it is technically a football game.
It is technically a Dallas Cowboys game. 2 minutes left in live time, but I think the game's been over for 2.5 hours. Not like a super Cowboys fan, but I definitely don't want to see him
Yeah,
in that kind of
you don't
game.
want to see him end up like that.
The natural here going to limp in with ace-6 suited, Billy in the hijack. Looking at a king-jack. KoJack makes its appearance again. 40,000 to call. He's got chips to play with.
He does fold it, though.
Yeah, no reason to give the natural any chips unnecessarily.
Natural is dangerous.
But Dante has the button for the position and the chips to make the call. Executioner in small blind lets his go. Lucas in the big checks his options. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop.
All players holding a 6 in their hand. Let's see the K6 come out. Ooh, 5-5-9.
5-5-9. To the aggressor goes the spoils on this one. 140,000 in the middle. Any one of these players wants to pick up this one, especially at Natural and Lucas, but Dante's going to put the pressure on. He's going to be the one to bet it out because he can afford it. Let's see if it gets through 80,000.
Good size right there.
Yeah, basically a half stack for both of these players. Lucas with just a gut shot with the natural to act behind him.
Yeah, not a call spot here, but you got to wonder, are these players thinking that Dante wants them to shove?
Yeah, it's hard to do anything there with Lucas with natural on your left. And the natural here could feel that he's still best with the ace high if Dante's just using that chip stack. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a shove at a natural, but he does lay it down. He thought about it, though, for a moment, and it would have worked.
Yeah, good crying lay down right there.
The natural knowing that Dante is going to be betting there 90% of the time on the button and against the 2 short stacks.
You know, I wonder if it would have worked. I guess he has to fold there, Dante does, even facing another 140,000 to call to win 360.
Yeah, he didn't have much of a draw to go with either.
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't quite feel right to fold, but it would have been the fold.
Risky play, but it did pay off in that moment. Billy with the 5-4 suited. He lets it fold. And Lucas with the 5 deuce offsuit is going to complete. Just making the call there. Our IT guru, Chris, calls that 5 deuce his stupid hand. He loves playing it, loves winning with it. Let's see if Lucas can do the same here. King 10-4 on the flop. No real help to Lucas. Natural also not getting a piece. It looks like this is going to go check, check. And if it does all the way down to the river, the natural will end up scooping it more than likely. 9 high, not usually good. But this time it is. The natural going all in. I like that. 2 short stacks. Both players have to make a move. The natural says he wants it more. Goes ahead and throws his tournament life on the line and is rewarded. He's pulling in some chips. Got a couple of black chips to add to his stack. The natural also does one of my favorite chip tricks. I like how he does the old somersault with the chips. Very cool to see in real time. And we'll have to get a slow-mo video for our YouTube page. Stay tuned for that. Justin with the queen jack here. He's going to raise it up. No, he just calls up to 40K. Lucas with the old dirty diaper on the button. Does have position, is facing just a call. Not a whole lot of limping done at this table, but Lucas folds. Jack folds, and Fernando is going to check his option. Got the 2 big stacks here in a pot, 100K in the middle. 9-4 tray on the flop. Neither player really getting much of that at all. Fernando going to check. Saw a free flop. Did not really get a piece of it. Justin going to check behind. Fernando makes a pair on the turn. It is a 7 of hearts. And Justin holding a jack of hearts. Looks like he wants to bluff at it and throw out some chips. Fernando may have just enough of this turn to make the call. He is holding 1 pink chip. And holding a couple more. Throwing out calling chips right there. We're going to a river. Fernando with the best hand gets the check mark as a king peels off on the river. He checks. Let's see if Justin slows down, waves the white flag, or decides to bluff at it once more. And Justin going to throw out 200 thereabouts. Looks like 175. And Fernando is going to have to decide whether he believes Justin or not. And he does fold his best hand. That pair of sevens was good, but Justin chips up. Fernando deciding he does not want to bleed any more chips and remains the chip leader. But Justin, the silent assassin of the final table, is chipping up and getting close to that chip leader status. And the button now on short stack Jack. Short stack for now, but has been making some excellent laydowns, has been waiting patiently for a good spot. And looks like he's got a little bit of room to breathe before the big blind heads his way once again. Look at this, both players under the gun and +1 with the 7-6 offsuit. Lucas with an ace. He's going all in, it looks like, putting the rest of his chips in the middle. 140K. The natural with the 10-8 cannot call here. Same story for Fernando with the 8 tray. Billy with the 8 deuce is going to lay it down. 620,000 in Billy's stack. And Lucas chipping back up to 200,000 after winning that pot. Picking up an ace and utilizing its power. Fernando still on top. 1.6 million, 1.3 for Dante, and almost 1.2 for Justin. 200K for Lucas at the bottom, right near the natural and the Executioner. All three players really need to make a move in order to catch up. Average chip stack sits right around just shy of $1 million. Dante with the ace-7 under the gun. Going to put in a raise that should scare off a lot of these players. Good strong raise from that position there. 100K was the bet. And it folds around. Dante scooping up the blinds. He is in the big blind in this hand, but had the other players pay for it for him. He maintains just over 1 million chips. Second place in terms of chip stack total. It has been a great Permian Basin poker series. Really, just want to say thanks to all of the viewers that we've got still with us. 3.5 hours on this stream. I want to say we've accumulated probably 12 hours of total stream time throughout the course of the different events that we've had during this series. So thanks for checking us out. Type a number in the chat. How many streams did you watch for our Permian Basin poker series? Were you here for all of them? Jack the natural, ace-6 suited. He's going all in. Dante with some suited gappers here in the big blind, getting a small discount. Already committing some chips in the middle. Asks for a count 1.355 in Dante's stack. He may decide it's worth it. The possibility to eliminate a strong player, Jack the natural. And there we go. He does make the call. Megan in the chat saying she did watch all of the streams. Actually, I don't doubt it. She may have been there. I'll have to check my records. We do keep very sharp records of all that. And the flop comes out 5-5-4. Ace high, still best. No spades there. A king comes off. Natural still in the lead. Looking pretty good for a double up here. There's the ace on the river. Natural pairs his ace. Gets the check mark and the double up. He has life now, up to 500K. A big hand there. Dante making a call. Did not pan out for him, but he still has over 1 million chips in his stack. And he has the small blind position for the next hand.
Natural up to 500,000 in chips.
He's dangerous. Has been this whole time, but even more so now that he's got a couple of chips in front of him.
Now Lucas and the Executioner. The short stacks at the table, 200,000 and 260,000.
Only a matter of time here. Lucas has the big blind fast approaching. In fact, he'll be in that spot on the next hand, 20K, 40K.
Yep, needing it to wake up with the hand here. It'd be great to have one right now, get max value on those blinds, but the executioner is going to defend his chips he has in the middle because he's only got 260,000. He's got 40 of them already in the middle. So you could see a battle of the short stacks here really easily.
We got Tracy in the chat cheering Jack on for his victory there. He's got the king-queen on this hand. 500K, some newfound chips. Let's see if he puts any in the middle.
Does want to put him to work.
Yeah, he is. Some people work for money. Jack makes the money work for him.
Folds on around. Dante going to see a flop with his 4-3 suited executioner with almost the exact same holding, 7-5 of clubs. Taking away a lot of each other's outs here as Corey puts out a flop 3 ways.
That's what we call a lot of clubs and 2 more on the flop.
Yeah, tough one here for both of these players.
It is a paired board.
Does check around as they're trying to realize equity of their hands. Dante ahead now with a pair of 3s.
Technically ahead. Can't feel too comfortable, but he does bet.
Executioner makes the good lay down there. And not chasing that flush draw with the last bit of his chips.
And that'll do it. Dante, the rich get richer, up to 1.2 million in chips, still in second place.
And now Executioner and Lucas both almost identical chip stacks with both players having money in the middle in the blinds.
This is going to get ugly here. We may see some blind on blind violence.
Yeah, both of these players needing great cards or terrible cards. You don't want to be making a wishy-washy decision at this stage.
Each decision taking a mental toll here. You want to try and keep them as simple as possible, but I can't say that any of these decisions are easy at the final table.
Natural under the gun, not having anything. Fernando stepped away from the table. Don't blame him with that chip stack. Folds around, and here we go.
This is it. Executioner likely to go all in.
He does, and Lucas got 150 left.
6-9, short stacked. I'm probably going in here just to see what happens.
Well, Executioner's range could be anything as well. I mean, the 2 shortest stacks, both in the blinds. Basically a gamble to see who moves forward with each other's chips. You know you're alive if you have 9-6 more than likely. But he does make a good lay down there. I like that lay down. No reason to just surrender. You know, one double up your back at 300,000. Another one, you're amongst chip leaders.
Yeah, 7th place, still taking down $2 grand.
Yep,
6th place with that ladder, though, another $600 for $2,600 total.
Yeah, no one wants that $2,000 payday. They're looking for that $13,000 first place prize.
Try to set yourself up for a first place prize and that plaque. Pretty good plaque. And the bragging rights. That is a big deal.
2024 Permian Basin Poker Series main event Texas Championship. $42,000 in this prize pool. 74 players, 62 rebuys. $42,000 prize pool. Justin here in the hijack picking up KoJack of Diamonds. Going to raise this one up. Dante folds out of the way. Executioner not waking up with anything. Lucas 5-4, nothing. The natural and the big blind.
He folds.
Does let it go.
Staying patient.
Yeah, but like I said, you've got two players super short stacked. No reason to get involved. Like I said, 2,000 to the next one out. And when you have 2 short stacks, might as well go for that ladder.
That's right.
Stay out of the way.
Climb that ladder, get to higher ground.
Lucas now 125,000. Blinds are 25 and 50,000, so 3/4 of a stack going in on the next orbit. Needs to find a hand. Executioner not far behind him on that. Only 260,000. Moves need to be made by these 2 players, and these other players know that.
Looks like Dante getting up from the table here. Dante folding the ace-5.
Executioner King Jack in the cutoff lays it down.
Wow, very tight fold.
Yeah, wanted to see if Lucas might go out that hand there.
Jack the natural could go all in here and would be ahead of Fernando's ace tray.
That would be absolute suicide with 2 short stacks
Yeah.
right behind you. Surprised he even called, but he did call. Fernando Could apply max pressure here because there's no reason for Jack.
There it goes.
I knew that was coming.
Choo-choo.
Yeah, just apply max pressure because the natural is never going to get involved.
Wow, and he folds.
with two short stacks right behind him about to go out. So why take that risk of winning only $2,000 when you have two people right behind you that can barely survive in orbit? So good recognition there by Fernando to put that pressure on the natural.
Yeah, good utilization of the situation. If it rhymes, it must be crime.
True either way. Dealer Corey.
Just going lightning fast.
108 hands we've dealt here at this final table. 3.5 hours worth of action, and only two eliminations.
I can't believe it's been 3.5 hours. Really having a good time, savoring every second of this final table.
Dante, King, Queen suited going to put pressure on the short stacks. Executioner gets out of the way, and Lucas found a hand. King Jack wants to get it in.
Unfortunately, he is notched and dominated.
Yeah, tough timing here for Lucas. Natural gets out of the way.
He does fold the 7
Fernando
deuce.
Going to fold, yeah. Didn't even. Billy had pocket sixes, but he's never going to call here. No reason to give the short stack any more money unless he thinks he can just call the 125 and get a check down.
He does.
Yeah. So he may think that Dante here is going to check it down, and he can try to spoil the party here with the pocket sixes.
Yep, 2 chances to eliminate Lucas.
Yeah, you see Billy there checking in the dark to signal to Dante that no reason to draw any more blood here. Lucas needing a jack and only a jack to stay alive here at this final table. Can he do it?
And look at that, Billy making the right call pre-flop. He gets the check mark and the pot. Lucas eliminated in 7th place.
Congratulations. Well played by Mr. Lucas. 7th place, $2,000 for his efforts. Great run. Had a huge chip stack early. Took a couple brutal beats. Couldn't quite recover. The cards never quite cooperated, but he did make some great plays and showed that he deserved to be right where he was at this final table.
Great job by Lucas. Great series by Lucas. I think he played in all of the events.
Yeah, he let's see where he's. Yeah, it looks like he had a cash in event number 6, which that would have been. It's been such a long wait. But he's on the leaderboard for cashes. It's his 2nd cash of the series, and a good one to have. The final table, final event, main event, Texas Championship, $2,000 for a 7th place finish.
Excellent
well played.
job.
And there you see me on camera as the players asked me for a break.
Couple of well-dressed men walking around here.
Players wanted a break at the end of the next level, so the players will be taking a break.
Yeah, we have been working hard. This is a great series. Very pleased with the turnout. It was a lot of work, though. You looked at me for kind of asking maybe what event number 6 was, and I looked at my watch thinking maybe that would tell me.
All of the staff here at KoJack's been hard at work the last 2 weeks. We knew it would be a doozy, but it has been a fantastic event. 13 days, 10 events, all culminating into today's all participants free roll, which is still going on. Registration has passed, but a little free little thank you tournament to all participants. And then this final table here, these guys putting on a great performance for us here on stream.
Oh, man. Great performance for sure. And it looks like we're down to the final table of that 0-entry tournament.
Yeah. Somebody be taking home a cool $500.
And here goes the Executioner putting his chips in the middle.
Ace 7 of clubs. The natural, very tempting, but that's for most of his chips. Can't quite call it with the Basil. Jack 10 suited.
If he's going to lay down Ace King with a decent chip stack, I don't see him playing the Jack 10 with a short chip stack. And he does fold. Fernando thinking about it, though.
Yeah, just maybe trying to get an elimination here.
He
not
folds.
Gonna do it. Billy getting out of the way. Justin not going to have a card to call with. Dante.
Ooh, Dante may.
Very tempted, but it's still for a quarter of a stack. Boy, he wants to. See him laughing at
He really does.
Execution there, but has to lay it down.
And there you go, Executioner chipping up a little bit, 335K in his stack.
A good place to pick up a decent enough hand to go all in with when you're about to be in the blind to get some free blinds to survive in orbit.
Yep.
That's what this stage of the tournament is.
It is all about survival right now. The question is, how good are you at surviving? Jack the Natural going to be under the gun here for this next hand, sitting on 350K. Pretty short stacked as those blinds are up to 25.50. Just about 7 big blinds for the Natural. Fernando with the 6-9 folds. Justin with the king-queen suited here. Might, yeah, sizing appropriately here. Looks like about 125. 150.
150 Executioner. My favorite hand into the muck.
There. Oh, I thought he put in chips. I was about to say, making Reece proud.
I would have been disappointed.
7-5 suited. Good for a cash game. Maybe not for the main event final table with 42K on the line.
Not.
Yeah, it's been a great series, and what a cherry on top here with this final table.
Yeah, 6 players remaining, $13,000 up top, and several platforms of social media filled with fans, and we appreciate it. Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We can see chats for all of them. Root on your favorite player. Let us know what you think. If you have any questions about what's going on here at KoJack's, or if you just want to shout out your buddies that played and or maybe still playing in this tournament, let us know.
Yeah, give us some bad beat stories. This is about the best time to share those.
You have a captive audience. We're stuck here in the booth.
That's right.
We will read whatever you have to tell us.
Hope it's not too much information, but my butt hurts a little bit from sitting in this chair.
We've had a long couple of weeks, but it's been totally worth it.
A lot of fun. A lot of fun. How does the saying go? You enjoy what you do. You never work a day in your life.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I love what I do, but holy crap, it's work sometimes.
But we do it for you, and we are very happy for the reception of this series and for all the viewers in the chat. It really has been a lot of fun. Billy with the pocket sevens here. He's putting in a couple of chips there. Looks like a pretty healthy raise. 50K is the blind, so he's going to raise it up at least 100. 125.
And Executioner not waking up with anything. Fernando, pocket aces. Oof.
How many times has he had pocket aces?
I'm telling you, you have a tally mark for that one.
I should have.
Fernando here. And, you know, at the end of the day, this one here, this hand is over, and I'll tell you why. Fernando is going to lean back on Billy right here, and Billy's going to let the sevens go because the Executioner is on life support. And there's no reason for the Executioner and the Natural to you should wait on them probably. Because like I said, the next elimination, 2,600, then 3,300, 4,200, and those short stacks. You don't want to tangle with the big chip leader when you have 2 short stacks. They're going to be going out in any given hand.
That ladder game is real. Yeah. And we saw Fernando cut out about 200. Yeah, it looks like he's going to click it back.
There it goes. Yep, throws it immediately away. Billy, I know, is way too intelligent of a tournament poker player to get involved right there with 2 short stacks.
And Fernando, fan favorite Fernando, chipping up again. Other fan favorite. I'm going to scroll through chat and keep score here, but Jack the Natural still in the game. Got a lot of votes for both players. Alfonso saying, keep trucking, Justin.
That's exactly what he's been doing, just quietly trucking along, laddering up. Had some chips to start the table, kind of laid back, let the cards come to him.
He's doing a good job of keeping up with the blind levels as well.
Capitalized on the hands that he did get, lays down the other ones, and has just quietly worked his way through this final table.
King
Very
7.
well played.
King 7 for Dante, one of my favorite hands here. Back in the pre-solver days, that was called a mathematical favorite.
Here we go, the Executioner.
Oh, wow, and the Natural.
All in, the Natural picking up a hand. The 2 short stacks may be battling it out here.
And if the Natural calls, Executioner will be all in and at risk. The Natural only 15,000 behind, according to our graphics, which are impeccably operated today.
And he lays it
Wow.
down. Huge.
Wow.
Huge lay down there by the natural. I thought we were off to the races.
I really did too.
Wow, wow, wow. That's did not expect that. The two short stacks thought could be getting it in there. But the natural saying just in case.
Playing the patient game.
I don't want to coin flip. And, you know, the executioner, ace king, ace queen, any blackjack, any Broadway cards.
Oh,
he'd
yeah.
be doing that. And he's never going to have, you know, or, I mean, he could, but the odds are low. He's going to have 8, 7, 6s or less than under your 9s. And so it chooses just to not flip for his effective tournament life and wait for a better spot.
Jack the Natural must have seen a doctor lately because he is patient. Where's my...
You need a... And
here we go.
I don't even know where the buttons are, but I was asking you to push that one. Fernando, another monster premium pocket queens, raising it up on the button here. Going to see if he can find any takers.
And Justin with the ace jack may have just enough of a hand, and he does, to make the call. And we are off to a flop, 275K in the middle. Flop comes out ace high.
Ace
Fernando
high.
no longer best.
Yeah, he may slow down. Knowing Justin had the way he has played this final table here, he's not going to be getting in the light. He does go ahead and check. And a good check back there by Justin.
5 on the turn changes nothing. Fernando still behind, looking for one of 2 remaining queens.
Yeah, Justin going to lead out here, and it's going to be a pretty big bet there. I don't know if Fernando's going to peel like he has against other players. Justin definitely has a different image than some of the others, but he does count out some calling chips.
Wait a second, there it is.
So we're definitely going to see some chips moving here on this one.
Justin all but locked up to win this pot. 525,000 in the middle.
10 on the river.
10 of spades.
Backdoor spades do come in. Depending on how much Justin bets here.
Oh, and he does not. He elects to check.
And Fernando could be in that same situation that he was in earlier, but he chooses to check it back and going to see the bad news that Justin did have the ace. Good non-bet there by Fernando. He did it against Jack earlier, knowing that Jack did not have the play and was trying to extract any value from like a river 9 or 10 that Jack might have had that last hand. But Justin here having a whole different image on this final table. So good check back there by Fernando.
Yes, indeed. I love that very sportsman-like face that Justin made. Like, ooh, man, pocket queens got cracked by my ace.
And more chips for him. So we are still six-handed.
Still six-handed.
$2,600 for the next person eliminated. No one wants that prize pool. They want that $13,000 up top.
And Billy with the ace-8 going to raise it up and not going to get a customer. He's chipping up, back up to a 800K. Had a special guest in the studio here.
Yeah, I had to. The players are on a break, so I think the players come in to make sure we don't talk trash about them.
Yeah.
I think that's all it is. They're just worried about what we're going to say.
That seems to be the biggest worry. I don't think you or I are particularly vicious.
We appreciate all of our players and know that no matter what they do on these live streams, if you're ever worried about playing on one of the live streams, just know that you're going to do anything better than we would if we were in your seats. So
very, very true.
Do not have to worry about us.
Hey, those who can't teach, those who can't teach commentate.
Entirely correct.
Fernando with the queen 9 getting out of the way. Now, you know, we would make fun of bad players or grumpy players or whatever. The thing is, just not a bad one in the bunch.
No, the players that are here on this stream especially have more than earned their way.
Yeah, not only do they play great, great sportsmen as well, all around.
Curiously, Justin limping in here on the dealer button instead of raising it would have worked.
Would have worked.
Pre-flop. but he just really wanted to see maybe King Deuce is his favorite hand.
Executioner with a great pair there, that 9,
Yeah,
and he's got a 10 to go with it.
Turns open-ended. Dante open-ended on the other end, going to make a stab here. I don't think you'll see Executioner fold this hand, depending on how much pressure Dante puts on him. Executioner does have 285 behind. Oh, but he has to lay it down because it's a $150,000 bet.
Yeah.
It's a big bet, and just not going to gamble here. And, of course, Justin's not going to come along either.
So, masterful sizing by Dante.
Yeah, just letting them know that I've got the chips, and I'm not afraid to put them to work, even though Justin has chipped up to 1.4. It has more than Dante now. Dante has been more in control of this table for the last several hours.
Yeah, really kind of running things over here. Dante not exactly the chip leader, but maybe the aggression leader. The aggression factor for Dante up to 33%. That is the highest at the table.
Yeah, he's definitely has put the larger chip stack to work, and it's definitely worked for him because he's been the chip leader or amongst them for a good while now. And like I said, you see a lot of chips being shipped around amongst the players, but that's due to the blinds being how they are. There's just too many players left with these kind of blind levels.
Chips always seem to settle on one side of the table.
Billy here going to raise it up. Queen, Jack suited. Folds on around.
Some loud noises coming from the other side of the booth here.
Well, they are on break.
That's right. Let them cut up a little bit.
Dante wants to see a flop on the button against Billy.
I love it. I like Dante.
He's had Billy's number tonight. He really has.
Yeah, it looks like Billy's going to bet out. Let's see if Dante decides to play back.
Now Dante's 2-1 on Billy's C bets. Let's see if he can increase it to 3-1, or if Billy's going to even the score here, go 2-2 on their battles post flop between the two of them.
Dante.
He does lay it down. So Billy with chips is a dangerous thing.
Billy without chips is still dangerous. I think he knows Taekwondo.
Yeah, I'm telling you, at the end of the day, all these players know that Billy has been down but not out, and now he is up and not out, which is way worse.
The sharks smell blood in the water.
Yeah, you've got 4 out of the 6 players right at or over that million mark, and the natural and Executioner needing to find some cards. Like I said, there's 5.4 million chips in play. These blinds are huge for the amount of players, not necessarily for the amount of chips in play, but for the amount of players. I did not expect there still to be 7 remaining at these blind levels.
It is crazy. The patience that these players have is extremely remarkable.
Yeah, when they're playing for $13,000, I understand.
You got to stay patient. You got to choose your spots. And we were fortunate enough. We took exactly 10 players to day 2.
Yep.
Just worked out that way. So we've got the final table from the get-go.
Yep, 74 entries into this main event championship. 62 re-entries for a total prize pool of $42,000.
Yeah, great turnout for that. For all of the flights, it has been excellent.
It was an overall fantastic event. Fernando getting the raise through of the blinds. Again, they're at 25 and 50,000. Button is going to be on Fernando. Like I said, the Executioner and the Natural both around that 200,000 mark. Everybody else close to that million or above. Fernando's still your chip leader, 1.5 million, with Justin right on his heels with 1.3. So it's still a anyone's game situation. But these short stacks are looking to press the issue a little bit faster.
All right, Megan approving the Executioner's nickname here.
Billy here wanted to play a post-flop play here, limping in with Justin, who checks his action. Open-ended for Justin.
Yeah, looks
Billy
like
not having anything, but he's going to put out a bet, and Justin's going to let that one go.
he's going to take it down. 3 hearts on that flop. Pretty scary for both players, but the aggression does win out.
Yeah, Megan knows my nickname, too. Wow. Thinks I'm the best dealer, and I have the best nickname. That's amazing. Dealer Corey in the box.
Rockin' Reece. Does have a nice ring to it.
Is it? Is that my nickname? I hope not.
I don't know. That's what we call you behind your back.
Do you know what they call? Do you know what they call me when I'm not around in Fort Worth? Honestly,
No, I don't.
Robot.
Robot.
Because
Robot does.
I don't sleep. They say, go ask the robot.
And that fits. It is fitting. You shouldn't have told me that.
Executioner here, looking down at Mr. Hand, does let it go. The natural 9-7, great hand, but not for this stage. Fernando, pocket jacks, going to go ahead and raise this one up.
125. It looks like
125. Seems like a lot, but the blinds are 50,000. The pace of play is just picking up. 75 to Dante.
Dante
Makes the call.
Love that. I love Dante.
10-8 wants to play some post-flop poker with Fernando. King, Queen, 5. This is going to be the flop to take it down with Fernando having pocket jacks. We'll see what kind of angle that Fernando wants to take here. That check there could do it for him. Dante's probably going to bet this turn, especially now that it's an ace.
Another overcard.
That ace actually might have saved Fernando. Dante was probably going to bet any other card there. 4 on the river. Dante just going to surrender this up. Looks like he is, and Fernando can't make a bet there with all those overcards with the pocket jacks, and Dante just going to get out of the way. Never really had a chance to take that pot away other than the flop.
Yeah.
But I think that's what he might have had in mind trying to play against Fernando. But that ace sort of handcuffed Dante's plans because Fernando's going to have the ace there a lot, and he's just going to throw money going straight to Fernando if he does have the ace.
Definitely a hand that Dante folds face down.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to show that one down. That's certainly, if I were in Fernando's shoes playing online, I would have pulled up the replay.
Yeah, it's kind of the flops I see whenever I have pocket jacks.
And here we go.
This is kings and queens. Players going to be taking a 15-minute break here shortly, a much-deserved break.
Gonna go move some boxes. Wish me luck.
We're going to take a break ourselves. I'll put a counter up on the screen. I'll let you guys know when we will be back because we're going to take you all the way to the end.
Yep, hand number 123 here. We've been going through it. Why stop now?
And Billy's going to raise it up with the ace-king to 125,000. Dante makes the call, wanting to set mine here, 100,000 more in the small blind. Pocket sixes. Yeah, let's
the Charlie go.
Let's that one go, unsurprisingly, but much to Charlie's chagrin if he's watching this back. Ace-king, pocket sixes, coin flip, flop, full house for Dante. Now they are 2 for 2. That's going to go check, check. Oh, and that is a terrible turn card for Billy. Dante here is going to be able to extract value, pretty significant value here from Billy. Yeah, Dante.
There it goes.
Billy thinks he's setting the trap, but he just intelligently just makes the call. He, see the frustration there for Billy, thinking that he should have been best there, frustrated giving up those chips for the right before the break there. But Dante was smiling there, set the trap for Billy, and boy, he thought he was going to be getting money there from Dante, but Dante had the bigger trap laid. We're going to be back in 15 minutes. We'll put the timer up on the stream. These players are going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and take it down to the final winner.
Yeah, this is going to be a quick 15 minutes, so stick with us. We'll be right back.
And we are back from the quick break, just in time to see Executioner all in with Ace Queen. Thanks for sticking with us through that break. Gotta let these players get up and stretch every now and again. And we take the advantage to do so as well. Executioner is going to get that one through. And there are still 6 players remaining. The Natural down to 140,000 in chips, needing some live. Executioner with that all-in pickup of the blinds. Blinds are 30 and 60,000. Massive, massive, massive blinds. There's 5 million chips in play, but there's still 7 players. So many players left for the blinds being at this big. These players needing to find a spot here. Dante looking down at pocket 7s. Raises it up. The Natural will put him all in with Jack 9, decides not to do so. Fernando folds as well. And the play continues on. Like I said, small blind 30,000, big blind 60,000. The Natural having almost 2 big blinds left, but he has the button, so he has a few hands to look at before he is committed to putting it in there. Billy 700,000. I'm sorry, Executioner at 330,000. Billy at about 650,000. Justin and Dante both around that 1.3 million, and Fernando still the chip leader with 1.6 million.
All right, Robot, we are back. I would call this round 3.
Dante and the hijack putting in, looks like he's going to raise it to 150,000. Execution on the cutoff lets his hand go. The Natural has to fold his button.
I like that Dante's still playing loose. His VPIP now up to 32%.
Yeah, he's definitely putting the chips to work and not scared to get into the mix. I was just saying before you got back into the booth how the blinds are 30 and 60,000. Massive, massive, massive. There's 5.4 million chips in play. So there's still plenty of play to be had, but not for 7 players, Chase.
No, not at all. This is not a whole lot of chips on the table here compared to the blind levels. Now, we are playing a tournament, so cash does not play. May have to get a memo over there to Jack, the Natural.
Looks like he was ordering some food, waiting to pay for it. Shows the man's intentions whenever he's got 2 bigs left, but he's ordering food still.
That's right. That's right. Hey, any food is a small dent in that potentially $2,600 or $3,300 prize.
Dante going to raise this one up again. Ace 10 offsuit. The Natural all in the call. Doesn't want to do it with the pit bull.
Yeah, there he goes. He remembers.
I'm learning. The Daily Canine. Dante going to get that one through as well.
Dante with the ace 10 this time actually had a hand.
Yeah, it's 90,000 times 2 that he's picked up with the last 2 hands.
Not too bad right there. Up to 1.5 million in chips. And he will be in the big blind, but you're right, last 2 hands. Got a couple of blinds. Had the other players pay that blind bet.
Dealer Monica in the box for our 128th hand of this final table. The 2024 Permian Basin Poker Series main event championship.
God, time flies when you're having fun. The Natural finally found a spot here. He's got the queens.
All in, he says, just in time for his coffee. There's the tip. It was just for coffee, not for the food.
And for papers. The Natural peeking down, going to be happy.
Oh, yeah, saying I got my coffee, I got my pocket queens, and now we're going into the middle, all in.
Talk about a good spot right there. But you like that all-in bet.
Fernando with an ace doesn't call. Is anybody going to have anything to call with?
It doesn't look like it. Dante.
Yeah, he's in the small blind for 30. He's got to complete this here pretty much.
There it goes.
Yeah, almost any 2 cards for him. He's got the chips, and it was in the small blind. 10-8 versus pocket queens.
This This could get extremely ugly. Obviously, the queen's a huge favorite, but if there is an upset, it would be a large upset.
That it would. Dealer Monica. Deuce 6-10, giving top pair to Dante.
Always a sweat.
The natural needing to dodge a 10 or an 8.
Luckily for the natural, only 1 10 and 1 8 remain in the deck.
Ace on the turn does give hearts to Dante.
14 outs. Jack just hoping that's too many outs for Dante.
Lots of bullets to dodge here.
And it's a 5 of hearts.
And you see everyone's reaction.
Oh, man.
And fist bumps and handshakes for the natural for a fantastic performance. All the way down to 6th place here in this Texas Main Event Championship. A local legend here at KoJack's Poker Club and all the West Texas poker clubs that he frequents very often. Well-liked person, fantastic poker player, and well played all the way down to 6th place.
$2,600 bill going to him, and you really see the respect that the other players give him with those handshakes.
Absolutely.
Congratulations, Jack. You've done well. Great run.
Yeah, definitely, like I said, a living legend here in Midland poker.
And we're lucky we got a couple of those. Jack certainly among the best.
Mm-hmm. And then there were 5.
Samuel in the chat saying, GG's natural. Yes, good game indeed. 5 players now. Next out, $3,300 going in. Certainly a nice payday right there. But it was not easy. That was a hard-fought prize. All the way up to $13,000 for first place. Flop comes out almost monotone. 2 spades, that ace of spades right there on the flop. You know, I think I'm going all in anytime I see the ace of spades. And Mexicutioner taking a page out of my playbook.
Yeah, second pair there. He does take the chance that Dante doesn't have an ace there, and he is correct to pick up.
And shows
the 10-8.
Was this good? Was this good?
You won with this. Why can't I?
Yep, the very next hand. I guess 10-8 is the nuts. What do they call the Choctaw nuts? We got to get the West Texas nuts as 10-8.
I like 10-8. 10-8's a good.
It is actually a pretty good hand. Especially not facing a 3-bet pre-flop. And blinds really up there, 30K, 60K. That means Billy, one of the shorter stacks with 600,000 in his stack, only about 10 big blinds. They're really creeping up here.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of chips in play, and the blinds that still have a little bit of room for poker, but not to be spread around to this many people. So these players are still in alert mode and trying to find a hand to get a quick double up.
Executioner with the house hand. That could be the one. He does throw out a raise, though not committing all of his chips.
No, he just called, and Fernando plays back at him.
There it is.
All
Fernando,
in.
All in. Executioner may have to take a stand here.
He's got 400,000. Can definitely see a few hands. The problem with the King Jacks, yeah, you're just dominated too much there. Any ace, you're behind, and especially ace kings, ace jacks. So tried to see a cheap flop, but went ahead and decided to get out of the way on that.
Fernando sniffing out a little bit of aggression. We know that he was notched and the Executioner folded the best hand, but yeah, you're absolutely right. A rare moment of widening the range from Fernando, and that's how you play the game.
Yeah, as you get shorter handed, those hands do get stronger, and limp ins can be punished.
Yeah, we certainly saw that there. Executioner now down to 400,000 in his stack. Is the short stack, needs to make a move.
Billy going to be in the big blind. He is the shortest stack, or no, just the second short stack at $500,000. So he's going to be the one that has a large percentage of his chips in the middle. And as Dante in the cutoff, ace jack, looks like he grabbed some raising chips. Executioner not picking up anything.
Ooh, Fernando with the ace king. That one's going on the tally mark. We're up to 10.
That's a lot of ace kings in this tournament. And Billy here watching his big blind slowly float away as he's got a raise and a re-raise. I'm not going to put in his chips with the 8-9 offsuit. Now the question is, does Dante want to tangle with a fellow chip leader with the two short stacks still looming?
Conventional wisdom says, no way, get out. But Dante has been playing a lot of hands lately. He's been seeing a lot of flops.
Yeah, he's discretion folding there by Dante. Like I said, you've got two players that are going to be the shorter stacks, and you don't want to tangle with the chip leader right now. The pay jumps are real.
5.4 million chips in play. Fernando accounting for almost 2 million of them, almost half the chips in play, sitting right in front of one of the fan favorites.
Yep. And Dante with 1.3. Like I said, right behind between the two of them, there's your chips.
That is quite the majority right there.
Yeah, no reason to tangle with each other. 5 players remaining. Fifth place getting $3,300 for their efforts. But these players not wanting to make any missteps, as $13,000 remains up top.
You know, that's something that we really haven't seen, is any mistakes on this final table. There have been good plays and better plays, but I haven't seen a single wrong play. And that's really just the power of these players and how studied they are.
They definitely have to have that in their arsenal to be where they're at to begin with. Billy here just going to call in the small blind to see a flop against Justin.
Justin, not a bad hand there. Those suited connectors there, kind of high end of the wheel draw.
Yeah, deuce 9-9, a pretty unassuming flop to miss both players, so Billy's going to c-bet this one out. Justin here is going to let that one go, content in just cruising and not wanting to give any additional chips to the smaller stack.
Billy chipping up once again. You love to see it. Billy gets the button as well as a couple more chips added to his stack. 5 players remain, and like you said, that ladder is real. Next pay jump, $3,300 for 5th place, $4,200 for 4th place, a cool $900 difference.
Yeah, the blinds, like I said, there's 5 million chips in play. Blinds are going to be 30 and 60, going up to 40 and 80 on the next level. So there's not a ton of chips to be shared amongst 5 players. We're going to see it go down to 3 pretty quickly, given these blind levels.
Yep.
An executioner under the gun, wanting to flex with the king 9.
He's got the pit bull.
The pit bull has been called out, and a big chunk of chips. Looks like 125 to go.
The attack dogs are on the prowl. Fernando with the pocket 9s, though.
Yeah, not going to go anywhere here.
No, he's got the food.
He's got almost 2 million in chips. Executioner is only going to damage him for not very much of his chip stack, so he's actually cutting out raising chips, and I don't really blame him here. Let's see if Executioner wants to just play for it all and maybe coin flip if he does have ace king, ace queen, something like that. And he does make the raise. Billy's going to like to see that. Lays it down.
250.
Justin getting out of the way. Let's see. Nope. No one else getting involved, so we're going to go heads up as he makes the call. Interesting. Just a call. Still leaving some chips behind.
A couple of chips behind. 155K.
Yeah, 590 in the middle, and Executioner's got 150 behind. So he's basically pot committed, but didn't want to go all in. But here he's taking the lead right now. So big one for him. Yeah, he's going to put in the rest of those chips. And Fernando here, 155,000. And the bad part is Fernando kind of has to call.
He knows he's behind at this point, but it's a small price to pay, not only relative to the size of the pot, but more so relative to the size of his stack. He'll still have 1.5 million behind if he makes this call and loses.
Yeah, and the chance to try to eliminate an opponent, and Executioner could have Queen Jack here sometimes.
Sure.
And you could be ahead.
Maybe Ace Jack, Ace Queen as well.
Yeah, it's just not enough chips. I expected Executioner would have put those chips in pre-flop, but there's nothing wrong with leaving chips behind just in case. And Fernando cutting out the chips here. I think he knows he pretty much has to call this regardless. And much to his dismay, not only is he going to see that he's got the king, but he's going to see that he's got one of his outs.
Right. And there is one out remaining, but according to our graphics, that 1-9 has already been folded. So Fernando effectively drawing dead here.
Yeah, that's it's tough to say. Not only does your opponent have the king, but it has the 9 as well. And so Executioner poised here to get a huge injection of chips here, flipping the script on this table.
900K in the middle going to the winner.
And there it is. Executioner patiently waiting for the opportunity
No longer the short stack anymore, right shy of 1 million chips.
Yeah.
That'll put Billy at the bottom of the chip count at 610K.
Yeah, and now we're at an interesting point because when the short stack is 600K, that's still half the stack for most of these players. And so we're pretty much right back to where my favorite saying of anyone's ball game.
Anyone's ball game, indeed.
So no one is safe anymore, and we need. There's going to be moves that are going to need to be made because, like I said, these blinds are getting brutal for this many players.
And speaking of moves getting made here, it looks like a dealer change about to happen.
Dealer Corey getting into the box.
Corey, known as a crusher, dealing out bad beats left and right. I don't know if that's true. I think statistically it's the same.
Looks like Billy raised it up here. Ace-8 suited.
Great hand for a short stack like Billy to have. Good position as well. Justin looking down.
Dante going to make a call here with Ace-7 getting pipped here.
And
Saying
he
not
is
pipped.
Pipped is what they call it now,
Yeah.
huh?
You know what a pip is? Pipped.
Pipped. I thought it was V-pip. I thought you pip a hand that you just want to get your V-pip up.
If you actually, Billy, he raised it and Billy folded. Good move by Dante.
Wow.
Now, the pip is what you call the spot on the card that designates how much it is, or the spot on a domino.
Okay.
Those are called pips.
Pips. All right, just
So
pipped.
if you're out pipped, there's 10 pips on a 10 and 9 pips on a 9. You're out pipped.
Out pipped. Okay, well, there you go. All these
I would like to say it's new lingo, but it's not. It's old lingo.
super
Because I'm old.
well, dominoes.
So
Does dominoes predate poker? I think it might.
I would assume it probably would.
There you go. Talk about old school slang coming back. All trends move in cycles anyway.
We'll leave the new things up to the new kids. I'll bring back the old stuff.
Yeah, that's the fun part about working in this business. You get to you get to talk to people of all different ages. And here we go, Billy with the house hand all in.
King, Jack, Executioner having the same hand.
Getting a count.
One in a count with these newfound chips. Wants to put them to work immediately. It's going to be for about half his stack as we can see. I don't know if King Jack is going to be the one. We've seen him lay this down before.
He may lay it down once again. Sure does. Billy looking to pick up some uncontested blinds. Or do I say pip up some uncontested blinds? I'm kidding. And here we go. We are moving on. We've got a good couple of viewers here in the stream. Thanks for checking us out. Who are you rooting for? We've got 5 players left. All 3 excellent players in their own right. Let me see if I can pull up the chip stacks right quick. Corey is a lightning fast dealer, so hopefully we get a chance to read these chip stacks. Put a 1 in the chat if you're cheering for Executioner. Put a 7 in the chat for Fernando, an 8 for Billy, a 9 for Justin, or a 10 for Dante. Let's see who's got the most fans watching right now. 1.48 million for Dante. He is the chip leader, but not by too much. Second place, Fernando at 1.435. Dante kind of loosening up his range, noticing that there are a lot of tight players remaining and making the adjustment here to his strategy. We got a couple of 7s in there. We got a 1 in there. Love to see it, everybody. And Dante going to pick up those blinds. 90K headed his way between the small and the big blind. Catherine Strotter, 10 to the infinity power. That's a lot of zeros. And Beth also cheering for number 1. Pluto saying he likes Executioner. We got a lot of fans in the chat. Love to hear it. 3 for Executioner. 2 for Fernando. 1 for Dante. No love for Billy just yet, but I know he's got fans out there. Now we've got a 2-way tie for the
See a lot of 1s and 7s and 1s. What do we call out here?
Seat numbers for who everybody's rooting for. Actually, it looks like the Executioner wins with 3 votes so far.
Definitely got some fans out there.
Anybody want to tip the scales? There we go. David showing up for Justin. Jasmine showing up for Fernando. Not Fernando, sorry, Fernando.
Speaking of Justin here, he's going to call the raise here at Dante. Well ahead with the ace-queen against Dante's ace-9.
There's another ace-queen for the chart. Flop comes out all red.
Yeah, 8-5, a jack, and no help to either player. Dante going to check this one over, knowing Justin's not calling lightly here. Deuce on the turn. To the aggressor will go the spoils here, and looks like Justin's going to be that guy.
Ace-jack high still, or ace-queen high still best.
Reaching for 125,000, it looks like, and Dante's going to get out of the way. There's some more chips headed over to Justin's way.
The silent assassin strikes again.
Tracy wants underdog Billy.
There it is. Megan voting twice. I'll count it. 2 votes per household. I guess that checks out.
There you go. 5 players remaining. $3,600 up for grabs. At 36 or 32? I don't remember the list. There.
33.
33? $3,300 for the next person eliminated. But no one wants that. They want the 13,000 up top.
13,000, pretty good. That plaque, very good. The bragging rights, even better.
That's right. The main event is a 2024 Permian Basin Poker Series.
What a year to be alive.
Texas poker. Can't beat it.
Fernando with the same hand as Billy, both go in the muck.
Battle of the blinds here. Justin the small blind is 7-5. Looks like he's going to make the call. Dante's going to check his option.
Off-suited, Reece. Don't get too excited.
Nope. I didn't say anything. It's not my hand. It's not suited. Doesn't count. 8, king, queen, 2 hearts here. Dante's going to pick up the flush draw. Might bet this one out right here. And that's going to get Justin out of the way. Chips are tight. Let's have a look here before the next hand.
Iceman firing some shots, cheering for Fernando, saying Executioner should have been Executioned on day 1.
Nope, he made it here to the final table just like Fernando.
He sure did, and he's holding on.
Dante and Fernando both 1.4 million in chips. Justin right behind them with 1.2. Executioner 800,000 and Billy 475. Pretty much any one of these players could have this chip lead with one big hand, Chase.
That's absolutely correct. Just one double up for Billy puts him right shy of $1 million. And depending on it, whose hands that double up occurs, they're going to be crippled.
Fernando here under the gun looking at ace, jack, offsuit, reaching for some chips.
Cutting out a raise.
150 to go, it looks like. Justin at 10-3 on the button into the mug. Dante not liking the jack for Executioner not having anything. And Fernando's going to pick up some blinds there just in time, as he is now the big blind.
Getting those free blinds.
Yeah, 30 and 60,000. They are valuable.
For another 5 or so minutes by my count. Then we're going up. Chart says 40K, 80K for the next one.
Yeah, if it's going to start getting gross really quickly, guys.
That'll put 120,000 in the middle before anything even happens. That's enough. You really want to start grabbing those blinds. I think Dante's strategy really checks out. He's loosened up his range. He's doing as many steals as he can. Let's see if he steals this one. Dante on the button for this hand.
Nope, leaves it up to the battle of the blinds. Executioner, pocket queens.
A great time to not steal.
Yeah, unfortunately, Fernando is just not going to have anything to battle with. Executioner immediately putting out chips, and Fernando immediately folds. So no takers for the queens, but does get his blinds back that he lost that orbit, which is just as important right now.
Deuce 4, not exactly the hand you want to go up against queens with.
No. I think Fernando's picked and chosen all the ace, kings, and aces and queens, and boy, he's caught some hands tonight.
He has really caught some hands. Law of averages says he should be on a dry run here pretty soon.
I don't know. Even when he's caught good hands, he's played them well.
That is true.
And so I think he's still a force here at this final table.
Executioner now with the A tray on the button folds. Fernando with the queen 9. We could see a play here, but
decides to fold it and not give Billy any more chips than he needs.
Absolutely wary of that short stack in front of Billy. Could shove it all in at a moment's notice.
Yeah, I don't hate that walk into the short stack. Like I said, if you're not going to put them all in, you might as well let it go.
That's right. Yeah, Billy, a dangerous player with or without chips, as we have established. I think Billy is one of those players good enough to, if he has a chair, find a way to get some chips and then take them from you.
It is true. He is definitely well-seasoned and well-decorated poker player. Not just here at KoJack's, but all over. Nothing in the cutoff for Executioner. Fernando folds his pit bull.
The pit bull's got to play.
Billy wanting to see a flop here with Justin, as Justin checks his option 8-6 suited versus the Jack 7 of Billy.
And we're off to a flop here.
Deuce, 5, deuce. Another one of those flops between these two players where the aggressor is going to take this one down. Goes check, check. Queen on the turn. You're going to see Billy bet here.
And he does.
And he does. And Justin, I'd like to see him make a play back at him one time, but it's kind of hard to, you don't want to give the short stack any more chips than absolutely necessary. He was already in for his big blind, but he was forced to be in. Don't put in any more.
That's right. Seeing a free flop. I don't know. With those two deuces on there, might as well have been a flea flop.
Absolutely. So Billy around that 550,000 mark. Justin, Dante, Fernando, 1.1, 1.3, 1.4, and Executioner right in the middle, a little over 800,000.
Billy's still holding on right around 10 big blinds. Can be a little choosy. Executioner, though, choosing to pick up the ace-queen. Another tally for my tally marks.
Under the gun. He announces a raise. Let's see how much.
200,000 is the bet.
It's going to fold all the way over to Dante, who doesn't have much in the small blind, but
he calls.
He's going to look him up. He was getting in for a little half price there from the small blind.
6-8 offsuit. Let's see.
Going to see if he can take this one away from Executioner.
Executioner, 2-1 favorite here, heading to the flop, but of course that's about to change.
Deuce 7-3. No help to either player. Does Executioner want to continue his pre-flop aggression here?
He does stay in the lead. It looks like our picture. Oh, I thought it was frozen.
Looks like he's betting big, 300,000.
310K. Dante eyeing up. What does he have left?
Yeah, he's put in half his stack, so there's no way he's going to get him off of it. So good sizing there by Executioner to let Dante know that you're not going to get this one from me. I'm not going to put in half my stack and fold.
There it goes. Executioner now above the 1 million chip mark.
Yeah, hits the 1 million chip mark for the first time here at this final table.
And none too soon. Those blinds are about to creep up. I think we've got another hand or two before we see that happen. Also, Executioner in the big blind, committing 60K right there.
Hand number 144 with
12 times 12.
5 players remaining.
Billy with the 4 deuce, staying tight, folding that hand. Dante with the 5 tray, making Charlie proud.
Yeah, raising it up. Trying to steal that big blind back that he lost to the Executioner.
Executioner with the queen 9.
Right. Good, let that one go.
Borderline hand typically, but in a tight game like this, $13,000 up top, you're going to fold that.
Yeah, doesn't want to give Dante back those chips that he got from him.
Kelly in the chat saying she's shoving ace-queen pre-flop with those blinds. Yeah, me too. Especially with the ace of spades.
30 and 60. That's the blinds we're talking about as it's folded around to Fernando. Gets a walk.
A lot of folds, a lot of walks lately. Got a fast dealer. We're going to see that hand number count climbing quickly. 145 on the books, moving on to hand 146. About 4 hours on the stream. 4 hours and 40 minutes on the stream. Thanks for checking us out, everybody. Thanks for staying with us. View count pretty high.
Yeah, lots of people enjoying on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. 3 social media platforms we stream to.
Very happy to have you on board.
Love bringing you events like this one here. Executioner with an ace on the button. Lets it go.
And another AK for Fernando.
Well timing as Fernando has woken up with ace king. He's going to put some pressure here on Billy. Looks over at him and his stack.
An intimidating look.
Reaching deep, too.
Yeah, reaching real deep. Looks like 500 could be enough to put Billy all in.
Enough to commit him either way.
Yeah, 300.
Billy letting that one go and the big blind go. So Fernando just catching the cards today and put him to work. And that's why he's still here with the chip lead of 1.5 million.
Running hot. Keeping up the aggression, playing well, choosing his spots, and he's got the chips to show for it. Dante, though, now in second place, 1.31 million. Fernando at 1.54 million. Corey, one of my favorite dealers, pitching with lightning speed and unmatched accuracy.
Yeah, these 30-minute levels. But they want to get as many hands in as they can. I promise you that.
Oh, yes.
With the blinds this large, Dante looks like he raised up to 200,000. Is going to get immediately through under the gun there. Picks up himself a free orbit.
The old Queen 5. I like the adjustment Dante has made, and I like it even more under the gun, so he gets his blinds paid for.
Yeah, they're 40 and 80,000 now.
Goodness.
5.4 million chips in play. Average stack of about 1.3 million, but I don't feel like that's a little bit skewed.
Yeah, that is more than a little bit skewed to that one side of the table, though. Executioner is catching up, and Billy going all in with a weak ace.
Finds ace 4. There's your ace of spades. Maybe he heard you.
I told you. Great move.
Dante's pocket sevens. It's going to be about a quarter of his chips. Not going to be an auto snap call. Justin here with a middling ace. I don't think he's going to make that call. He has played way too patiently to get involved with that now. Unfortunately, that's going to be one of Dante's outs in the muck, but it doesn't necessarily need him. He makes the call, not rather quickly too. He is trying to consolidate some chips here, and Billy going to be at risk and behind here. Ace 4 versus pocket sevens for Dante.
Billy looking for an ace or some spades.
I've already seen one of the aces go into the muck as well. Corey to the flop. King 8 deuce. No help to Billy. Needing an ace and only an ace. Only 2 left in the deck. 1 has been folded.
Give it a 3 for a sweat.
There
it is.
Going. The commentator call.
Hey.
Picks up more outs. 5 or and ace. Corey to a river.
Oh, it's a 6.
And Billy is eliminated in 5th place.
Congratulations, Mr. Billy.
Fantastic run at this main event championship. Billy, no stranger to titles, falls just short of 1 here, but definitely has plenty more coming up in his future, if I say so myself. Fantastic tournament poker player, and is going to catch up to $3,300 worth for this 5th place finish here in this Texas main event, Permian Basin Poker Series, event number 9.
Bright young mind going out in 5th place, taking home $3,300, and maybe heading to the cash table. Got a couple of those running right now.
Catherine in the chat calling Dante the Executioner. Something tells me that Catherine's biased, similar to the Megan in the chat.
Yeah, it is possible. Last name's giving that away.
I love it, though. Absolutely love the support.
Samuel in the chat. There are 4 left. We are down to the wire.
Yep, taking my line. And then there were 4. Next one eliminated $4,200 for their effort. But again, nobody wants it because there's 13,000 up top.
That's right. And a big ladder jump from 3,300 to 4,200 for 4th place. That ladder jump increases even further from 4th to 3rd. $1,000 difference between those 2 places.
Yep. These players are definitely all lined up for some valuable poker here. Taking a look at these chip stacks again. Dante just a shade under 2 million. Fernando at 1.4, Justin 1.1, and the Executioner at 830.
I like Justin's raise. He's been pretty inactive lately.
Yeah, now he's starting to flex a little bit there, and I do appreciate those moves. Like I said, he's by far been the most inactive out of these final four, but when he has come in, he's come in well, and I know these players recognize that fact.
Yeah, pre-flop raise percentage for Justin down to just 10%. VPIP not far off from the other players. It means he's not opening up a whole lot of hands, but is doing some calling. And it's been working out for him very well. Catherine saying just the facts. That's why she's cheering on Dante.
Executioner on the button, ace-10 of diamonds. Pretty strong four-handed. Might see him go for the blinds here. We see Fernando's hand already in the small blind, 8-5 suited. Not sure if he's going to defend that for 225,000. Does let it go, as does Justin. Some Executioner picking up 120,000 chips in those blinds. They're very, very valuable.
A very even field, too. Dante, the chip leader, just about 2 million chips, but Fernando at 1.5 and Justin and Executioner both right around 1 million chips. Tight grouping here for these players. Blinds are really creeping up. Next level, though, is going to be 50K, 100K. Still a good chunk of time at this level, but things are getting spicy right now. About to get even spicier. Executioner first to act. Let's see if he goes for 2 in a row. King, queen suited. That could be good enough to do it. He's going to throw out a raise. It looked like he mouthed 275, and he is putting out 275. Justin with the queens out of the small blind here. Let's see, does he want to play a pot out of position, or does he want to just ship it all in? And it looks like there's at least a raise on top.
Yeah, it's going to be a commitment either way.
600K Executioner, another 325,000 a call.
Yeah, he's raising it up under the gun with a great hand, four-handed, but not a great hand to go all in with when your opponent is Justin, who hasn't made just a ton of moves and is basically committing you for the rest of your stack.
And he does let it go.
Big laydown there for Executioner, recognizing that Justin's never doing that lightly, and King Queen is just asking to be well behind Ace King, Ace Queen, and definitely flipping to any pocket pair.
Executioner's senses are about as sharp as an Executioner's blade.
He's definitely had good runs the last couple months in tournaments. Been on a few feature tables and final tables. Basically, all four of these players are no stranger to this scenario.
Oh, yeah, and I'm sure a lot of practice goes into keeping that consistent. Got Megan in the chat complimenting me on my lip reading skills. It's kind of like grabbing at something in the dark. Stop clock is right twice a day.
Fernando and Justin folding around. Battle of the blinds. Ace King, Dante, and a pocket pair from Executioner. It is going to be an all-in and call very quickly situation here. So Executioner is definitely...
He's ahead.
Yeah,
technically.
It is a coin flip. And for a $1.3 million pot, this is going to put Executioner right back in the thick of it or eliminate it. How about flopped quads? There you go. How to end a hand really quickly. No need for Corey to provide pause for dramatization.
Oh, man, and then the ace on the river to get Dante a pair. Yikes.
the smile there.
You can't even be mad about that.
No, that's when you go from ahead to light years done.
Light years ahead. Now, Executioner evens things up. 1.35 in Executioner's stack. Dante down to 1.24.
Yeah, that evened the field completely.
Everybody's sitting on the same amount.
Let's take a look at these chip stacks here. Big shift there. Well done there by Executioner. 1.4, 1.4, 1.3, 1.2. We could have just started here, Chase.
Uncanny. Yeah, we should have just got...
Started it right here because we are basically down to all zeros on the scoreboard.
Well, we'll call this the second act of the final table.
As they have all pretty much evened things out. Tracy is saying, wow. Samuel, wow. Yeah, flopped quads. Kelly, need to borrow that horseshoe. Not wrong, sir.
Yep, that horseshoe is straight up full of luck.
And we are basically all even playing for $13,000 up top.
Pluto pointing out we got a game here.
Absolutely. And
yeah, no more ladders. No more searching for ladders. These players are now going to set themselves up for that first place prize.
Yeah, the next person eliminated 4,200. Third place 5,200. Second place 8,000. First place $13,000. And it is literally anybody's game.
Yes, it is. Even stacks all around. Justin in the big blind, though, going to be one of the shorter stacks just because he has to commit 80,000 chips to see cards. Executioner with the house hand, KJ.
Yeah, absolutely, Catherine. That hand played itself. Ace, king, pocket pair, get it in, move on. That's just late stage poker. Executioner raises it up here on the button. Fernando getting out of the way. See if Justin wakes up with anything in the big blind here.
Justin thinking about it.
Actually, Executioner just called, so we're going to go to a flop. Ace, 9, 7, 2 spades.
There's
Justin
that ace of spades.
checks it over to Executioner, who's going to fire at this one here. And, you know, Justin's due for a playback. He's been pushed around by Billy. He's been pushed around a little bit by Dante on these post-flop plays. He's going to have to stab back here pretty soon.
He's heading back to the shadows for now, but he will appear behind somebody, stab him with a dagger.
Yeah, he's definitely hidden in the corner and laddered his way up to a minimum $4,200 and definitely in the running for that $13,000.
Executioner now technically the chip leader, 1.43 from Executioner, 1.425 for Fernando. Fernando technically almost within arm's reach. His hand is not auto-folded.
We'll call it. We'll call it.
And he looks down, checks it out, folds it anyway.
Justin now pocket deuces in the small blind, or seven deuces in the small blind. Pocket deuces what Fernando had. Let that go, and I don't blame him for that. And he just makes the call. Dante, is he going to tax this up a little bit? Or no, Justin raised it. Wow, so Justin here making that move I was talking about.
There it is. Now is the time. Let's see if he keeps up the aggression. Plays back at Dante.
Dante not going to get him for half price with that 5-4. A very sneaky hand. 4, 10, 9. Going to be a bottom pair for Dante. Any pair is good four-handed. You may not see Justin be able to get away with this one here. He's going to follow up with a C-bet here, probably at least 150,000.
Looks like about maybe 250. Or 175. I've been wrong all day.
And Dante, like I said, not
going
to let it go with just one pair. And so now Justin can see that his plan has gone awry. I'm not even sure a 7 will make him happy with the straight getting out there. The heart does get there, though. That could put the brakes on Dante a little bit. Macy, yeah, he's gonna bluff that heart instead of try to act like it. So Justin trying to make something happen there. Going to play a little Hollywood here, but go ahead and ultimately lay it down. That's what he does. So Dante taking a chunk there, big pot. Justin now on that 1 million mark line.
That is the short stack now. Still a decent amount of wiggle room. Still could make some things happen. Still enough chips to get a little choosy, and he has the button, so he's got a full orbit to go.
Yeah, these
four-handed though.
The blinds are 40 and 80. But now the chip stacks are kind of more in line with what the blinds should be. So these players have a little bit of breathing room if they kind of start playing around the blinds instead of the stacks. But earlier when it was just 7-handed, it was just too many people. The chips spread too thin.
Yep.
Fernando picking up another premium.
How does he do it?
He just patiently waits and the cards come to him, and he's going to raise this one up. Looks like he's cutting out 225.
There he goes.
Justin not having anything on the dealer button lets that one go.
Patiently waiting for his chance to fold.
Dante, king, jack, offsuit, but pretty strong four-handed. Reaches for some calling. Actually raising chips. Going to put Fernando to a huge test here. Executioner getting out of the way. Fernando.
We may have blood.
Do you come this far to hang your hat on pocket jacks? I think you... I don't know. That's a tough one.
first or second hand we saw Executioner making the laydown with the pocket jacks up against pocket aces.
Yeah.
Let's see if Fernando can determine that he is ahead right now.
Yeah, and once again, it's just a tough one. He
Call.
does make the call, so they're not all in. I know he did say all in, so now Dante.
It was a call in.
Yeah, Dante, tough decision here because, I mean, he's committed but not, but kind of. He put out a raise of $600,000, and Fernando went all in for 1.4.
Dante not happy with the decision he's faced with. His
Yeah.
hat says all in, but will he move all in?
Yeah, he raised it to 225. Yeah, he makes a good lay down there.
Wow.
Fernando's never going to have anything less than ace king, ace queen, ace jack,
Yeah.
and a pocket pair. And Dante still has a million chips in his stack, can afford to lay that down. But great play there by Fernando, letting him know that no, don't 3-bet me.
He's not going to be bullied.
Play for stacks or nothing.
And now Fernando has the most chips to show for it. He's at 2.1 million. A good couple of barrels of those black chips worth 25,000 each.
So Dante now down to just shy of $1 million. Like I said, he's still got plenty of chips.
And the Fernando fans in the chat go wild.
Yep. Very patiently waited for the premium and got it.
A fun fact, each of these flights began with 40,000 chips. Each of these players showed up here to day 2 with the amount of chips that they accumulated at the end of the flight. Pretty crazy to think about. They all started with 40K. Now the small stack is right about $1 million.
Folds on around to Fernando. No, Dante raised it up on the button. Ace 5 suited, the new ace king.
That's that ace of spades right there, I'm telling you. And the button moves. We're almost to hand number 160 and almost to hour 5. Thanks for checking us out. We appreciate it. Reece, I don't know about you, but my eyes are beginning to cross after reading all of these hands. But we do it for you.
It's been a long stream, but we appreciate each and every one of the players not only participating in these events, but the people that tune in for these streams. We put them on for you to enjoy this fantastic poker play that we get to see up here at KoJack's, and enjoy the viewers at home or in your car, at work, get to listen, watch these feature events, and especially when they are the premier event of the Permian Basin Poker Series, this Texas Championship. And down to the final 4. And if you've been here this long, don't go anywhere, because we got $13,000 still to give away.
13K up top, 42K in the total prize pool. 4 players remain. That's a good couple of numbers for you. Actually, our other tournament that we're running here, the 0 entry tournament, is down to heads up, it looks like. Those players competing for a $1,000 prize pool. Not too shabby if you don't have to pay anything to get in. 4 players remain. We've seen some tight play here so far, but I believe Fernando may open things up here with this king-queen offsuit. 4-handed, that is an absolute monster. This guy, Fernando, just, the cards love him. A lot of fans in the chat love him too. He's going to raise it up here, it looks like. $200 not out of the question. 225 is the bet. Dante stays sticky here with the 6-5 offsuit. Easy hand to get away from if you miss the flop. Good hand to have if you hit it hard. Looks like Dante did get a piece of it. That's maybe one of the worst cases, is to pair your 5. He does have the best hand so far, but Fernando looking for a gutter ball here. A 10 will do it. Any 9, any king, or any queen. 13 outs for Fernando. And Dante is the one betting. 200,000 is the bet facing Fernando here, the chip leader. You got to think Dante is the short stack. Is he making a move with that short stack? Maybe not. It's a good time for Dante to show some aggression. And Fernando folds. Fernando was behind after that turn. He gets away. Dante chips up back to that 1.3 million chip mark, evening things out once again. Justin still technically the short stack, but really not too far behind at about 1 million chips. And the button moves. Now Dante in the small blind, the Executioner in the big. That'll put Fernando first to act here. Four-handed. Fernando looking for just about any pocket pair. Couple of face cards, maybe a suited ace. He picks up King Deuce of clubs. Does he decide to lead with it? No, he folds it. Justin with the Jack 9 on the button. May try to steal the blinds. Thinks better of it, and all in good time, too. Dante sitting down with the pocket eights, the Snowmen. 40,000 to call. Looks like he's going to raise it up. 280 is the bet. Executioner with the ace jack. He's coming along for the ride. Blind on blind. About 1.1 million in each of these players' stacks. 560 in the middle. Queen 10 deuce is the flop. 8 still best, but Executioner with a gutter ball to Broadway.
Dante betting this out. Seeing where he stands. See if Executioner wants to come along. He does. That's going to send out some red flags for Dante.
And overcard and that straight draw. Another diamond will give him a flush draw too, but it's a 7 of hearts.
7 pretty safe. If Dante felt he was ahead on that flop, he's still ahead now. It does go check, check as Dante tries to just get to a cheap river. 6 on the river. Does bring home, did it bring home the diamonds? No. Yeah, it did. But it's still going to go check, check, and Dante going to be best here.
Dante with the check mark. The small pocket pair is going to take down that pot. Almost $1 million in the middle.
Yeah, it's going to put Executioner down to 830,000. Bottom in the chip stacks there. Justin a little over 1 million. Fernando 1.7 and Dante back on top 1.8.
We remain four-handed for now. Short stack, not even that short. Still about 10 bigs.
Now, like I said, there was plenty of poker left for these levels. Just too many players. So these guys are going to be able to play a little bit of poker still. And rightly so when you're playing for this much money.
It's been a great series and a great finale to the series. $42,000 in the prize pool. Fernando with the King 7. Grab a small pot there.
And I've said it earlier, and I'll say it again for those just tuning in. When we first announced this series, 13 days, 10 events, $100,000 in guarantees.
Ooh.
And with this event, we paid out $201,000 in prize pools.
Unbelievable. Great turnout, great response from the players. Thanks for making it happen, everybody.
Yeah, it is a fantastic series of tournaments. Over $200,000 won by someone. We handed out. I can't even name them all because there's been a lot of them, but it's been a total of over $200,000 handed out in these 10 poker events over 13 days.
Congratulations to Rudy for taking down the points leaderboard there.
Yep. And that picture should be up on Facebook. I'm going to take a look, see if that photo of that fantastic trophy.
Very cool trophy. The animated pump jack. And we have featured it on the stream. If you want your chance at winning a cool trophy like that, maybe some bragging rights, we've got another series coming around. I don't want to speak too soon, but we've got some big things planned.
Yeah, not only do we have Rudy, his photo on Facebook with that fantastic pump jack trophy, but we have Miss Debbie with her donkey trophy, winning her $1,000 prize for the most entries.
That's pretty good.
She was more than happy to take home that donkey trophy. She said she wanted it.
She really did. A lot of players actually jockeying or is jockeying, rallying for that donkey trophy.
Donkey trophy is pretty cool. Fernando going to raise us up 200,000 with the Queen 10 suited. Dante in the big blind going to defend with the 9-5 offsuit.
Blind on button.
Monica putting out a flop.
Ooh.
Gin for Fernando.
greater than 99% chance to win this one for
Queen
Fernando.
high flush, and he's going to play it slow. Check, check. He's been good at that with his big hands.
Ooh,
Deuce on the turn.
that club will cost Fernando some value here, but Dante actually going to bet it out, it looks like.
Dante's going to represent that he has a club. Fernando only afraid of 2 clubs in the deck, the 5 or the king. But it's still, having the queen in his hand is going to make him call this 100,000 bet. And so this hand is going to continue.
Dante with 1 out, the 5 of clubs, will give both players the steel wheel. River card comes out. It is unknown. Dante betting.
Dante betting again, yeah. And Fernando's shifting in his seat. And he's, with this kind of aggression out of Dante, he's got to be afraid of that king.
That's a blank.
Yeah, it's got to be afraid of that king. You see him holding his cards up. He hasn't folded yet, but he's grinning and talking. Does he want to put in that last $300,000 chip call with the second high club flush?
Rubbing my forehead with stress. This is an absolute decision. What a great spot for Dante.
Even the fact that he's making Fernando think about this is hard, because Fernando knows that Dante is capable of either having the 5 of clubs or the king of clubs or a complete bluff.
And that is the respect that these players pay to each other.
And Fernando not acting quickly, but cutting out the call. Pretty pivotal pot here.
Absolutely pivotal. Dante still left with 1.2.
And he does make the call.
Wow.
That is going to be huge, yeah. And it's the correct call. If Dante has the king or the 5 there, he's just got to pay it off. That's just unfortunate luck there, but great play by Dante, showing that aggression and really putting Fernando to the test. But Dante just having no idea that Fernando was that strong indeed. So huge swing in chips there. That's going to put Fernando at 2.4 million and Dante at 1.1.
The chat lights up once again.
Yeah, that was a good call. I don't mind him taking that pause to think about it at all either, because Dante took a very convincing line and is capable of having either one of those cards there.
Cody in the chat taking the words right out of my mouth. Phew. That was a stressful decision right there. And it looks like we're going to be moving on to the next hand, which is number 166. 165. Fernando with the 10-5 suited. No ace of spades. He's got some new chips to add to his wall. Dante with the ace-queen.
Dante picking up a real hand here. Ace-queen, raising it up. And unfortunately, Executioner right behind him. Ace-king.
Oh, here we go.
2 monster hands and 4-handed. And Executioner is going to move all in, and Dante is going to have to make this call. Ace-queen is just too strong 4-handed, but he's going to see that he is way behind the Executioner's ace-king. What a train wreck of a hand when you're only 4-handed. Dante looking for a queen or a lot of spades. Chase, he's got your ace of spades. Is it going to pull him through?
Is it going to work?
9 deuce tray rainbow, no good here. Dante looking for a queen.
Executioner pulls even further ahead with that blank flop. Let's see a 4 for a sweat.
We've seen one chop pot tonight on an all-in situation.
It's a
10's
10.
not going to do it. Dante, who's played so well, now needing a queen to continue the journey here into the main event.
Just don't let it be an ace.
9 on the river, and the Executioner is going to get a huge double up.
Absolutely massive double up there. 1.58 million now in the Executioner's stack. And
Dante is down to 4 big blinds, but still in the contest.
Still in the running to pick up that 4th place prize at $4,200. 13K still up top.
Still alive. Tough poker there. Both players picking up a fantastic hand, especially a 4-handed. Tough timing for Dante with the ace-queen, especially after taking that huge hit, which he played great against Fernando, putting the pressure on Fernando, representing that club, and almost making Fernando think long and hard about that queen high flush.
Excellent play right there. Yeah, again, just not seeing any mistakes from these players, just that the cards are not cooperating for some of them.
No, like I said, the hands have definitely played themselves here. And Justin, who's still sitting back quietly, stacking some chips under the gun here with a 10-9 suited.
Opting for the black ones to go with this time.
Does make the raise.
50K, 100K. I just noticed the blinds did go up.
Yep. Dante with 3 bigs left. Folds over to Fernando, queen 4 suited. Does throw it into the muck, and Justin's going to pick himself up some blinds there, especially handy since they are now up to 50 and 100,000.
150,000 chips going right on into Justin's stack. The silent assassin remaining silent, but is now even more dangerous. Catherine in the chat, her hubby just got Mexicutioned. Sad face.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was a tough hand. Tough hand, but would not be played any differently any more number of times.
You might say he got Monica'd more than anything.
Yeah. That was the fate of the cards on that one. And he's found something he likes here. All in 10-8 offsuit under the gun, hoping his opponents don't pick up anything more than anything to try to get it through here.
Ooh, Justin with ace-8.
Yeah, Justin makes a quick call there, has to with the 8. So Dante, unfortunately, sharing an 8 now. So now he's found himself in the same position.
Looking for a 10 and a 10 only, unless he picks up some straight cards.
Monica putting out a flop. Deuce 4 7 2 clubs. Got some running club outs here. Dante looking for a 10 to take the outright lead here against Justin and stay in this tournament.
Could make it work for him. The river card is pivotal. It's a jack.
No help to Dante. Looking for a 10 or actually a 9. A 9 could give him a straight now, so picks up some more outs.
7 outs is not too many.
And now to the river.
It's a 5.
It's a 5, and we are going to say goodbye to Mr. Dante, a class act favorite here at KoJack's. Fantastic poker player. Think he's happy.
I think he's happy as well.
I think he's happy. I spoke to him out there taking the payout and was really, just as he always is, very, very smiling, jovial, had a good time. And we always appreciate him here at KoJack's Poker Club when he comes to visit. And he's easy to find. Just look towards the final tables.
Yeah, that's a good way to look out for him. What an absolute sportsman, taking home 10 $420 bills.
He did absolutely fantastic here in this event number 9, Texas Main Event Championship, 4th place, $4,200 for his efforts. Congratulations again, Mr.
Yes,
Dante.
indeed.
Catherine, be proud. Absolutely. He did do well.
Yes, he did. Very well for himself. Pulled off easily the best bluff, attempted bluff of the final table for the night.
He was active the whole final table.
Doing a great job.
He was doing exactly what he needed to do, recognize the position he was in. Chip stack kind of went up and down, but always was not within risk.
Yeah.
He was taking well-calculated moves. And like I said, made that one move there. And if Fernando was just strong enough for that play not to work, but that move is going to work on the opponents most of the time.
Vast majority, yeah.
Just happened to be at the top of his range there, so didn't quite work out, but still a valiant effort and fantastic play by Dante, and always good to see him here at KoJack's Poker Club, and we'll see him again soon, I'm sure. And then there were 3.
Now we're down to 3. Now behind the scenes, I'll let you in on a little industry secret. We do not allow chopping of the prize pool until we get to 3 players. Reece, what do you think the odds are of these 3 players chopping, and how close to 0 is that?
Well, we run 15 minutes behind. You and I do.
Yes, we do.
And no one has even come close to come talking to me. So the odds are still pretty good 0.
Yep.
David, the remaining payouts, 3 places left, $5,200 left in 3rd, 8,000 for second and 13,000 for first place.
13K. Jasmine Acosta saying, let's go Fern. We still got some Fernando fans in the chat. We've got some Executioner fans in the chat. Let's see some love for Mr. Justin, who has been just playing absolute poker, doing a great job at that as well. And here we go. On to hand, can you believe it? Hand number 171. Still a lot of fans in the chat, a lot of viewers in the stream. We really do appreciate you sticking it through with us. We're having a great time commentating here. We're having a great time running the IT, and we're having a great time playing some poker all around. Hope you guys are having a great time watching it. Ryan Rodriguez in the chat. Can't wait for Justin to take me out to dinner. Love that. Yeah, it better be a nice place. David saying he does have supporters here. Love that. We got the air horn blasting. It's right next to the womp womps. Don't judge me. I did mean to hit the air horn on that one. Justin, the 1.3 million chip stack here. Pretty spread evenly, though Fernando is the chip leader right now. But we do have a big pot brewing. Small blind versus the button. Jack 9 for Justin, out of position. The ace 5 for Fernando, and the flop comes out ace high, but there are 2 spades. Justin checks his option, looking to get a free card here. Fernando piecing together a bet. And it looks like he does bet 200,000. Justin, a real quick move to his chip stack. Going to throw out a raise. Great time for a raise. Fernando with the ace is going to have to make a decision here. It is a weak ace. He's got some backdoor wheel outs, though. And Fernando making the call quite quickly. 550,000 was the total bet. Now we're up to 1.7 million chips in the middle. Our dealer Monica making sure the pot's right and in the right spot. And there it is, a queen right there. On the turn, not going to change anything. Justin goes all in with his spade draw and puts Fernando to the absolute test. All the Justin fans in the chat, no doubt jumping up and down. A great play by a great player and a great time for that play. Fernando really thinking about it. Put to the absolute test. 785,000 is the bet. If he calls and calls wrong, he'll still have a million chips behind, but Justin will be the runaway chip leader after this pot if he wins. Fernando is ahead for now, 84% chance to win. He's got top pair. You got to think, though, does Justin know I have top pair? Is he trying to get me to call here? Fernando could be up against a queen, and he folds. Justin, now the chip leader, 2.5 million chips thereabouts headed his way. Unbelievable.
Just to see it, Justin use that image that he's been building this whole tournament.
Trying to pick up enough money to take a couple of people to Sizzler. And it looks like it's paying off for him. Ahmed in the chat throwing out a pretty nice shout out to me. I appreciate you, Ahmed, Employee of the Month. Hey, we've all been working really hard this month. This has been a pretty wild and fantastic month for everybody involved. Yes. Megan doesn't count her vote.
Definitely a shout out to all the staff.
Yeah, absolutely.
It has been a grueling 13 days, 10 events. Everyone has definitely pulled their weight and gone without much rest, and it's been a very busy couple weeks, and we're going to be doing it again.
Can't wait for that one.
Definitely going to be bringing it back, this Permian Basin Poker Series.
Can't wait to get my 8 hours of sleep so I can recharge for the next one. It might take me 3 days to get the 8 hours.
I definitely know that I'm going to spend the next couple doing a lot of nothing.
Very nice. Sipping Ritas on the beach.
Yeah, good luck for me on that one.
Yeah, really.
1.2 for the Executioner, 1.7 for Fernando, 2.4 now for Justin. 3 players.
About 5.5 million chips in play. Justin just shy of half of those chips in front of him. JT Curvin cheering Justin on as well.
Executioner here on the button, and Jack 9 suited.
What a great final 3.
Absolutely. Raising it up here. It's like 225 to play. Fernando, King 10, pretty strong 3-handed. Makes the call. Justin 5-4 suited. Still stacking those chips that he won. Not going to play that hand.
Yeah, he's going to keep stacking the chips. Not going to waste his time playing that 5-4.
King 10 versus Jack 9. 2A flop heads up. Queen 5 deuce 2 diamonds. No help to either player there on that flop. Let's see if Executioner keeps up the aggression. No, it goes check, check.
Another heart.
7 on the turn does give Executioner the flush draw. Fernando going to be betting this out now, taking the betting lead away from Executioner. Executioner may have to call a sizable enough bet. Try to see if he can make his hearts, depending on the size of Fernando's bet. 225, yeah, that's going to be good enough price there for Executioner to come along. We have a $1 million pot here, needing a heart, jack, or a 9 for Executioner. It is a 9.
Wow.
Executioner makes a pair, but is that going to be big enough to call if Fernando fires? And Fernando does not, and Executioner picks up a $1 million pot there.
I like that sneaky smile from the Executioner.
Yeah, that luckily it did not have to pay a premium there on that river, but Fernando has to make a stab there.
Yes, he does.
And Executioner coming along since he picked up the heart draw.
Fernando now the short stack, 50K, 100K. He's got about 13 big blinds, though. Still fairly comfortable relative to the size of the blinds.
Yeah, Ahmed's saying if Justin keeps making moves like that, he'll be the champion. I do wholeheartedly agree. He has played his image very, very well.
Just patiently waiting, choosing his spots, and then striking when the iron is hot.
Kelly is a professional on advice on doing nothing.
That's pretty good.
I know Kelly very well. He's not a man that does nothing, no matter what he says.
He's playing his image right now. That sounds like a bluff to me.
3 players. The blinds are 50 and 100,000.
3 players now. No chop even whispered among the 3 of them. And we've already made it to hand number 175. Time flies when you're having fun. 5.5 hours on this stream, and it has been enjoyable every moment. Thanks to these players and thanks to the chat. This player's really playing a serious game right now.
Yeah, Justin here on the button, going to try to steal himself around the blinds, raising it up with Queen Jack offsuit. Looks like 275 seems to be the player's choice here the last few hands.
One of the few raises that we've seen so far.
Fernando waking up with the real hand, though. It's only 125 more to call.
He's got the pocket
I think he's going to re-raise this one up. He's going to go all in. And I don't think Justin's going to be able to come along. Fernando, maximum pressure here on Justin. Knows that Justin has made some folds tonight and does make another one. So free pickup there of almost $250,000 for Fernando between the small blind and Justin's raise.
Great time to pick up a hand like those pocket 10s. Queen Jack just dominated too often to really see a flop or to call a raise. You know that the short stack is going to be committed after making that call. And we're moving on here. VPIP still hovering around 20% for all 3 remaining players, but Executioner wins the aggression factor, 25%, tied with Fernando. And these players staying aggressive, staying patient, looking for the next prize.
Executioner with a nice hand here on the button, ace 9 of hearts.
Very good hand, very good position. He's going to raise it up, looks like, announcing a raise of 250. $375 is the bet. Fernando going all in with the house hand. We've seen a lot of KJs so far. This one could be profitable for Fernando. Executioner making the call.
Actually making the call here. Ace 9 suited. King Jack. Executioner ahead here. This is a massive pot. I did not expect these guys to get it all in here.
Yeah, 3.25 million in the middle. Fernando all in and at risk. Hits a jack.
9, Jack, 8. Fernando taking the lead. Executioner looking for a 9 or an ace.
And the turn card coming off. It's a 4, a blank. Still just aces or 9s for the Executioner.
Fernando, the one at risk but ahead, and needing to dodge a 9 or an ace to get a full double up through the Executioner.
Here comes that river. It's a queen.
A queen, and Fernando is going to take a massive, massive chip lead here. The Executioner doubling up Fernando. Crippled down to just basically a big blind.
Yep, that'll do it. Executioner will have to pay the big blind on the next hand. So this may be an all-in moment regardless of those two cards. Well, you see the sportsmanship, though. No jumping up from the tables, no shouting or anything like that. These players are very seasoned, very professional.
Yeah, they've all been here before. They know how poker goes, winning and losing.
The Executioner ahead pre-flop, but only barely. Fernando pulling ahead right after that flop. Now, Fernando, the chip leader, once again, 3.25 million chips.
Yeah, and like you said, Executioner is, yeah, he's going to be the big blind here. Basically all in for half his stack. 200,000 left.
And that'll do it right there. Fernando, the chip leader. We may have a heads-up game approaching if Executioner cannot find a good couple of cards here on this next deal.
Yeah, he's going to need a hand here and definitely a couple of double-ups to get right back into the mix. He said blinds are 1,500,000. He's got 200,000 in his stack, and half of it is in right now in the big blind. Going to take a look down and see what he has here. Fernando, Queen 8 on the dealer button.
Let's see if either of these players recognize the situation and opt to put some pressure.
No, he just thought they might both limp in.
Wow,
and he gets ace king. So
unbelievable.
The hand of the night. And Justin's just going to give him a walk. That's
man, that hurts.
Unfortunate for Executioner.
He shows it or folds it face down.
Oh, he needed both of them just to try to eliminate him there and get back up to that 600,000-700,000 mark.
Would have been in great shape.
Tough there for Executioner. Picked up the perfect hand to be pretty much all in with, and both players not feeding at all.
Poker is so sick, to quote the great Basil. And it looks like we've got a nice dealer change here coming in. Mr. Robert coming in. And we are up to hand number 178. A lot going on here at this final table, even though there's just 3 players remaining.
Executioner 9-8 suited.
Also not a bad hand.
I don't hate getting it all in with that. Justin on the dealer button is going to call, so definitely a good hand here from Executioner to get it all in with max value.
Uh-oh. All 3 ways to the flop, it looks like.
Fernando going to be stuck calling as well with any ace here, which... yeah, so Fernando and Justin both going to make the call. So max value here for Executioner, looking for some middling straight cards and diamonds. His 8 is unfortunately covered up by Fernando's ace, but we do have life.
Here comes that flop.
King 5-9, Executioner taking the lead.
Can he keep it?
It's going to go check 10 on the turn, and that's going to give Justin the nut straight, and that is going to do it for the Executioner. Justin going to place a bet. Fernando going to say, okay, I guess you got it. And Justin says, yes, I do, sir. And the Executioner, 3rd place elimination here in this 2024 Texas Main Event Championship. For $5,200 payout. Handshakes all around. Fantastic run for the Executioner. He has definitely been doing well in tournaments in this series. And recently, actually, for the last about a month or so, he's been kind of on a heater.
Yeah.
So we will see him back at some point on one of these final tables here on stream, I am sure. But a fantastic run into third place out of 74 runners with 62 rebuys, a $42,000 pot, main event championship, third place for $5,200. Congratulations again to the Executioner.
What a great run from a great guy. Working very hard to bring a lot of poker to a lot of people, and certainly playing some great poker himself. Ryan Rodriguez in the chat saying the dinner that Justin is going to be buying just got even nicer. I love to hear that. Now, both of these players about equal in terms of chip stack. About $3 million for Fernando, about 2.5 for Justin. And it looks like we are moving to heads-up mode here. Our dealer Robert spreading the deck. Here's a look at those chip counts. Alfonso Rodriguez saying, "Get it, son." Yes, indeed. We have some very accomplished players, some fan favorites remaining in the chat. A lot of love for Fernando in the chat. A lot of love for Justin in the chat as well. Both players playing some great poker, patiently waiting for their spots. Looks like Fernando just a little bit more aggressive than Justin. Here's a look at the aggression factor. 26% for Fernando and 24% for Justin. Matching up with the chip stacks, not a huge disparity between the two of them. Both players about equal. Both players down to the final two, looking for the absolute win here. Fernando with the ace tray, two-handed, not a bad hand at all. He's going to make the call. Justin with the 9-4 here. Queen, Jack, 10. Fernando flops a gutter ball here to Broadway, but he is still ahead with the ace high. Justin a good couple of outs, and Fernando actually gets to Broadway. And there's another king. Fernando with the check mark there. And he's going to bet. Justin not likely to call here, but thinking about it, does make the call. He's got a low end of the straight there. Straight over straight. Fernando straight to the ace. Justin straight to the king. And we are moving on. Heads up play here. These players really trying to get into each other's heads. It's no longer really about the cards, except when we get to showdown. This player's going to play aggressive, going to see what they can squeeze out of the other player's chip stack. Also interesting to note the different arrangements of chips. Both players pretty close to each other. Fernando about 3 million, Justin about 2 million, but I gotta say I like Fernando's use of space. Justin with the queen 10 suited here. Is going to bet. Fernando going to fold the 8 deuce. Not a great hand to have. Even heads up. And Jacqueline in the chat saying, "Bring it home, Fernando." Fernando, the chip leader, about 1.5 to 1 right now. But still a close race. Fernando now with the 8-5. Is going to complete. Justin going to check his option. Justin with the clubs. Does flop 2 clubs. King 9 tray. Justin with the flush draw here. Fernando looking for an 8 or a 5, or just to take the pot with aggression alone. He does bet, and Justin makes the call. There's a queen on the turn. Justin now also with the straight draw. And the 7 is going to pair Justin. Justin ahead the whole way, but now makes a pair on the river, but he's going to bet. Fernando cannot call. He folds right away. Justin takes down another 500,000 in the pot, 200K in profit. Tracy Manning in the chat saying, GG to Michael, way to represent San Angelo. Yes, indeed, an absolute good, great, fantastic showing from all of the players who have made it to the final table. And look at this, another one for the Ace-King board. This time it's Justin who gets dealt the old big slick. Fernando with the 6-9 is going to fold.
How many ace-kings have we had, Chase?
About 100. 13 since I started keeping track, but about 3 before that.
Just seen a lot of ace-king. We saw a lot of aces as well.
Still maintains about 10%, honestly, of the hands dealt. And it's really weird because you would expect that number to go down when there are fewer players at the table.
But it does show up just as much. Fernando here, first act on the button, counting out some raising chips. Going to put some pressure there on Justin.
Justin with the Robbie Lou could make a hero call here. This is almost the exact situation that we saw that infamous hand.
Yeah, it lays it down. The chip stacks are surprisingly even.
Extremely even. All it takes is one, especially with the blinds as high as they are. Now Robert's shuffling up and dealing with lightning pace here. When it's two-handed, you got to be even quicker with your mechanics.
And still no discussion of any chops.
Unbelievable.
13,000 for first, 8,000 for second.
I don't want to say these poker players are prideful, but bragging rights do mean a lot.
The championship event. Fernando raising up with the Jack-10 suited. Justin's going to lay that one down.
Megan in the chat pointing out that this is like camping. It is intense.
Absolutely. There you go.
I got the right one that time. Yeah, this is very intense. A mind game between these two players here.
Yeah, heads-up play is a whole different animal. You can't just depend on the cards. You've got to put on the psychology on the boards. And speaking of that, you're going to see Fernando just call with the ace-queen.
Fernando just keeps catching cards. I got to shake his hand and never wash it again so that I may encounter some good luck.
Well, it doesn't get it quite on this flop as Justin's taking lead. But there's the queen on the turn. That's going to take Fernando right to the top. And Justin's going to be doing the betting for him.
That is the exact spot you want to find yourself in. Top pair, top kicker on the turn and facing a bet.
Yeah, he's slow played some big hands and done it well. And this time it's going to pay off again. He's going to count out that raise just to see how serious Justin is. Of course, I don't think we will expect to see Justin coming along here. But
just a pair of threes here for Justin. He does fold.
Yeah, so Fernando, not just a better hand, but definitely, like I was talking about, the psychological aspect of heads up. Just show Justin there that if you bet into me, I could come back at you at any moment.
That's
so
right.
it's part of heads up play is not just the cards, but how you play them and how you're playing your opponent.
Fernando looks like he's making some additions to his chip house right there, adding perhaps a porch, maybe building a deck.
Yeah, maybe put a door in there.
Yeah. If he scoops all of Justin's chips, I'd like to see him put a roof on that. He may.
Justin's going to raise it up. Fernando's going to fold, take down that big blind there. I'm definitely in Justin's. Just impressed with the way he played today.
Absolutely.
I mean, whether he gets first or second here, it's still anybody's game. But the guy has laid back, played selectively, aggressively, made a lot of laid downs, and just hung back and laddered up all the way to first or second. And it's very impressive, very patient, fantastically played. Fernando, can't say enough about him either, as the way he's played some of the hands. This is a perfect example here, limping in with the ace-10, really strong hand. Normally players would raise, but he's wanted to try to get his opponent to catch just enough to get maximum value of the better hand. Yes, he's caught a lot of ace-kings and aces and this, that, and other, but he still has to play them well, in which he has gotten value when he could.
Yeah, a lot of those big hands can get you in trouble, too, if you overvalue them. And certainly Fernando has not made that mistake.
Yeah, we're letting the players here take a quick 5-minute break. So they're not going to be gone that long. We just needed a quick restroom break. You can see there, look at all the
I know. We got some supplies over here.
supplies here of the talkers, all the water
Kinda
bottles.
outing me here. Reece has a stash of snacks.
I've got a stash. You just can't see mine over here. But this is what these guys are playing for right here. In addition to that,
How shiny that thing is.
$13,000 first place. The Permian Basin Poker Series 2024 Texas main event champion. It's on the line right now. Got some nice hardware here that one of these two guys here, Fernando or Justin, are going to take home, along with a lot of money. Like I said, $13,000 for first, but even second place, $8,000, a fantastic payday. 74 players.
I know, down to the final two.
Get through 73 players here for this trophy, and that top prize, $42,000 in that main prize pool. Like I said, it's been a fantastic event, and it was a fantastic ending to a fantastic series. When we started out, we had $100,000 in guarantees and ended up paying just over $200,000.
Unbelievable. Huge success for this, and we have you at home to thank for that. Thank you, everybody, for turning out, showing up, and playing your best poker, and thanks to everybody in the chat as well.
Oh, yeah, and we're going to be doing lots more stuff. Keep an eye out on our Facebook. We have.
You're blinding me with that thing.
Oh, it's just too much. It's too heavy. It's definitely a fantastic flag. But we have a lot of stuff coming up. Look forward to some more events. Some plans for some cool stuff in November, and we do obviously always let you guys know if you're on our texting service. You can, when you come up here, let a manager know you'd like to be on the texting list. Keep apprised of everything that we have going on and see what's upcoming. Like I said, just plenty of poker left.
A lot of poker left, yeah. And heads up is one of my favorite styles to play, so a lot of action coming up here pretty soon.
We'll see just how long it lasts, but I think either one of these players are well deserved of this title.
Absolutely.
Fernando has played some excellent poker, positioned himself very well in lots of situations, maximized the hands that he has gotten, because he has got a lot of good hands, but that doesn't matter if you don't play them well.
Yeah.
And so he's definitely earned his right to be here. And Justin took a completely, almost a different approach of just kind of sitting back, waiting, being patient, letting the cards come to him, and then maximizing his potential when he does get it. And we saw him a minute ago take advantage of that image, making that bluff.
Making that bluff.
And that's what you do that for, is if you have that more passive, stoic, contemplative demeanor at a poker table, when you do come out swinging, people notice, and that's what he's cultivated throughout this final table, and put it to good use one time and see if he can do it again. Heads up.
And I'm sure if you look at a graph of Justin's chip count, it's just gone straight up the entire time. I can't remember him losing a pot.
Yeah, he definitely did have one of the least volatile chip stacks because of his passive play, his selective play. But shout out to all 10 of the players for even being here to begin with.
Absolutely.
It was a tough field. Like I said, 74 people entered this tournament, and it was a $480 buy-in, a main event championship. There were no lightweights in this tournament.
None at all. And a lot of hours going into those flights to get to the final table, too. We started one at 6 p.m. yesterday, didn't finish till 3:30 in the morning today.
I was here for that. So.
Yeah.
Just like every other one. But, yeah, they definitely earned their way here to this final table. The $1,000 at the bottom all the way up to this $13,000 up top. These players have earned their right to be here at this final table, had a fantastic tournament, and now we get to see these last two to see who gets that nice plaque there and that top prize of $13,000. Looks like they're coming back to the tables here just momentarily. Just a quick break. And we're going to tune back in and watch these guys play this heads-up match. And I don't know if it's going to last 5 minutes or an hour, but I'm excited to see it. And I hope you are right here with us for the next few minutes until these guys come down to a winner to see who hosts that plaque and that $13,000 prize, as Robert is getting the cards in the air. And we are here to see who gets the top prize.
Could be 5 minutes, could be 1 hour. I'll be honest, I know this stream has gone on for a pretty long time. I am hoping more for the hour because I love watching Heads Up play.
I'd like a little under an hour, but I'll take a good 20, 30 minutes. I'm curious to see how Justin maneuvers the image that he's built. This hand here doesn't really need to. Flopping at top pair, 9 diamond draw. Goes check, deciding to play it slow. But Fernando takes the lead with a 5.
Wow.
This, we're talking 30 minutes, but this may do something bad right here to make that much shorter.
Let's not see the deuce of diamonds here on the river.
Yeah, the deuce of diamonds would be even worse. Justin got to feel confident in his top pair, heads up.
Got a flush draw to go along with.
9 flush draw, and he's reaching for raising chips.
He does make the raise.
Oh, and Fernando here. And I like that Fernando didn't snap this right here, because your opponent could have a flush.
You have trips. That's a great hand, but up against a
Nope,
flush.
Nope, he did go all in.
Oh!
Okay, so never mind here.
5 minutes.
We went from 30 minutes to an hour to one hand. Justin needing a diamond, doesn't get it. Ace on the river, and just like that, one hand later, right back from break.
Oh, man.
Fernando, your champion, 2024 Permian Basin Poker Series Texas main event champion. Fernando, $13,000 first place prize, and that plaque. Wow, okay, that was quick. I was settling in there.
Very quick.
And didn't even have a chance. Justin, nothing he can do there. Top
Nothing
pair,
he can do.
heads up. Put in that raise. Committed too much at that point to let that one go. Still had diamond outs. Yeah, wow. Okay,
Unbelievable.
so I was settling back in, Chase.
Yeah, I know. I was just comfortable.
That definitely went quickly. So keep an eye on Facebook. I've got to get out there, and we're going to take some pictures and deliver this plaque and hand out some money. And that's it. What a fantastic event. And a fantastic series.
Great series, great closer to the series, great cherry on top, great players in the whole field. Loved every minute of it.
Yeah.
So.
And so that means that they're waiting on me out here for this.
I guess
so.
That's it.
Fernando fans, you showed up and you were rewarded. Fernando, number 1, first place of the Texas Main Event Championship. Proud owner of this plaque. I'm going to go give it to him right now.
There it is.
And $13,000 for his efforts. Shout out to him, and shout out to Justin, who played a phenomenal final table, navigated his way all the way to second place for $8,000. And I say navigated because I think it was very, very much
tough field.
Navigated.
Swimming through shark-infested waters and made it all the way to second place.
And so props to him for his performance. But keep an eye out on Facebook. We'll be having some photos with this being delivered to Fernando. We'll be posting them shortly along with all the other winners here at this final table. And Chase, I want to say thanks, man.
Thank you.
We've had a fantastic 13 days, 10 events, $200,000 handed out to players, and we've got more to go.
Huge success. Thanks to all the players for making it happen. Thanks to the guys in charge for making it happen. It was great.
We'll be reviving this poker series a couple times a year. Can't wait to do it again. We've got a lot of stuff coming up the end of this month. Got some more tournaments coming up for October, some plans for some stuff in November. KoJack's Poker Club, Celebrity Card Club in Odessa, the River League in San Angelo. I've got a full calendar planned for all 3 clubs. Just keep an eye on all of our Facebooks, KoJack's Facebook, Celebrity Card Club Facebook, and the River League Facebook. Look at what we have going on and come join us in any one of these clubs, and look forward to future events and maybe take on some hardware like these guys.
There you go. You want to play poker, you know where to find us.
That's right. KoJack's Poker Club right here in Midland. And then obviously Celebrity Card Club in Odessa. And then if you're in the San Angelo area, the River League in San Angelo. We have events that take in individual clubs, and sometimes we all play all 3 together. It's a lot of fun here in West Texas when you can put on some great poker and watch some great poker played by some great poker players.
That's right.
So thank you for tuning in to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. This is KoJack's Live, bringing you the final table of the Texas Main Event Championship. My name is Reece, here with Chase.
Yes, it's been a pleasure, an absolute wild ride. Thanks, everybody, for showing up, showing out, playing their game.
And definitely stay tuned for more. Keep an eye on our social media. Make sure you're on our texting list. Feel free to send us a message on Facebook if you have any questions. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being tuned in, and look forward to seeing you here at KoJack's, Celebrity Card Club, or the River League in San Angelo. Once again, from Chase, myself, thanks for tuning in to